This story was created in the relationship subreddit by a user named Arthro23. The post is titled, I, 25F, have been with my fiance, 25M, for 5 years. I cheated and I'm not sure how to handle his response. I understand that what I did was wrong. I don't deny that or try to excuse it in any way. I feel horrible about it and I will do anything that I can to make this right. So while I understand calling me names is fair game, I am really looking for advice on what to do from here. Very early on in our relationship, 6 weeks to be exact, I went on a trip to visit my sister at her school. The second night there, we attended a huge party and I was dancing and drinking. One guy in particular kept hitting on me, and as the night wore on, I started flirting back. I make no excuses. I was drinking but was not drunk. He did not or take advantage of me. I just made a horrible judgment call and I ended up going with him back to his room. I knew the moment it started it was wrong and I ended up crying while I was lying there. I got up and left as soon as he was done. To this day, I don't even know his last name. My sister was so wasted she went home with a friend and never knew I didn't spend the night at her place as I was there before she got home. I went back home and was just guilt-ridden. Although I knew it would cost me my new boyfriend at the time, I was going to tell him and beg him to forgive me. When I saw him the next day, he was already very depressed. He did not get the job offer he thought he was going to get, and he was very down. I decided that I didn't want to add to his depression, so I spent the entire day trying to cheer him up and be a comfort for him. Then, the next time I saw him, he was so happy with me because he said that I was able to make him forget about how crappy his life was at that moment. Once again, I didn't tell him. Yes, I know it was wrong both times, but I was young, immature, and scared. After those 2 times, we were getting along so well that I just put it in my head that nobody other than myself and the other guy even knew it happened. So why ruin a great thing when I knew I would never do it again and I would never see or hear from this other guy? Fast forward to 2 months ago. We have been together for years now, and in fact, we have been together longer than any of our friends have been with their partners. We love each other and we live together. He asked me to marry him. I was overjoyed and of course said yes. We told our family and our friends and everyone was happy for us. But 2 days after he asked me, I become overwhelmed by guilt. I called into work because I couldn't function and spent the entire morning sitting on the couch crying. I was a liar and a cheat, and I had tricked my boyfriend into proposing when, in fact, if he knew about it from the start, he would have probably broken up with me. I decided I could not live the rest of my life like that and determined that when he came home, I had to tell him no matter what his mood was. The other part of this that is important is that I am his first and only partner. He knew that I had been with one other guy before we got together, but that never bothered him, or so I thought. He comes home and immediately sees that I'm a mess and asks what's wrong. I tell him and he is understandably very upset and very emotional. I tell him that I will do anything to prove to him that I have never done anything like that, since nor will I ever do anything like that in the future. I offer to let him go through my tablet, phone, Facebook, or anything, and he says that it won't be necessary because he doesn't want us to live like that. He said that he wanted some time to himself to think and said he would sleep on the couch. I told him that I would give him all the time he wanted or needed, but that I would be the one sleeping on the couch, not him. The next morning, he is quiet but does not show any bitterness towards me. I just asked if he was okay as I didn't want to pry into his thoughts. He told me that of course he was hurt and upset. He said the hardest thing for him was the time frame because he doesn't know if being upset is justifiable or silly at this length of time. I told him he was certainly justified to be upset and we both went to work. A week went by and he seemed to get a little better every day to the point that we both went out to have a somewhat celebration dinner for our engagement with one of his friends. Everything was fine until Wednesday when he told me he would be back very late from work. This doesn't bother me at all because this can be a somewhat normal occurrence. When they start on one project, they can't stop until it is completed, and there have been times it's taken 16 hours to do. So I spent the evening catching up on some work I was behind on, watched a movie I knew he wouldn't want to watch, and then went to bed. I woke up the next morning and he still wasn't there. I texted him and asked him where he was. He just replied with, "I'm on my way home." We passed each other on the street as I had to get to work. I called him and he just said that he was longer than expected and was going home for some sleep. Okay, this isn't normal, but he did give me a heads up and he wasn't acting weird or suspicious, so I just went about my day. I came home and he was sitting in the living room waiting for me. Long story short, he told me that he spent last night with Tracy, a married woman from his work. I just collapsed in the chair. He then went on to tell me that this was a one-time thing and that she is in an open marriage and he has no feelings for her and she has none for him. But he said that he felt completely paralyzed with anger and envy about me not only having slept with this other guy, but over my previous relationship as well. He said he knew he was wrong, but he just felt like he had to be with someone else just once so he wouldn't feel so insecure about me being with other guys, and he had only been with me. I started crying, of course, and then got pissed and started yelling at him. Then he stopped me and asked why I was yelling at him. I cheated first, and when he found out about it, he never yelled at me, which is true. He didn't. He says he regrets the action, really regrets feeling like he cheapened himself in the process, but that while he is sorry it has hurt me, he says that even though it was wrong and he knows it was wrong, he's sorry but felt like it was something he had to do. Now, he wants us to move on like nothing happened. I have no idea what to do from here. I would be the world's biggest hypocrite if I left him, but I'm so hurt that I just don't know how we go forward from here. Sorry for the wall of text. Any advice would be appreciated. TLDR, cheated on my boyfriend 6 weeks into our relationship 4 years ago. Never told him. Then we got engaged, felt guilty, and told him. He responds by getting even by sleeping with a co-worker. User Mashudo said, I suggest at the very least that you two hold off on any wedding planning that you may be doing. Other than that, you two are going to need some serious counseling to get past this. But to be honest, I think your relationship might be doomed. You made a bad mistake by cheating, then another really bad mistake by hiding it from him, but he went and did the same thing. For what? To know whether the grass truly was greener? For revenge? He says it's something he had to do, as if him doing it would somehow make what you did okay. In reality, it hurt you very badly, and I can guarantee it won't make him feel any better, nor will it allow him to simply just get over your cheating. I would be incredibly worried if I were you. His reaction to finding out something hurtful was to turn around and do the same thing. That's not a healthy way to deal with problems, and as you can see, it has turned what was already a really bad situation into a much worse situation. If there was any hope of you two possibly getting past your cheating, he may have just thrown that out the window. A deleted user said, you know your cheating was wrong and you should not have waited so long to tell him, but revenge is no reason to cheat either. He was wrong to do so. I think you should move on and find someone new. Your trust has been shattered, both of you, and likely will never recover. User Mellow Man said, your action was dumb and ill thought out, whereas his was considered and malicious. A marriage shouldn't be about two separate people trying to keep even with each other. It's about being a unit and being unselfish to move through things together. Marrying someone to avoid being a hypocrite would be ridiculous, but I'm sure you know that anyway. A deleted user said, both of you are retarded idiots. Another deleted user said, you cheated 6 weeks into the relationship, and while it was still 100% wrong, you were probably not in love yet, and it was not just because you wanted to hurt your boyfriend. He cheated 4 years into the relationship after all that time together, and it was 100% because he wanted to get back at you. There's a huge difference between a stupid mistake 6 weeks into a relationship and a deliberate, calculated move to hurt someone you love after 4 years together. Also, the fact he just happened to sleep with a coworker barely any time after being told about your cheating just suggests that he was already into her and took the first opportunity he could to cheat. This is not good news for your relationship. Another deleted user said, your relationship is over. Don't get married to this guy. You cheated. Now he revenge cheated. There's no coming back from this. He obviously resented you so much he felt the need to cheat. Now you're going to resent him. This is why you should have either gone to the grave with your secret or told him sooner. Now, you two are engaged. Your friends and family are all celebrating the fact you are, and your engagement is over. Your relationship is dead. And it could have been stopped if back when you originally cheated, you had said something. User Galganathor said, well, your relationship of 5 years was based on a lie. When you told him your truth, that relationship was over. From the charred remains, you and your fiance started working together on another relationship. And then he cheated on you and told you that the relationship is now broken. So what you have now is two people who cheated on the other, eventually told the truth, broken trust between each of you, and no relationship. You are going to have to decide if you want to start over from scratch with him or with another guy. Likewise, he is going to have to decide if he wants to start over with you or move on to another girl. I guess you are going to have to decide if you want to be with someone who retaliates when you make a mistake and fess up to it. I am not excusing his actions at all, but if my partner told me that she cheated on me 5 years ago, I would be out the door. Not long after, OP provided us with an update. This has been a very rough week. In fact, this has pretty much ruined what is normally my favorite time of the year. Several people have messaged me asking me to update, but I have just been kind of in a haze and honestly didn't know what to type. I'll start off with this. We are still together. We have agreed to postpone telling people when our wedding will be, but for now, we are still together and still engaged to be married. He has agreed to go with me to couples counseling. We can't get in till the end of next month, but we have it set up to go and his insurance will cover his portion of the bill. I'm still checking on mine, but we can pay out of pocket if necessary. We have had several long conversations that have involved lots of crying, mostly me, and one full-fledged mental breakdown by him. I'm not going to lie, after posting this the last time, some people were saying they thought she was fictional and he was only saying he did this, so during one of our conversations, I finally got the courage to just ask him if he was just saying this to make me feel bad. Sadly, he continued to claim that this happened and how bad he felt about it. I'll also just go ahead and admit this now as well. I snooped. I went to his workplace and started looking for her. I've been there many times before, so security didn't even pay me a second thought. I found her and really truly wish I had not. She is everything I am not. She is tall, big blonde hair, and extremely pretty. As though my self-esteem wasn't already in the toilet, this pretty much put a fork in me. I never spoke to her and I've never told him I've seen her, but the thought of her and him working together every day was making me lose my mind. I know how much he likes sex, and I can only imagine if she is really available to him, he will go back for seconds. But this leads me to another part of my update. I honestly believe he is very emotionally hurt by what he has done. He loves sex, but he is also very uptight about it as well, if that makes any sense. He has told me on more than one occasion how he feels like he has betrayed not just me but himself by doing this. He said that the entire time was very weird to him initially, but very upsetting to him ultimately, because he said just going through the act without any emotional ties to the act was unsettling for him and that he didn't really enjoy it. I'm calling BS on this. I've seen her, he doesn't know that, and I can tell you he would enjoy that. I've unloaded on him a few times, probably unfairly on a couple of times, but I got so mad one night I smacked him. I immediately begged him to forgive me because I knew immediately that it was wrong. He still has never yelled at me or even raised his voice, but his full meltdown did reveal that he truly feels betrayed. Sadly, he remembers the weekend that my cheating occurred in great detail because he had asked me to attend a family function with him and I had already planned to go to my sister's, so I couldn't. He put two and two together and determined that I was having sex when he was miserable and had asked me to be with him. Basically, we have both hurt each other badly, but we both still want to be together, so we are going to try and make this work. I also asked him again why he did what he did. Well, actually, I've asked him that several times, and he was firm that he did it to ease his own pain. He said that it wasn't just done to spite me or to get even, but he said he wouldn't deny that maybe somewhere along the way he did consider it. The ultimate update to that is this. He has told me he is going to leave his job. He said he does not feel right walking into work and seeing her and both of them acting like nothing ever happened. I did not ask him to do this, and once again, he doesn't even know that I have seen her. Honestly, I am relieved about that part. Do I think he did it to spite me? Honestly, yes, I think there is a part of that in there, but in talking with him, and we've talked for hours on the subject, I just really get the feeling that he thought it would make him feel better, but it didn't. He now feels like he has to deal with the pain of being a cheater on top of trying to deal with the idea of being cheated on. I'm far more emotional than he is, but I can tell you from knowing him for so long that he is a mess emotionally. He is just trying to cope differently than I am. I wish I had a more definitive update for you guys or something more juicy, but this is where we are. We both hurt, we both want to keep trying, and we both are trying our best to heal ourselves while trying to heal each other. I know it was probably a snotty thing to do, but I demanded that he get tested for infections, and he did. Came back clean. I know that was humiliating for him, but I just felt like I needed that for my peace of mind. Also, we had sex for the first time since all of this last night. It was very intense. Not the usual loving emotions from either of us at first, but he stopped and we eventually ended back into a more romantic state soon after. One day at a time, I guess. User I am against it said this is such an unhealthy relationship. User Orange Logo said, personally, I don't see this relationship working out at all. I have cheated in the past and was cheated on in another relationship this year, and neither of those situations worked out. After seeing the pain that I caused someone else, I knew that I could never do that to someone again. And I think you are both probably going to realize the pain that you feel and that you both caused each other will only help you to make somebody else happy. User WeirdOxPanda said, I will sound harsh here, but honestly, OP, you both aren't ready for marriage. Despite how you say you felt so guilty for your actions, you had chances to tell him. I understand he went through depression, but you had years to tell him. You didn't tell him for 4 years. You assumed it would be fine with him not knowing and just went along with it. Also, you seem selfish in a way. You didn't tell him the truth, and you seemed like you expected him to react fine. How else would he feel? His fiancée, who he has been with for 5 years, revealed she cheated and kept it a secret for years. You not only cheated, slapped, and guilted him, but you seem to have completely forgotten this would not have happened had you never cheated. This update was about how bad you felt, how you snooped, and how you saw her and compared yourself. I understand you love him, and in a way, it's shocking he'd do that. Now that you've been with each other for so long, you did the same. It sucks to be cheated on, but you did the same. And he at least told you he cheated instead of waiting 4 years. You're clearly not mature enough for a marriage. You seem to have completely forgotten all the bad things you've done and now focus completely on what he has done. You've both done bad in this relationship and it is unhealthy and manipulative. User Cayenne Pepper said, you're both handling this situation terribly. People are bashing you for cheating and hitting him, which I completely agree with, but he also cheated. He cheated on you at a much deeper and more emotional part of your relationship, which I feel is worse than your cheating. It never gave you reason to hit him, but this situation is very complicated and emotional. He does need to switch jobs if you're going to stay together so that you don't have all this pent-up jealousy whenever he leaves. That will never be healthy. It's good that therapy is coming into the picture, but personally, I would never be able to work past this. Both of you have cheated on different levels, violence has come into the picture, and he still sees the woman he slept with. This relationship should be over. About 2 weeks later, OP gave us her final update. Honestly, things have been much better since my last update. We have had several long, honest conversations with each other, and we are both very committed to staying together. I can honestly say that we love each other. I truly believe he loves me, and I know for a fact I still love him. After my last update, I had to take a long, hard look at myself because so many people were rightfully chastising me about hitting him. I have to agree with several of the commenters that if the roles had been reversed, I probably would have thought it was abuse. Well, it was no different for me. I was abusive, and it's very hard to come to terms with that. I wrote him a 4-page letter telling him how sorry I was. I offered to go to the police and turn myself in, but he said that was stupid. He said that he didn't even think about it because, in his words, I barely tapped him. That does not make it right. I was wrong and I make no excuses. It is just as wrong for a woman to hit a man as it is for a man to hit a woman. So I apologized to him, and now I apologize to all of you who read it and were offended. You were right to be offended, and I am sorry for my actions. I let my emotions take me to a place that I should never have allowed them to. It looks like my insurance may not come through for our therapy, but I am going to pay my part out of pocket. He is going to stay at his job, but take a transfer to another office across town. This was a good compromise because he can still maintain his benefits and seniority at his job, but he will no longer work in the same building as her. The only hiccup that has occurred was when we were talking about my indiscretion from years ago. He wanted to know who it was, and once I finally convinced him that I had no idea who he was or how to get a hold of him, he got upset about me hooking up with someone I didn't know. But that quickly passed, and he said that it was dumb to be upset about it. He is doing better about the whole thing. I am trying really hard myself. I don't know which is worse. In his mind, having to make up what the other guy looked like, or in my case, actually knowing what she looks like. However, we haven't even spoken about it the past 2 nights, so I don't know if this is good or bad, to be honest with you. Anyway, sorry that there isn't anything really juicy to report to you, but ultimately, I think we will be okay with each other, and we both are trying really hard to make this work. TLDR, still talking and committed to each other, things look better, and hopefully this is going to pass with time. A deleted user said, his interest in knowing more about the other man is equal to you snooping at his place of work on the blonde woman. Don't be hypocritical about this issue. Tell him all of the details about the other guy if he asks. He wants to know how he compares, and this could eat him up inside for the rest of his life if he does not get details. Was the other guy better in bed, bigger down there, and had more stamina? These are the thoughts going through your BF's mind. Maybe not every day, but often enough to cause the little bouts of depression and sadness you witness coming over him. If you don't have answers to his questions when they come up, he will have a difficult time putting this behind him. Imagine the questions which go through your head about him sleeping with the blonde. Bigger chest, tighter vagina, deeper BJs, just plain better than you. I imagine all of these went through your mind. Did you ask him about this? If so, did he answer? I know the above sounds crude, but we all get very illogical and emotional when it comes to and infidelity. Many people say this relationship is doomed. I don't necessarily think so, but both of you have a lot of work to do. Look for Joseph's letter. Google it if you have to. Take all of this material to heart. Couples counseling should be maintained for as long as possible prior to even thinking about marriage. Start to rearrange your budget and expenditures if your current health insurance does not pay for it. Economize in other areas of your life in order to pay for something far more important, your emotional health. Do not make plans for a wedding just yet. Do not even announce the engagement. If there is a ring, do not wear it yet. This can be saved, but both of you have to work really hard and be truly remorseful for what you both did. Your BF needs to realize how vindictive, punishing, and self-destructive his cheating was. You need to realize how selfish, irresponsible, and immature yours was. Do not even blame alcohol for this. Good luck to both of you no matter what happens. User Fredit said, despite being a pessimist, I had some hope for you two from the beginning. I hope it works out. Make sure you get rid of any lingering resentment or issues during therapy before getting married. Best wishes and Happy New Year. This next post was made in the True Off My Chest subreddit by a user named OrneryPeanut4415. The post is titled, My sister's passing was the best thing that happened to her toddler. This is going to sound horrible, but hear me out. My sister was an addict and a bad person. She had a mental illness that she didn't want help with and instead thought that substances, yoga, and crystals would cure her. I loved her dearly as my sister, and she had her moments of being a nice and caring person, but for the most part, she was a mess. She had a son through a one-night stand with some other drug addict. She did not show much interest in raising him and basically let him do whatever he wanted. She did at least feed him and whatnot, but that kid was completely out of control. One Christmas morning, she committed suicide. She didn't leave any note or explanation, just did it. Her 4-year-old son was now basically an orphan since his loser dad was and still is in prison. This was 10 years ago. My older brother adopted the boy and raised him as his own. He is now an outstanding student, incredibly good at basketball, and overall has a bright future, thanks to my brother who put in tremendous effort and love into raising him. Had my sister stayed, I imagine this kid would be on a much darker path, but there is no way of knowing. I do still miss her. User Midlife Crisis 46 said, I don't think this is horrible. Sometimes the truth is just hard. You can love her sister, she can be kind, but she can also not be a good mother. All these things can be true. I'm sorry for your loss. Under this comment, user Powerless Hero said, can confirm. My father doesn't love his brothers. They only bug him when they need money because my grandfather was helping to support all 3 of his brothers. When my grandfather died, that was really the only time they talked to my father, and it was really just to get their inheritance as fast as possible. Now, 2 years later, they really only talk to my dad when they want money, or if there is any money left over from my grandfather's estate. I recently joked with my sister that I don't want us to turn out like them, so we always talk once a month just to see how each other is and whatnot. User Mushrooming247 said, this reminds me of a situation in my extended family. Both parents were addicts and the father wasn't around, and the mother would leave their 2 small children unattended in her home for a day or 2 at a time until her mom took them. When they were repeatedly found alone and one of the children mentioned being so hungry, they tried eating her own poop from their diaper. A year or 2 later, the mother died, and at some point, the father also died, leaving their small children as orphans raised by their grandmother, both idolizing their loving, caring late parents who were taken too early by cancer. Sometimes it's better for the children to be raised by someone else and never know their own parents. User Borderline Ginger said, my first husband was an addict. He passed over 5 years ago. He couldn't stay clean, couldn't keep a job. I don't think he paid more than 1 single month of child support ever. Today, I'm remarried. My children have stability, safety, freedom, and I get regular checks from Social Security. My children have a way better life because he's gone. Is that harsh? Absolutely. But it's also true, and that's okay. We aren't glad he's dead, but we recognize we would still be held prisoner with him because of his addiction if he were still alive. My oldest misses him, and we honor that. But we also honor the reality of the situation, and that's okay. User Ars of Valhalla said, "The same thing happened to my sister. I didn't have a great relationship with her because she was just a bad person to be around. Very rude. She was really into after high school, even when she was pregnant. The best thing that happened to her pregnancy was getting caught with and having to spend some time in jail. The baby was born addicted to heroin, so she has had a rough life. My sister got clean for a bit, met someone else, got pregnant again, but he turned out to be a domestic abuser. She took drugs to dissociate from it, and it eventually killed her. My dad tried going after the guy, but couldn't prove the violence done to her body was from him. The essentially is what killed her, so it was ruled an OD. My parents adopted her first child. We never saw the other again. But my parents are also shitty parents. They were better with my niece than with me and my siblings, but still not better. I have gone no contact with them, so I am not sure how my niece is doing now, but I have to imagine it's slightly better than having a drug-addicted mother who surrounded herself with bad men." This story was created in the relationship subreddit by a user named Mom42. The post is titled, "My husband lied about having cancer and it cost us our son's life." For a little background, I, 38F, married my husband, 39, when I was 23. We were very much in love and got married after dating for 2 years. I've never felt insecure in our relationship. I always felt like I had a great husband. While my friends and neighbors were divorcing, my husband and I rarely had issues greater than arguments here and there. I felt like I had a perfect family. We have 2 kids, a son and a daughter. Our son is 14 and our daughter is 11. Recently, our son became reclusive, locking himself up in his room, spending all day on his phone or his computer. I did encourage him to open up and get some fresh air, but of course, he ignored me. I figured it was just teen stuff. I was the same at his age. All my friends and family said he'd grow out of it. Now, my husband is a cancer survivor. He developed bone cancer at the age of 12 and was constantly in and out of the hospital until he was 17 when he beat it. He always talks about having cancer, how he was stripped of his childhood, and how we should be appreciative of our lives. I've never been anything but supportive of him, and I know health is a very sensitive topic for him. Fast forward to now, 2 weeks ago, our son killed himself. I don't want to get into the details, but I found him in his room. This is truly the most horrible thing I have ever been through, and I am still trying to recover. But the situation with my husband has only made this so much worse. In my son's note, he says he feels useless, that he's unappreciative and lazy, and that his dad managed to beat cancer, and yet he can barely wake up in the morning. My husband was very distraught over this. I assured him this wasn't his fault, but he was inconsolable, especially about that part specifically. My husband was a wreck, I was too, but I still had to make funeral arrangements and break the news. I called my in-laws to tell them what happened. It's very important to know that I don't talk to my in-laws unless it's about the kids. My husband is almost completely no contact with his family besides his sister, but she lives in a different state. I told them a bit about what my son wrote and mentioned the cancer. My mother-in-law was very confused. What cancer? I didn't know what she meant, so I said, yeah, he felt like he wasn't as good as my husband since he survived cancer, but he couldn't do basic things. My mother-in-law then said, what? He never had cancer. I was so shocked and confused. I told her he did and he always talks about it, but she assured me he never had it. My husband always has terrible things to say about his mom, so I wasn't sure if I should believe her or not. He calls his parents, especially his mom, abusive and narcissistic. But after the call ended, she sent me photos of my husband in his youth. Pictures of him on the soccer team in 10th grade. But my husband always told me he could never join any sports because he was always in and out of the hospital. This basically proved it. I was furious and blamed him for what happened to our son. After my husband came home, this all happened while he was getting groceries. I yelled and screamed until I couldn't anymore. At first, he denied it, but after I showed him the proof, he stayed silent. I couldn't believe it. I punched him in the face, then went outside to get some fresh air. I'm honestly not a very violent person, but this is genuinely the most mad I've ever been in my entire life. I still don't know what to do. My son's funeral has passed, but I am still absolutely furious. I've been sleeping on the couch and only talking to him when needed. How do I tell my daughter? Should I? How do I tell all my friends who see his bullshit posts about being a survivor that he's a piece of shit and a liar? I don't know what to do. I feel so but I don't want to burden my daughter by making her lose 2 family members like that, especially when that means leaving her with that psychopath that lied to me for 17 years. I feel so conflicted. I hate him to my core, but I still love him. Like I said, our marriage has always been good. I've been in love with him for so long now, I don't know how to stop. I've relied on him and looked to him for comfort, built a family with him, and now I feel backstabbed. It makes me wonder what else he has lied about. Edit, to anyone questioning my story. Like I said, I don't speak to his family. I only have his parents' cell because they are still entitled to visit their grandchildren regardless of how he feels about them. My kids would spend time with them around 1 to 2 times a month. No, they did not come to the wedding. Like I said, my husband is on very bad terms with everyone but his little sister. We have met and she was at the wedding, but I still don't know her very well and she lives in Florida, so it's hard to have a relationship with her. His parents actually did want to come to the wedding, but he didn't want them there. He's always been secretive about his life before he met me. As for childhood friends or anything like that, as far as I know, he's not really close to any of them anymore. Most of his friends that I know went to college with him and they know about the cancer, so I guess that's when he started lying about it. He has shown me childhood photos, but most are from when he was really young, not when he was a teen, which is when he had cancer. The ones where he is a teen, his head was shaven, so it wasn't hard to believe he was going through treatment. His excuse for not having many childhood photos is that his parents have them all, and since he doesn't like them, he doesn't want to ask them for his photos. I know that is complicated, and I know that my husband isn't the only reason my son did this. He just felt insecure and compared himself to my husband, who turned out to be a liar. I'm very emotional right now, anyone would be. So even though I know it isn't my husband's fault, I'm still upset and feel disdain for him knowing my son died thinking his dad was so much better than him. I don't know anything about cancer besides the basics, so it was easy to lie, I guess. Cancer is not necessarily something that comes up in casual conversation, and I wouldn't talk about it unless he did, so I wouldn't bring up any bad memories. That's all I have to say about that, so I won't be replying to any more comments to defend myself because apparently other people lie on here. I've never even used Reddit before, so that's why this account is new. Edit 2, thank you for all your kind comments and your advice. I'm torn on what to do as I can't picture myself ever trusting him again, but I also rely on him financially and my daughter is already going through so much. I don't want to add divorce on top of it. I also know that long process would drain me out as well when I already feel like I'm dying. This is not something I think I can get over, but I'm not sure I can leave him either. User MamaBear4485 said, "Honey, I'm going to say this in the kindest and most gentle way possible. Firstly, please let me extend my very deepest condolences to you for the loss of your baby boy. The reason he breaks contact with everyone is so that he can compartmentalize each piece of his life. Compulsive liars always do that so that each person holds a fragment of the puzzle that would reveal who he really is. As long as each puzzle piece is kept separate, his secret self remains in the shadows. You need to proceed with extreme caution. More of your husband's secrets are going to come out, and he will do or say anything to protect himself. That makes him unimaginably dangerous. I know it sounds a little dramatic, but please be very, very careful." User Bizianka said, "I am so sorry for your loss. On one side, your kid's decision is not your husband's fault. On the other side, your husband not only lied to you, his friends, and his kids, he created a whole new persona and pretended to be that other person. It means that there is a very strong possibility that he lies about other things. You can't trust him. I would not be able to forgive him and live like it was an innocent story." User Religion Lies to You said, "No one commits suicide because of one thing. It is not your husband's fault your son died. I think couples counseling is in order to save the family. You are grieving and lashing out as any mother would, but many people have worse things happen to them than a father who recovered from cancer and they don't kill themselves. Hopefully with counseling you won't have to lose both a child and a previously healthy marriage, and maybe with counseling he can figure out why he felt the need to lie about something so irrelevant." User Labello Enchanted said, "If you're not in therapy, I would recommend it for your daughter and yourself. Both of you could benefit from grief counseling. You can reveal your husband's lies with the therapist's guidance. I think you should tell her. It seems your husband made this cancer story a big part of his personality, and the lies will be revealed eventually. It's better if it comes from you in a controlled environment. If you stay quiet, she might blame you as well when she finds out. Don't risk damaging your relationship with your daughter over your husband's lies. I would personally reconsider the whole marriage. I don't think I could ever forgive or forget. Who knows what else he lied about? Can you get a job and become independent? You could at least get an appointment with a divorce lawyer and see what your options are. You might be entitled to spousal alimony. Don't stay with him just because divorce might be difficult. Think of your and your daughter's mental health. OP later provided an update. Hi everyone, and thank you again for all of the supportive comments. I know I can't have a relationship with him anymore, not just for my sake, but I mentally wouldn't be able to. We are still not speaking, but I'm still unsure about going as far as divorce, at least for now, because our family is having such a hard time. I'm also not financially stable and rely on him for income. I haven't told my daughter yet, and I still don't know if I should. I saw my sister today and I lost it. I couldn't keep it to myself anymore. She wants me to tell everyone and expose him, but I'm still not sure if I should for the sake of our daughter. She promised not to tell anyone else, so it's still just between us. As for how my daughter is doing, when everything first happened, she was barely speaking, and I would hear her crying in her room almost every night. I'd go in and cuddle with her, and these moments really are the ones that made me conflicted on telling everyone about my husband's lies. My daughter is already heartbroken, and I don't want her to essentially lose another family member, even if it's not in the same way. For the past few days, she's been seeming better. Of course, my son passed very recently, so it's not like everything is just normal, but she is talking to her friends again, playing outside, etc. Seeing her like this really makes me miss him. I've gotten some feedback saying I was neglectful, a bad mother, etc. because I didn't get my son the help he needed. I understand people's concerns, but who says that to a grieving mother? My son went out almost every day with his friends. He just wasn't opening up to us as much, which is why I thought he was just becoming a teen. When you're 14, it's normal to break away from family. I did have some concerns though, so we had conversations, but he still wouldn't open up to me and insisted nothing was wrong. Do I regret not looking further into it and getting him help? Of course I do, but I didn't think it was as serious as it really was. Again, talking about me blaming my husband for this, I know that it wasn't about only him. He's my son, and he explained more about why he chose to do what he did, but the fact that he included his dad's cancer in his final words makes me think it played a role. My husband also would constantly tell the kids, appreciate your life, be happy you're healthy. When the kids, especially my son, would complain about not being able to go out, my husband would say things like, I wasn't able to go out at all as a kid because of my cancer, be grateful. Looking back, I should have stopped him from saying these things. But he got defensive when it came to his cancer, which I thought was understandable. I didn't want to control him as someone who has never dealt with anything like that. This next story was made in the Cheating Stories subreddit by a user named Send Me Your Stories. This one really had me up for a while until recently, now that I finally got the closure I needed. I had been in what I thought was a happy long-distance relationship. I met her while at one of my schools, early on at that, so time together could be maximized, which is exactly what happened. We had a fight every now and then, but nothing crazy. There were things for both of us to work on, what one would expect from people in their early 20s. We ended up getting engaged in 2018 during fall while we visited my family together. The last time we saw each other was in March of 2020 when I left for deployment. Unknown to both of us, it would proceed to become an extremely long deployment of about a year, but we were both committed, or so I thought. Every week I would buy about $200 of phone cards to ensure I could call the important members of my family, spending most of that on her. Getting the opportunity to talk to every one of them was important to me. I even used the email system to keep in contact. Everything was going well. I had my support back home. I was working to make myself better to ensure my health for the family she and I promised each other. December of 2020 rolls around a week after Thanksgiving when I receive an email from her stating we need to talk. No, I love you at the bottom of the message. Instantly felt drained and sick to my stomach, having fear of exactly what was happening. I wasn't able to talk to her immediately due to being on the opposite side of the world, and it wasn't until the middle of the night in which I am able to finally call to talk. What I ended up getting was I don't know what I want right now, I need to take a break. Please don't call me, I'll let you know when. I say this from a far removed but personal perspective. I was completely devastated. The privacy of my own rack was isolating, so instead I would stay awake for much longer hours than I should to be around friends instead. I stopped working out, I stopped talking, at times I stopped thinking and was not present mentally. December had both Christmas and her birthday, both events I was unable to contact this person who I trusted with my heart. It wasn't until a full month had passed that I broke the silence and ended up calling her for a direct answer. We broke up. She gave me zero closure, only stating she didn't love me anymore. That is the part that locked me up and proceeded to pervade nearly every relationship I had attempted from then on. How can one be so careless with love? Had I been lied to for the past couple years? After the month of torture, not knowing what the outcome would be, being constantly in denial that it was over, how would I be able to let myself be so vulnerable again with another, to have the potential for my heart to be ripped out? All questions that had passed through my head. I didn't date properly for the next 3 years. I would express interest, go on a date, then fall off the earth with every single person as I couldn't get past the feeling of never being able to feel vulnerable. I kept in contact with her, I know, bad move, for some time, somewhat still seeking the closure I never got. I also followed the posts she had on Reddit. It was something I had done in our relationship since I had introduced her to it. I knew the account, so when we had been dating, I would secretly upvote her posts to help her feel better. In my snooping effort, I found out she had a boyfriend from a Reddit post shortly before I ended up returning to the States. I saved this post so I could more easily reference it for comments made on it by her, trying to get information for why it had ended. I thought it was fishy, but there was nothing concrete. She had been cheated on before and had made many declarations she would never do that to another person. I still believed that. I ended up blocking her on everything except here once I found out she bought a house with the boyfriend in less than 1 year of visible dating, which to me seemed to point she had been with this person for far longer than what it looked like. But again, nothing concrete. After blocking her, I still thought about the relationship from time to time as I still had unresolved trauma from it preventing me from dating anyone long term. I ended up meeting my now girlfriend and felt so genuinely accepted and loved by her. Our conversations are upfront, but loving in that we're not afraid to tell the other when something is wrong and have no fear of repercussions in any form. And that is something I hadn't felt truly before outside of my immediate family. That's to say, regardless of my knowledge of what happened to me years ago, it meant nothing to the present I felt. I stopped thinking about my vulnerabilities as something to be protected and viewed them as something to be shared. A couple days ago, after I've saved plenty of posts, I decided to take a look at what I had built up. I found the post I saved and curiosity had gotten the better of me as I looked to see if anything had changed with my ex. Lo and behold, it had. I found out she had cheated on me by her own words and that she was struggling now in her relationship with the guy she cheated on me with. I'll admit it felt good. I got the closure I didn't really need, but it was just good to be so right. She talked about all of the they had while we were together and it wasn't happening anymore, and I couldn't help but laugh at my past self for being so naive about it all. I really dodged a bullet and fell into the arms of an angel. I felt pretty good about it all, like a cold case finally being closed that I felt the need to share. If you made it this far, thanks for reading. TLDR, I am a snoop at times, and this time it helped me get the closure I didn't need to find out she cheated. User Starry Sky X said, it's natural to seek validation when you've been hurt. Finding out that your ex was unfaithful can provide some sense of closure or vindication, especially after enduring so much pain. It's okay to feel a mix of emotions about it. Anyway, good luck on your next relationship. User Wellman81 said, lesson learned and a bullet dodged. She thought the grass was going to be greener on the other side of the fence, and she found out it was just as shit brown. Their relationship was fun and exciting when it was forbidden, but now that reality has set in, it's become boring and troublesome. Just don't be there when she tries to come crawling back to you when their relationship ends. Best of luck on your new journey. User Longstroke Machine said, people in relationships looking to better deal their situation are always looking for the better deal. She'll fake a future with every guy she's involved with while keeping a keen eye out for something better. She'll tell the guy she's in a relationship with how much she loves him while telling the new guy how miserable she is. Why don't they just cut ties with you once they know they're not happy enough? Because the new guy makes them only slightly happier for now, and they want to hold their spot with you in case it really isn't a better deal. That's how selfish these people are. A narcissist thinks everyone else in their life is an NPC. I'm sorry this happened to you. Story was created in the AITAH subreddit. The post is titled AITAH for not wanting to talk to my now ex-BF after he almost sabotaged my college life. I, 21F, was dating someone, 21M, for a year. We hit it off really well when we first started, and at the time I had just gotten out of an abusive relationship with someone else. However, after December of 2022, things were nothing but downhill. My boyfriend at the time had gotten kicked out of his father's house, so he was living with me in my grandmother's house for a short period. Unfortunately, I ended up getting kicked out of there for a lot of things that also happened within my family, so I moved back in with my parents while my boyfriend moved in with his brother a month or so after. While he stayed with his brother, he got a job at Wendy's, but I noticed that his demeanor towards me started to change rapidly. He would yell at me a lot for defending myself in regards to his friends, would block me anytime an argument took place over silly things, and he even broke up with me before because I had asked him for $50 for laundry after doing his laundry and my own when we were living together, and other things I did to provide for us both because we were in a dark place. I never understood why he changed or why he acted this way, but this past month and 3 weeks really take the cake. So fast forward to November. We had already gotten back together at this point. He was playing Yu-Gi-Oh! Master Duel with his friends and he was losing. I tried asking him why he was upset, but he got angry with me and then claimed the next day that I was condescending, and because of that we were no longer together. Then later in the month, he had asked me to pick him up from work because he had a horrible day. And on my way to him, he said that things have changed since the separation. I only hang around you when I have nothing better to do or I'm bored. After he said that, I was crushed and even decided I didn't want to celebrate my birthday by the time the 27th came. We officially called things off when the Yu-Gi-Oh! Thing took place, but I really told him off after he said that comment, so by my birthday it had been clear that we were broken up. I had a friend in college, 19M, who was the same age as my baby sister. We hit it off and got really close as we were working on my college project for my final. My ex didn't like that at all, going as far as to hack into my Google account 2 nights ago and delete all of my files. Even a late essay I had just turned in to my professor, so he couldn't access the file at all. I was infuriated because he deleted a whole semester and then some worth of work. Even my resumes were gone, so I had to contact Google Assistants to get all my files back. Mind you, this is after already having an argument the night before and him getting physical with me to the point where I almost passed out on my staircase because he was choking me. He came to get his stuff the other night and apologized for everything and wouldn't stop crying. I consoled him, but I told him I needed to be away from him and I didn't want to speak to him because this shit hurt, and had I not gotten back my files, I would have likely failed my very first semester of college. Now I don't know what to do because it hurts a lot, and though he said he understood, he got mad at me for not talking to him yesterday, even though he knows he's restricted and blocked everywhere. 3 months later, OP provided an update. Jesus, it's really been a bit over 3 months since I uploaded this. Thank you for your opinions, everyone. I do have a huge update on said matter, so I'll try to sum it up as much as I can. So, my ex tried to leak explicit images of me after I left for my trip to North Carolina. I also found out on Christmas that my ex had done things with my cousin, and they both lied to me after I went to my cousin and vented. So there's that little sum up. Currently, I'm with someone else, 23M, and I haven't heard from my ex or my cousin after finding out everything and confronting them. As far as my schoolwork goes, I'm currently doing my spring semester and still trying to pick up the pieces bit by bit, but I've been healing and mentally I'm in a better situation. Thanks again for those who listened. Fast forward another 5 months, OP gave us another update. Hi everyone, before I get into what I need assistance with, I want to first take this time and thank everyone who responded last time to both my other posts. I appreciate all the advice given and it's helped me use Reddit as a way to release. Now on to the issue at hand. So I took everyone's advice and I stopped talking to the ex in question. However, a lot has happened in between then and now. My ex couldn't handle us not being together and decided to not only leak explicit images of me on an old account I used to control. Don't worry, I was able to delete it and kick him out of all accounts he had access to. I had also found out the night before he leaked these videos and photos that he had done it with my cousin, 21F, on Christmas night after she reassured me and my at the time friend, 19F, that she would talk to him and help me find a middle ground because of his behavior. She knew about him deleting my schoolwork, hacking into my other stuff, and being physically and emotionally abusive towards me. She actually spoke up on me leaving him a few times and said she was proud when I finally made the move to do so. When I found that she slept with my ex, I confronted her, due to the fact that a few days before this, she had admitted to me that they kissed but swore to me that's all they did and that they just had a few drinks and apologized to me. Obviously, that wasn't the case anymore. It's actually pretty funny actually. I was playing Mario Kart with friends and my ex somehow texted me on Snapchat from a different account and his exact words were, "I'm gonna f up your night. Me and your cousin didn't just kiss, we f***ed. Cry about it," along with a bunch of other colorful words. He also said he was doing this since she had made it clear we weren't cool anymore. I'd also like to point out that this was during my first vacation, so I was not at home during any of this. When I finally reached home, however, my cousin argued with me on Snapchat, essentially trying to justify her actions. She argued with my friend and said disrespectful things about her family, etc. It was a lot, and after that, we didn't speak to each other for a couple of months. Around March or April, I decided to forgive her and move on from everything for my mental health, but to keep her at a distance due to me not wanting to open up again. She, however, didn't like that, and insisted that it wasn't fair that I didn't want to listen and how I let my friend slut-shame her due to what she did and refused to understand the point I was making. So it broke out into an all-out war with my ex, somehow getting access to one of my alt accounts and telling me to stop talking to my cousin, which let me know they were still talking. So by that point, I dropped it altogether. Now, months later, my cousin has messaged my Instagram after months of not talking to me, saying she wants to reconcile and saying it's unfair that I was willing to drop it and forgive my ex and not her first, even though I did forgive her first and she chose not to listen to me, and basically that because we're family, I should be able to reach out and forgive her. I upfront told her that if we were family, you wouldn't have done what you did to me and lied to my face. I haven't spoken to her since that day, but she keeps apologizing and telling me she loves me and my friend who I don't speak to anymore. I don't know what to do here. I don't want to talk to her, but I don't want to essentially abandon someone I've grown up with for years. I feel like I have mixed emotions. So would I be an asshole for not talking to her? This next post was made in the same subreddit by a user named ArtEast1674. About 9 years ago, my brother's wife left him for another man. She had been cheating on him all that time. My brother was devastated. They had married very young. I was always against it. I had my brother in my apartment for months. He had fallen into a severe depression, and I was the one who paid for his psychologist since he didn't have money and even lost his job because he didn't even want to move from the couch or bath. I even gave him a bath. I wasn't bothered by that. I did everything for my brother. She just left and blocked him from everywhere. She simply confessed to him that she had been cheating on him for a year and that she was in love with that man. 4 years after that, when my brother was finally starting to feel better, she reappeared in everyone's life. The typical thing happened. She and her lover were no longer together. She had begun to receive psychological help and changed completely. She felt regretful, she was really sorry, etc. I told my brother all the time to cut off contact with her for the sake of his mental health. He didn't. I always had a bad feeling and I could smell the shit from afar. He started to justify her past actions all the time by saying that she changed, they were too young, and she was having problems. And he got angry when I told him that she is still a Shortly after that, they got back together and my brother cut off all contact with me because I didn't accept their relationship and he didn't want anyone to come between them. I told him to f off and we didn't talk anymore. Now my brother has reappeared at my house after years without him wanting to talk to me, only to tell me that his wife cheated on him again, but this time they have children. In the past, I would have let him in, hugged him and everything, but he has gone years without even inviting me to meet his children. He has not even spoken to me to congratulate me on my marriage or on my pregnancy. I even invited him to my wedding and he didn't come. I told him that at this moment I can't let him be in my house, which is actually true because I can't have that kind of stress. He told me that we are siblings and he needs me, but I told him that I needed him too. But he was never there and he cut me off for that woman. We had an argument and my husband ended up kicking him out because I was already crying. He's staying with our parents now and my mother just tells me it's not the time to hold a grudge against him and he needs me. But I can't forget how he didn't think twice before cutting off all contact with me for her. 1 week later, OP provided an update. I have spoken to my mother because she kept trying to persuade me to talk to my brother. She came to see me since I cannot move too much. She basically told me that my brother is very sorry and I told her that then he should tell me that and not her. But my mother replied that my brother is too embarrassed about his actions. I told her that I am not going to let her be any kind of mediator and my brother is old enough to speak for himself. I know he was sending her to insist that I talk back to him. My brother is an adult and can speak for himself. That said, 2 days ago, my brother came to my house to talk about everything. He told me something that I always knew, which is that he never got over his ex-wife, and he was always totally blind for her. He believed that all of us who were against him coming back to her were toxic and he should cut us out of his life because we were an obstacle that didn't believe people can change. So that's what he did with me, block me from his life. He He said that he feels ashamed of himself for having been so blind since she cheated on him again. I never told him I told you so, nor am I going to, cause he already knows that. There were many people worried about whether their children were his, but I can assure everyone that they are. They look identical to him, and luckily she was maybe faithful at that time. Anyway, after talking, he apologized to me and told me that he needs me, but I told him the same thing as that day. I needed him too, and he was never there. I forgive him for everything, but that doesn't mean that I want to go back to everything being like before because I don't want to put myself in that situation again. He didn't even tell me what he's gonna do with his wife, and I don't want the situation to repeat. I never did anything expecting something in return, but it did hurt me a lot that he turned his back on me without thinking twice and only came back when things got bad for him. I had invited him to my wedding, maybe foolishly believing that he would come, but he didn't even do that. I even kept a seat for him thinking he was maybe coming late, and I feel really dumb for doing that. I told him I'm sorry, but I want things to continue as before since I got used to not having him in my life, and I don't trust that he won't use me as a nurse and therapist anymore. At first, he didn't understand it and said that we are siblings and we should be united, but when I told him that he forgot that for years, he shut up. So that's it. I simply told him that I prefer to continue without contact with him as before, and I have made it clear to my mother that I want to spend these months peacefully. Maybe some will call me cruel and say I should think about my family, but I'm not going to let him treat me like she treated him. User Favorite Ghost said he didn't lose her when he blocked her and chose the wife. He lost her when she looked at that empty seat she'd saved for him, even hoping he was late, on her wedding day, and broke her heart on the day she should be only celebrating love. That part was horrible. User Donner Party Supplies said, when my ex-wife stepped out, it was more than a bit unpleasant, and I wasn't really all there mentally for a little while. About 6 months after finding out, I was at a cookout with my family. Somehow, the conversation turned and I said something about how I'd probably go back to my ex if she asked about patching things up. My older sister turned around and slapped me across the face hard enough that I could hear the shockwave echoing off the barn. Then she said that if I ever considered it for more than a second, she'd never speak to me again. An hour later, I told her that my face still hurt, and she said that as long as it hurt, it would be a reminder of how she didn't associate with morons and not to act like one. User Conquer Prime said, I have a half-sister who lives states away. She had 2 kids and married. We learned of each life event after the fact only because she wanted a gift for each event. She never calls, and the only communication was a Christmas card with a couple of family pics, which I interpreted as send us gifts. She finally stopped sending them. While the kids were little, we made plans to drive up the 8 hours to see her and her kids. Her response was to change nothing about her plans that day, despite a 3-week notice. She had running around she wanted to do and went and did it, leaving us just hanging around twiddling our thumbs. We spent all of 2 hours with them and headed home. The final straw was when my dad had a heart attack. Because she had 2 tiny ones, we didn't expect her to drive to see him unless she really wanted to, but we made one request. Call and check in on him once a week for a little while. She never did. He is fine, but the lesson is she made all the indications she doesn't want to be a member of the family, and so I will respect that decision. This decision also means no help. She and her children are on their own, no different if it was some stranger wanting help. My dad is up there in age, and when he passes, hopefully still many years from now, I will likely be the one making the calls and she will not be on the list. Inheritance isn't an issue with his debt. All this is a way of saying if a family member wants to cut you off, that is their choice. But unwinding that decision should not be as simple as demanding it. They have to earn it, and I'm betting the brother isn't going to try to earn it. User Similar Shame 7517 said, the audacity of this brother, not for going back to a cheater, but for burning that bridge with his sister because in his heart of hearts he knew that she was correct and that he shouldn't get back with his ex. Did he also cut off Dear Mom? If not, then why didn't Mom force him to attend his sister's wedding and be there for her other life events? Both brother and mom suck. User J Movic said, when a person is cheated on for the first time, they're definitely the victim and I feel bad for them. But when a person stays and is cheated on again by the same person, I have no form of sympathy for them. People saying OP is overreacting don't understand how messed up it is that he basically chose the cheater over her after she literally put him together after he was broken. His ungrateful and dumb self doesn't deserve a place in her life. User Killer Queen Slash said OP made the correct call of cutting her brother out of her life for her own peace and mental health. She doesn't owe him any comfort after his own choices blew up in his face after he ignored OP's warnings about his ex. Her brother didn't see her as a sibling or a person, only a crutch for him to use, then discard when his cheating ex came back into his life. He took advantage of her because she was a nurse. OP should also keep a distance from her mom since she will take her brother's side of his lack of maturity to talk to OP face to face. User Bored German said, I had a friend like that, but not with cheating, just general emotional unavailability. She didn't listen when I told her that she was running in a toxic circle and that the other girl wasn't good for her. She dismissed everything I said as blind and naive, but I was good enough to be whined to and to comfort her. Needless to say, it ruined years of friendship. I'm glad that OP stuck up for herself. It's so emotionally draining to become the therapist for someone who's insistent on ruining their mental health. This final post was made in the same subreddit by a user named Turbulent Heat 1819. The post is titled AITAH for cutting my hair without telling my husband first. I, 29M, was running some errands today and spontaneously decided to get a haircut. My hair wasn't that long, only to my chin, but it had been bothering me for a while. It's not a drastic difference, just a little shorter and a more conveniently masculine style. I didn't even think about telling my husband, 41M, before doing it. When I got home and he saw my new haircut, he immediately became angry. I asked him if he liked it and he said he didn't. He asked what I'd been thinking, cutting off my hair without talking to him first. I honestly didn't think it would be such a big deal because it's just hair and it'll grow back eventually. But when I told him that, he completely freaked out and said if I didn't care about it, I should just cut all of it off. I'm now locked in the bathroom until I shave my head. I'm honestly in a bit of shock because I didn't expect this to escalate this way. I don't want to shave my head, but I also don't want to stay in the bathroom forever. Is it really such a big deal that I didn't talk to my husband beforehand? Update. I decided that it's not worth fighting over this, so I'm just going to shave it off. I kind of made it a bigger issue than it should have been anyway. I'm sorry for wasting your time. Also, I'm not a woman. The very next day, OP provided an update. My husband and I had a fight yesterday. It wasn't even anything serious, but it escalated a little. I got a haircut without talking to him about it first, and he got mad about it. I then made it worse by saying that it's not a big deal and just hair that will grow back, so he made me shave my head to prove his point. He's always been a little neurotic about things like plans and giving him a heads up before I do anything. He generally doesn't like it when I do things he hasn't approved first, like when I order something at a restaurant or when I make plans with people he doesn't know that well, but that's just how he is. I guess he's a micromanager and can be a little uptight about things, but I never took any of that as abusive. When I made a post on Reddit about our fight yesterday, a lot of comments said he's abusive. I don't think I'm being abused though. He never gets violent with me or forces me to do things I don't want to, but it got me thinking that maybe there are things I should look out for in case he ever changes. A few weeks later, we get OP's final update. I just wanted to let you know that you were right. After what happened last month, things kept getting worse. Last night, we had another fight that escalated, and after I was released from the hospital, I went straight to my sister's house. Tomorrow, she and her boyfriend are coming with me to collect some of my stuff. I'd like to think that I would have left him without your comments on my last post, but I'm honestly not completely sure if I wouldn't have just tried to find excuses for his behavior, so thank you for that. This story was created in the AITAH subreddit by a throwaway account. The post is titled AITAH for calling my father's wife a creep. I am 32F. My father is in his 60s and has been married to Sasha, who is in her 40s, for almost a decade. I was already an adult when they started seeing each other, so I never had much of a relationship with her. That said, Sasha was nice and thoughtful, though a bit annoying at times, and I never had any problems with her. I now have a husband, 34M, and 2 kids, 9M and 4F. Sasha is very fond of my children, especially my daughter. That became very suffocating pretty quickly, so we started setting some boundaries. She never overstepped them. In January, my father and Sasha decided to go on a trip to Disney World and invited us to join them. We decided to go to celebrate our son's 9th birthday. I quickly regretted coming along. Sasha spent the entire trip fussing over my daughter in ways that overstepped almost every boundary we'd set. Examples include Sasha buying a mini ears tiara. She wanted me to buy my daughter an identical one so they could match. My daughter didn't like the tiara, so I bought her a Donald Duck hat instead. Sasha got her the tiara anyway and was upset that she didn't want to wear it. My father and Sasha went shopping in between parks. I told them not to buy my kids anything, as we still had shopping to do and didn't want to risk making our bags too heavy. Still, Sasha returned with 5 bags of clothing for my daughter and 2 for my son, saying she couldn't resist it. My daughter wanted a Belle costume to wear at the parks, as that's her favorite princess. Sasha tried to convince us to get her an Ariel costume instead because that's her favorite. I explained that we never watched The Little Mermaid at home because my daughter is scared of Ursula. Sasha insisted on taking dozens of pictures with my daughter in front of the castle at Magic Kingdom. She also took some with my son, but not nearly as many. She tried to convince us to take our daughter to Bibbidi Bobbidi Boutique. We refused because the prices are crazy and we'd already bought her the Belle costume. She offered to pay, but we held our ground. I later found out Sasha tried to make a reservation anyway, but there was no availability. When we took our daughter to Slinky Dog Dash, her first roller coaster, Sasha tried to sit next to her. My daughter wanted to sit with me, so we switched. She tried to do the same thing in other attractions. At the Muppets Theater, she tried to get my daughter to sit in her lap. Sasha also tried to pick her up while we met some of the characters. There were more instances. The final straw for me, however, was the last park day of the trip. We were at Magic Kingdom. My husband suffered a minor injury and I had to take him to the first aid station. The kids wanted to go to the Peter Pan ride, so my dad and Sasha offered to take them in the meantime. However, according to my father, the line was too long, so instead, Sasha suggested the Little Mermaid ride, assuring my kids Ursula wasn't on it. Actually, there's a pretty big Ursula animatronic there. My daughter was still sobbing and hugging her brother when we reunited. When we flew back home, I told my father that we'd no longer take our children on trips with Sasha due to her behavior. He got extremely angry. He said his wife loved my kids, thought about what they'd like to do at every moment of the trip, and that we should be grateful to have her in our lives. I lost my temper at that. I told him Sasha was a creep and that they should be grateful I was still okay with them even seeing my children after her actions during the trip. We ended up having a huge fight after that. It's been weeks since we returned home and my father is still angry at me and my husband. Sasha has texted me a few times. She says she's sorry if she made me uncomfortable, but that she loves my kids and hoped to use the trip to spend more time with them. To be honest, I don't think I'm the jerk here, but I do think I might have overreacted. I believe there's a chance Sasha's actions were motivated by love and she truly did have good intentions. User Significant Cat 3 said NTA. You set some pretty clear boundaries that Sasha kept crossing the entire trip. Even your daughter seems to not be particularly receptive towards her. Also, your son can probably pick up on this favoritism, and that's not good for him either. I don't mean to do armchair psychology, but this reads like Sasha has always wanted a young daughter and is using yours to live vicariously through. Hence why she kept trying to push things that your daughter doesn't like onto her. Under this comment, OP said, "My son doesn't like Sasha. I'm not sure why, but I think he gets that she favors my daughter. He's also very protective of his sister, so her discomfort could also be a reason." User 50 Cent But in Nichols said, "Where did she show even an ounce of caring what they wanted to do? Was it when she tried to force a tiara and an Ariel costume on them, or maybe when she lied to terrorize them? She's the worst kind of Disney adult." User DachshundMom5 said, "She's playing dress up and using your daughter as her child. It's Sasha's make-believe. Your daughter is not a toy or a prop. You aren't the jerk, but she knew your daughter was afraid of Ursula and terrified her anyway. Your dad is lying to your face and stomping all over you. How healthy is this?" User Pick a Better Name said, "You're NTA because you have your children's best interests at heart, but it may benefit you and your dad's relationship to understand why Sasha is like she is. Overstepping boundaries is easier for someone when they believe it's for a good cause or to have fun in a safe way. Does she have kids of her own? Can she not have kids of her own? Does she maybe see the kids as her grandkids? It's a difficult one, but getting to the source of that could make the whole thing healthier. But on the other hand, it's not your job to put that work in when it's your father's relationship. All I'd suggest you do is explain to your father that you set boundaries and regardless of intention, Sasha broke them, which you do not condone. Good luck." Under this comment, OP said the following, "Sasha doesn't have children of her own. My father has me and my sister and has always been open about not wanting more kids. They're married, so I'm assuming she doesn't want kids either. I also don't think she sees my kids as grandchildren. She's always referred to herself as Aunt Sasha instead." When I got pregnant with my son, she commented she was too young to be a grandma. User Divinitry said, when blended or even regular families get together this close, friction is literally inevitable. Disneyland by itself can make people more excited than usual, and then we, the parents and especially grandparents, focus on the children experiencing our excitement through them. My feeling is that your father's wife meant well but got carried away by the Disney experience. You had only so many days and hours to experience it. Plus, there is the generational difference where not too long ago, anything a child got from Disney was very special, and gratitude was assured. All that has changed, and some grandma types haven't caught on to that yet. My suggestion is to just not do such trips anymore since your preferences greatly differ. Your father's wife, and he clearly cares for her, wants to be a good grandma to his grandchildren, but likely went overboard. It's one of those times where when you can forgive and let go, it will go a long way. Getting older, being a grandma, and interacting with your spouse's adult children isn't as intuitive as with one's own children. Just take the high road and be glad your father has a spouse who's trying her best to fit in. It could be very different, trust me. About a week later, OP provided an update. I read your comments and came to the following conclusion. As much as Sasha's behavior towards my children angered me and freaked me out, calling her a creep was the wrong reaction to have. That said, I think it's best for my family to distance itself from Sasha for the time being, and at the very least, my previous decision to avoid future trips with her based on the Disney trip is still the best course of action. Sasha's pushiness, tendency to override my and my husband's parenting, and blatant favoritism towards my daughter were much worse when the kids were younger. After my daughter's birth, she began to focus too much attention on her and almost none on my son. I gave more examples of that in the comments on my original post. That's the reason we set boundaries in the first place. Her fixation on my daughter also bothers me. When we had the boundary conversation with my father and Sasha, she told us that she'd always wondered what having a daughter would be like. She'd also defined herself as child-free before, so I was never certain what to think of that. Either way, that reassured me and my husband that we were doing the best for our kids. Those boundaries had never been overstepped. Then we went on the Disney trip and most of them were completely ignored. Many of you pointed out that she might have gotten carried away or that Disney is exciting and she wanted to make sure my kids had the best experience, etc. There are two things I'll say to that. The first is that whatever Sasha's reasons were, she still overstepped our boundaries. When we first set those, we told her that doing so would have consequences. Disney or not, I don't see a reason to make an exception. Secondly, she wasn't trying to ensure my kids had the best experience. She was pushing them to fulfill her fantasy of what their Disney trip should look like. She repeatedly ignored my children's wishes in favor of her own, despite them both being very clear about what they wanted and didn't want. Sasha also continually favored my daughter, including during my son's birthday, and fussed over her in ways that made her uncomfortable. And I still haven't forgiven the Little Mermaid thing. My daughter is a bit shy and it takes a while to open up to most people, so knowing her trust was broken as that angers me in ways I can't describe. To put it in simpler terms, my children aren't props, and whoever treats them as such will at the very least be put in time out. I called my father and Sasha on Saturday. I apologized for calling Sasha a creep, but told them that we needed some time apart. They won't see my family until my younger sister's birthday in late April. If that goes well, they'll be invited to my daughter's 5th birthday party in May. After that, we'll slowly work on re-establishing contact. I also said that if they overstepped our boundaries again, the consequences would be more dire. My father didn't take it well, I don't care. Sasha sent me a text with more apologies, followed by a request to at least FaceTime my kids every now and then. I said no, and to those who said my controlling behavior ruined the trip, my kids had an amazing time at Disney World. They're both still talking about it. My daughter keeps asking us to put her pictures with the characters she met up on the wall, and my son says he had the best birthday ever. I think that's it. Thank you for your advice and support on my first post. User Canny1Moon said, "You protected your children and that's the best thing you can do in any situation. I'm glad they're still talking about the trip despite favoritism and the Ursula animatronic, which means you and your husband managed to outshine all of that with wonderful memories. For the possible reconciliation, everyone can act normal for a day, especially if they know there's a goalpost on that day. It's the behavior over time that counts. If they're still messaging you, requesting FaceTime calls, and calling you unreasonable despite you clearly saying you want NC, you could begin a tally, 1 point for each request, and when it's X amount of points, they'll have their timeout extended because they obviously don't understand boundaries yet. Under this comment, OP said, "That's great advice. We don't want to go NC, but we will if our boundaries are disrespected. Knowing my father, a tally wouldn't be well received. I'm doing my best to avoid turning this into a bigger fight, but that kind of system would probably make things worse. It might be worth a shot though. I'll talk to my husband about it." User BIrony88 said, "Ask your daughter how Sasha makes her feel. If she expresses discomfort, you know what you need to do." A bit of a story time. When I was 8, my parents divorced. Shortly after, my dad took me to visit his mother in Florida, the first time I'd seen her since my literal birth. She arranged a trip to Disney World for us, my first and only trip there. Somehow, Dad met up with an old girlfriend of his at his mom's. I have no idea how, because as far as I know, he had never lived in Florida himself. She invited herself into our vacation. The woman made my 8-year-old self supremely uncomfortable. She tried to insert herself into my life as a replacement mother, bad-mouthed my own mom, and tried to convince me she didn't love me and that she herself should be my new mom, even sleeping with me on the pull-out couch, which really freaked me out. My dad didn't realize any of this. He was so clueless, and I didn't know how to tell him what was happening. This was supposed to be my bonding time with my grandmother, and this strange woman was ruining it. She went with us to Disney World, and she tainted that trip in much the way Sasha tainted yours. She was so overbearing and made everything about the relationship between her and me. I didn't really get to enjoy much of that day. There were even a few times when I was so overwhelmed I broke down in tears, like your daughter. The excuse was that I was afraid of the rides that she pressured me into going on, but her behavior contributed to my meltdowns, as did my sleepless nights with that woman on the couch. My experience is not identical to yours, but I hope it offered a child's perspective of such a situation. Your daughter may not like all of the attention Sasha was giving her, but may not be able to articulate it or may be afraid to. Sit her down and talk to her about it. Tell her it's okay to tell you anything and ask her how the experience made her feel. Under this comment, OP said the following: "Thank you for sharing that. It's always been clear that my daughter was uncomfortable with Sasha's behavior, which is why we made so many efforts to reinforce our boundaries. Timid or not, she was very vocal about what she wanted, be it our company, not Sasha's, or specific rides and souvenirs. In spite of that, I know we didn't shelter our daughter from everything. She's only 4, so I know the situation was a lot for her to process, and she can't articulate her feelings as well as her brother can, but she's not looking forward to seeing Sasha anytime soon, and I intend to respect that." About 2 months later, we got another update from OP. Last time I posted here, I mentioned that my father and Sasha wouldn't see my children until my younger sister's birthday. The party took place last weekend, and we didn't attend. These 2 months of NC worked fine, but not great. My father respected my wishes to my surprise, but Sasha kept trying to find ways to talk to my children. She'd call me under the guise of needing to ask me something, only to later say, "By the way, are the kids around? I want to say hi." Every time she tried that, I'd remind her of what I told her back in March. This must have happened almost a dozen times, which was enough for my husband and me to start debating on skipping the party. After speaking to our kids, we decided not to go. They both said they missed my father, but clearly didn't want to see Sasha. We thought about attending and just distancing them from her while there, but risking making our children uncomfortable wasn't worth it. My son even asked if we could see their aunt somewhere else without Sasha around. My husband and I explained the situation to my sister. She was upset, but mostly because she hadn't seen the kids in a while. We all went to dinner at her favorite restaurant the day after her party. I also called my father and told him we wouldn't go to the birthday party. He reacted better than I expected, but we still had a short fight about it. He claimed that I had promised we'd let Sasha see the kids after 2 months, called me unfair, and said he was entitled to have a relationship with his grandchildren. I immediately denied that. Though I tried to sugarcoat it at first, I eventually gave him the truth. My kids don't want to see his wife, and I won't force them to. My father and I had a long talk. I told him how much Sasha's actions at the Disney trip upset my children, as well as how uncomfortable my husband and I felt. I admitted I don't trust his wife at all, and I don't think I ever truly will. He said that while he still thought I was overreacting, he understood I wanted to protect my kids. My dad also told me about how these 2 months of NC were for them. Apparently, Sasha started talking about my kids, mostly my daughter, a lot more than usual. She'd mention things and places she thought they would like. My father was aware of one of the times she called me, but thought it was a one-time thing. She wanted to give my daughter a gift at my sister's birthday party. He said he didn't know why. At one point, she told him she wanted to plan another family vacation with the kids, even though I told them they're not traveling with Sasha anymore. Learning all of that just made me more certain that I can't trust this woman around my children. For now, I intend to remain LC with my father and NC with Sasha. My daughter told me she wanted her grandpa at her birthday party a few weeks from now, so I told him that he was invited, but Sasha wasn't. He agreed. To be honest, I don't trust my father after all of this. I'm allowing him to come because that party will take place at my home, which is easier for me to control. If he tries to bring Sasha, they'll both be kicked out, and it will take a long time for me to consider letting him near my kids again. My father hasn't told me how his wife is reacting to this. My sister told me that during her party, Sasha asked her to tell me she wanted to talk. I'm not reaching out to her, nor do I plan to respond if she attempts to contact me. Both my husband and I have blocked her. My children are doing great. They still talk about how much fun they had at Disney. My daughter's been saving money, putting coins in her piggy bank, so we can go back. On a completely different note, I'm pregnant again. This was completely unplanned. I always said I wanted 2 kids at most, and the third would have to be a huge accident. But my husband and I are ecstatic. I'm still in the first trimester, so not a lot of people know. We're brainstorming ways to tell our kids. Overall, I'm happy with my life right now, and as much as I wish this Sasha situation had never happened, I feel like a better parent after dealing with it. I have never been more confident in my abilities to protect my children than I am now. I don't think I'll update again anytime soon. Once again, thank you for all the support you've given me. I wish you the best. User Dalton402 said, I'll get the worst part out of the way first. Your dad was always going to support his wife. However, God, you did the right thing. What Sasha is doing is major overcompensating for something. If she treated all your kids the same, it would be one thing, but her fixation on your daughter is creepy. I don't think you should have apologized for it. I wonder if there is some trauma in Sasha's life involving a daughter that she hasn't admitted to. Under this comment, OP said, if there is any trauma, I can sympathize with her, but I can't let her use my daughter as a therapy pet. I hate to admit it, but I agree, my father's always going to support her. I really hope this attempt at LC with him works. User Lazuli said, sorry, but I think Sasha is a creep. I'm sure you already plan to do this, but I would keep my exact due date secret so Sasha and Pop don't show up at the hospital. Don't tell anyone but whoever is going to watch your 2 little ones that you are in labor, or at least make sure they won't slip up and tell Sasha. User Wheat said, I don't think it is trauma that is the driving force behind Sasha's actions. You mentioned Sasha wondered what it was like to have a daughter despite saying she is child-free. It is not unusual for men and women in their 30s and older to start to revisit thoughts of parenthood, even if they chose to be child-free, adopted their kid out, had abortions, and so on. Some have accepted the way things are, or simply have thought about it but do not desire parenthood or kids, but some do latch onto the child of another to experience what it is like. I think that is where Sasha is at. She has taken a liking to pretending to be a parent. It is kind of like a play to her that she is hooked on, and your daughter is her favorite dolly to fulfill her fantasy through. Of course, only the fun parts, shopping, dressing up, taking pics together, and so forth. Not the actual parent experience. That wouldn't be as bad if it wasn't for her lack of boundaries. Respecting the actual parents and kids, it is all about what she wants, and her favoritism. You're doing well by taking your kids into consideration and keeping someone who is not respecting you, your husband, or your children at bay. To this, OP said, I don't think she's latched onto my daughter. She's latched onto the idea of who my daughter should be. She either ignores or doesn't know who my kid actually is. User Rue Harbor said, I'm so glad you're sticking to your guns on the boundaries. Sasha seems to have an unhealthy obsession with your daughter, which I would think justifies calling her a creep, to be honest. I get that one can gravitate more naturally towards one child in the family, be it nieces, nephews, grandchildren, or own children. Maybe they remind the person of themselves, or maybe they have more in common. But as an adult, you have to make a conscious effort to treat them all with the same amount of interest and enthusiasm. What Sasha is doing is anything but. After reading your posts, I'm just left thinking Sasha needs therapy, and that if I were you, I'd tell my kids' schools that Sasha is never to come pick them up, etc. Because her obsession seems to go on with a life force of its own, regardless of how much you guys distance yourselves. Especially with her bizarre phone calls and how your dad describes her constantly talking about your daughter in the NC period, and how she seems to not take in the information about vacation boundaries. That gave me some major ick. The final post from OP was made just 7 days ago. First of all, my father didn't bring Sasha to my daughter's birthday party back in May. I didn't really think he would. I had made it very clear I wouldn't tolerate that, but I'd be lying if I said your comments didn't make me a little paranoid. Secondly, I've just entered my 3rd trimester and the baby will be here in November. The kids are ecstatic. I'm having another girl, but my husband and I are not sharing the sex until she's born. This has nothing to do with our families, it's just something we've also done with our first 2. Everyone, including Sasha, knows I'm pregnant. We announced it a couple of months ago. I had no problem with my father telling her, though he did ask if he could. I didn't hear much about her reaction, but according to my father, she was happy for me. My children still don't want to see Sasha, and I'm still not forcing them to. I've unblocked her and put her on mute instead, but she hasn't made any attempts to contact me. We've continued meeting my father without his wife, and I think it's been working out. My relationship with him isn't fantastic, but it's much better than it was earlier this year. Last week, I saw Sasha for the first time in months. My cousin threw a party at her place. My husband and I attended, as did my father and Sasha. I knew she'd be there, but since the kids weren't with us, son had a sleepover, daughter stayed with my mom, I didn't really have anything against seeing her. They arrived sometime after we did. My husband and I spoke with them for a few minutes, and it was less awkward than I expected. Sasha asked me about the baby again, and I told her we weren't telling anyone, which again is what we've always done. About 20 minutes later, my father told me they had to go. I thought it was weird that they were leaving so soon, but I didn't think much of it at the time. He called me a few days ago, and we spoke for a long time. My father is difficult to talk to, so the following is what I gathered from the conversation. He said they left early because Sasha was holding back tears after she saw me. She was sobbing by the time they got to the car. They later had a discussion about it, and Sasha admitted she wanted kids. She married my dad knowing he didn't, but hoped he would change his mind. Apparently, when my son was born, Sasha tried to drop "I want one" hints to my father. He didn't notice it, so she gave up. According to my father, Sasha told him she loved my kids equally, but my daughter was special because she always imagined herself as a girl mom. That's also the reason why she became such a suffocating presence when my daughter was a baby. When my husband and I started setting boundaries, Sasha realized that she was overstepping and agreed to abide by them. To her credit, I think she did a mostly okay job back then, but the favoritism was still obvious enough that my son noticed it. The trip we took was a turning point because Sasha's dream of having a daughter included taking her to Disney World and having her do all the things she liked to do there when she was young. She told my father that having my daughter there was so exciting that she forgot everything I'd said about not overstepping. Sasha wanted a mother-daughter trip and tried to use my child for it. Sasha said she regretted her actions during the Disney trip, but only because she lost access to my children due to them. And seeing me at the party all pregnant and pretty, my father's words, not sure she actually said that, was what drove her over the edge. I remember reading some comments theorizing that this was what was going on, but I still didn't really expect this. My father said he was telling me all this because his wife wasn't doing well and he'd understand if I wanted to keep my kids away from her. Didn't expect that either. I don't know what the future of their relationship will be, and I don't think my father does either. All I know is that if Sasha still wants to have kids, it almost definitely will not be with my father. Before all this, I was pondering about my third child's future in relation to Sasha. Now, I sincerely don't want her to be a part of my baby's life. This isn't a final decision, but I've been speaking to my husband about it and he agrees with me. I don't think she's a bad person. I got some baby stealer comments on my previous update, but I don't think that's what's happening here either. But if the Disney trip proved anything to me, it's that Sasha is willing to be extremely selfish and disrespectful to get what she wants, even when my kids are involved. A couple of months ago, my husband and I had a conversation with our son about the subject. He told us he dislikes Sasha for 2 reasons. She favors his sister and she doesn't listen to them. Honestly, that's all I need to know. Looking back at my own childhood, I feel like I was never allowed to have boundaries. I was always expected to put my schedules and preferences aside for others. It's important to me that my children don't go through that. If they don't want to see Sasha, they don't have to. I think that's all I want to say here. I'm doing well, my kids are thriving, and I'm excited to meet my third baby. Again, thank you guys. User OpenIncident3601 said, "Your dad is certainly not telling you the extent of how far off the deep end she has gone, but it's enough that he gently told you that you are doing the right thing, keeping your kids away from her because she isn't well. I guarantee he's had to listen to some crazy things at home, and he believes you that she's obsessed with your daughter, and now you're getting a second daughter. She's going to struggle even worse if she thinks you are getting the daughters she deserves." User Messy Posting said, "Hopefully, Sasha's biological clock has timed out. Her behavior, including wanting children at 40-something with a 60-something-year-old man, has proven she would not make a good mother. If she had a baby with your father, that child would most likely lose its father before or during college. It would be dealing with an aging, retiree mother in her 20s. Who would want to subject a child to a lifetime of the hurt caused by losing your parents early or seeing them decline into old age? She is incredibly selfish and immature." Under this comment, OP said, "To be exact here, Sasha is 47 years old. I don't know about her fertility, but if she had a child with my father, she would almost certainly raise it mostly alone. She doesn't work, but my father still does because he wants to, and his job involves traveling a lot. Plus, I love the guy, but he's always had the tendency of getting lazy when he's home, which naturally got worse with age. And again, he doesn't want to raise more kids. Financially speaking, they're more than okay, but I can't imagine raising a toddler in my 50s. User Defiant Strength 6774 said, "Do you know if the way Sasha is behaving is because of issues in her life or childhood trauma with affection and boundaries, or she's keeping some secrets within? If so, has she tried to get help in counseling or therapy? Maybe there is more to it, but I'm probably stretching it. I'm so glad you're able to have such amazing communication with your kids. I feel I can't ever have that type of conversation with parents due to their belief, where they think they're mostly always in the right. I'm glad this changes for a lot of people. Congrats on your third born. Hope she is healthy. Blessings." To this, OP commented the following: "This whole explanation about her wanting a daughter made a lot of sense to me. I don't know if that's all there is to it, but I really don't care much. I have trauma with boundaries as well. I'm in therapy, but I haven't worked through everything, and I'd never deliberately make someone uncomfortable over it, least of all someone else's kids. I agree it's important to communicate with your children. My daughter was very obviously uncomfortable with Sasha's behavior during the trip. There were instances of her overstepping I haven't even mentioned here. And my daughter is a shy kid, so the fact that she was audibly protesting most of Sasha's actions was impossible to ignore. I've spoken with both my kids about how that behavior made them feel, which is how my husband and I made the decision to distance them from Sasha." This story was created in the AITAH subreddit by a user named PracticalBuy3266. The post is titled AITAH for telling my daughter that her much older BF isn't welcome in our home. My 48 husband, M46, and I have a 20-year-old daughter, Ellie, who is currently on vacation from college. About 5 months or so ago, Ellie told us that she had a new boyfriend, who I'll call Tom. This came rather out of the blue, as Ellie hadn't mentioned seeing anyone or that she was dating, but both my husband and I were supportive and happy for her. However, Ellie was strangely secretive about the whole situation. Usually, she's an open book, especially with me, and would always share details of her personal life. On this occasion, she wouldn't show any pictures, and we knew next to no information about Tom, other than that they met at a party through a mutual friend. Ellie spent the past month of her vacation in her college town, and the plan was always for her to come back this weekend. Ellie asked if she could bring Tom with her for a few days of the trip as they were getting serious, and she wanted him to meet us. Although we mentioned that we knew barely anything about him, Ellie expressed that it would be a surprise and that we'd love him. Given he's clearly an important part of our daughter's life, we agreed and said we'd look forward to spending the weekend together. Yesterday morning, we went to pick up Ellie and Tom from the airport to drive them to our place, and we were shocked. We knew instantly that Tom was much older than Ellie, and he certainly wasn't a college student. I was just in a state of surprise, but didn't want to cause a scene, and told my husband to do the same. We drove home, but it was a frosty journey, which Ellie commented on. When we arrived, my husband point blank asked Tom how old he was. Tom said he was 44. I was immediately disgusted. He's only 2 years younger than my husband and old enough to be Ellie's father. My husband continued to interrogate him, asking how they met and the whole background. Ellie explained that it was at a party and Tom was there because he's well known around the town, and they realized they had a lot in common and hit it off from there. I really didn't want to hear anymore, and my husband told Tom to leave. Ellie shouted and said how unfair this was, that we hadn't even given Tom a chance and that he made her happy. Tom could sense the tension, so he left and Ellie followed behind him. I texted Ellie to tell her we'd love to see her and to come over to discuss the situation. She asked if Tom was welcome and I said he wasn't. Therefore, after labeling me a judgmental she told me she wasn't coming and that they would be staying at a local hotel and catching up with friends. I feel terrible about the whole situation and don't want to lose my daughter over it. My husband isn't budging and says he'd have to be held back if he ever saw that man again. Am I the jerk for saying he isn't welcome, or have I done the right thing? User leading Summer4724 said, I was your daughter once. Nearly the same age gap with the guy I was dating. The absolute best thing my parents did was keep the lines of communication open between us, because as the guy started to systematically cut me off from all the other people in my life, when I finally went to cut bait, it was my parents who stepped out to catch me. Under this comment, user Sneasels for Neasels said, I had a similar experience and my foster dad was what I believed amazingly chill about me dating a guy in his mid-30s when I was 19. I spoke to him over a decade later and he said he wanted to deck the guy but knew if he pushed me then I'd dig my heels in and the relationship would go on far longer. Instead, he asked me to check in so he knew where I was and when I'd be back to make sure I was safe. He did, however, do other things to gently highlight the inequality of the relationship. For example, he'd make sure to say how nice I looked every time I left the house. The boyfriend would send me back to the house for not wearing makeup or the right clothes. It didn't take too long for me to put two and two together and realize the boyfriend was a control freak who wanted a trophy girlfriend. Another comment under this thread said, I was hoping to find someone else in the daughter's shoes. My parents' open disagreement with my decision made it easier for me to lie to them to avoid their disappointment. That said, I give them credit that they emphasized that they were there for me, and it got better when my mom started letting me vent judgment-free. I knew the stupid, immature, hurtful things he said and did with me were just that, but my mom listened and didn't judge. Honestly, the shame of telling someone was eventually enough for me to realize how crazy our relationship was. User Maroon Grad said, play the long game here. Best story I have heard, the dad befriended the guy. They talked about stuff relevant to their age group, did dad-aged stuff together, talked about things like insurance and retirement and house payments, went out to eat at boring grown-up places instead of sports bars, and just generally acted like middle-aged men. She realized that she was basically dating her father. They had almost nothing in common and broke up. User Ziako24 said NTA. However, you should take the opposite approach. Invite him in and constantly passive-aggressively remind her that he's your age. Nothing makes these situations worse and the younger party more clingy than parental disapproval. The very next day, OP gave us an update. First off, I wanted to thank everyone for their comments and messages yesterday. I was overwhelmed with the responses and didn't expect my post to gain so much attention. I know opinions were quite split, but I appreciate everyone for being honest. Please accept my apologies for not responding to anyone, but there has been a lot on my mind, so I thought it would be best to provide an update for those interested. For those who haven't read the whole post, a brief summary is my 20-year-old daughter Ellie brought home her boyfriend of 5 months, Tom, to our house. Tom happens to be 44, and my husband and I told Tom that he wasn't welcome in our home. Ellie and Tom are currently staying in a nearby hotel. I was incredibly down throughout most of Sunday, so I spoke to my husband and said that I really wanted to see Ellie. However, I knew that wouldn't be possible without also seeing Tom, so I mentioned to my husband about meeting Ellie and Tom at a neutral location for brunch today. I asked my husband if he wanted to join, but he said he didn't feel in the right frame of mind at this stage, so we agreed that I would go alone. I was anxious throughout the drive, but when I met Ellie, those nerves subsided relatively quickly. I was generally just happy to see her and that she was well. I still felt a bit uncomfortable around Tom, but I thought this was the opportunity to find out more about him and his intentions, as it were. We sat down and I tried to find out as much information about Tom as possible. When I asked him to elaborate on being known around a college town and being at the same party as Ellie, Tom said he used to go to the same college when he was Ellie's age, loved the place, and decided never to leave. Throughout his time, he still frequented the main bars and places that college students do, which meant he remained in the community in some form. I found it quite an unsettling response, but remained polite. In terms of other details I learned, Tom has never been married, nor does he have any children. He works as a software engineer and enjoys cooking and meditation in his spare time. Something felt off about him, but maybe I already had my preconceptions. Ellie spoke more about what a good match they were and how much in common they had. When I asked her to elaborate, she spoke about how they both loved the same spots around town and campus, with apparently the same love of sushi, and she's never met someone so mature and understanding. Tom also said that Ellie was perfect for him and he was serious. I probed if he'd had many other relationships with younger women. Ellie didn't enjoy this question, but Tom said that he generally didn't do relationships, yet something about Ellie had drawn him in. Eventually, after about 2 hours, we ended the brunch. Ellie said how nice it had been and she was so happy I had shown an interest in Tom before asking whether they could both come to dinner some evening. I told her that would be nice, but I would have to speak to her dad. Tom shook my hand and that was that. My husband remains reluctant, but I feel it's the right thing to do if we want to maintain a relationship with Ellie. I didn't like Tom off first impressions and this hasn't done much to convince me. Something is just off there, and some of his answers solidified my thoughts about him not being right for Ellie. I suppose I'll have to remain open-minded, but I appreciate any thoughts. User WebInformal9558 said, rejecting him outright is probably not going to change her mind, but could leave her more vulnerable to isolation. I think you're making a good choice, although I'm sure it's tough. User EllaBell33 said, the fact his favorite spots are where college students hang out is such a red flag. He's stuck in a frat boy mentality and never grew up. I can only hope your daughter sees this sooner than later and that the dude's a total creep. A deleted user said, go to a restaurant for dinner instead of your home. Make an excuse that you had a water leak or you didn't have time to get groceries. Stay away from your home as much as possible with him. You pay for the meal. It will make him feel like a child, which he deserves, but it will look like you're being kind. You and your husband should be able to tolerate him well enough for as long as you have to. He likely isn't into this relationship either. User Tower Thoeita said, honestly, your husband needs to become best buddies with this dude. Freak your daughter out. Give her the ick. On a more serious note, I'm not sure how you should deal with the situation, but best of luck. NTA. User Puda Rex said, a man who still frequents his college digs after 20 years is still stuck at that age. He has not grown, is immature, and is trying to hang on to a life where he was probably at his peak. Hopefully, your daughter will see reason and realize that she will soon outgrow him because he will not mature past this point if he hasn't already. Hopefully, she will see it sooner rather than later. User Tall Negotiation 6623 said, I once knew a guy like him that still hangs around the college and stayed in the community. He is an absolute pest to young women. He latched himself onto communities and would make the young women uncomfortable by his remarks and how touchy he was. I knew all the men hated him because they found him disgusting and creepy, and we women had to protect ourselves against him. He was literally chasing his youth in his mid-30s and didn't understand that he was too old. That's probably what this creep is doing too. The best you can do is show your daughter that you love her and always will be there for her no matter what, but you are not okay with the relationship and how you are afraid she will lose out on her youth by being in a relationship with someone so much older than her, because that is absolutely what will happen. Let's be honest, they have absolutely nothing in common with each other since the things they mentioned aren't things you actually have in common and base a relationship on. The relationship could turn abusive and being too nice to him might not be the best action. Be civil, but keep a distance. I don't think inviting him for dinner is the best idea, and maybe try and frame it as you also just want to spend time with her alone. If he always has to go with her, then that is a red flag. She should, with or without a relationship, be able to come to dinner with just her parents. It isn't abnormal for people to do stuff without their partner. User Legitimate Soup 1948 said, Tom also said that Ellie was perfect for him and he was serious. I probed if he'd had many other relationships with younger women. Ellie didn't enjoy this question, but Tom said that he generally didn't do relationships, yet something about Ellie had drawn him in. So basically, he usually just sleeps with these young women and doesn't get into relationships, but he probably realized he's getting too old to keep doing this and found the perfect match in your daughter, who was young, beautiful, and naive enough to fall for his behavior. Gross, gross, gross. 1 week later, we got another update from OP, which is also the last one we got. First off, apologies to everyone for not updating sooner and my lack of replies. I post and read everyone's replies and messages, but it's so overwhelming that I struggle to know who to respond to. However, a lot has happened in the past week and enough people asked for an update, so I thought I would provide one. For context for those who haven't read the original post and first update, my 20-year-old daughter Ellie brought home her boyfriend Tom from college for the first time. He turned out to be 44 and it's been a huge shock to my husband and me. I met him without my husband and my daughter for brunch without feeling entirely comfortable about the situation, but my biggest priority is not losing my daughter. After I came home from brunch, I spoke to my husband about the possibility of Tom and Ellie joining us for dinner one evening. My husband was completely against it, but I told him that if we still wanted to exercise some degree of control over the situation before we pushed Ellie away entirely, this was something we had to agree to. It took a lot of convincing, but my husband agreed and we invited Tom and Ellie to come round the Saturday just gone. Before then, I ended up talking to my oldest daughter and Ellie's sister, Holly, 23, about the situation. Holly was shocked and Ellie had told her nothing. Holly decided to do some social media digging but struggled because Tom didn't have much of an online presence. She said she was coming to dinner on Saturday. Although I was reluctant because it seemed like it would spiral, I eventually said yes. So we get to the dinner on Saturday and Holly just continually grills Tom. It was far, far worse than I did. She asked him if younger girls were his type, why someone his age is still hanging around at college parties, and other small remarks. Ellie told her multiple times to leave her alone, and I tried to act as a mediator. My husband was just silently seething, and I could tell how uncomfortable he felt in Tom's presence. Eventually, Tom and Ellie said they had some big news to share. Ellie announced that she and Tom were planning to move in together for the upcoming college year. I almost spat my drink out. Ellie had planned to live with other friends, and when I questioned this, Tom answered that he realized that he probably won't have another long-term relationship. Ellie makes him so happy, and he doesn't want to waste any time with who I want to be my wife and the future mother of my children. At this point, my husband lost it and told Tom to get out of his house. Tom stood up and seemed affronted, and Ellie started crying. I couldn't remember the last time my husband had shouted like that, and I think it surprised Ellie. Holly said it was deserved and said she needed to get away from the freak. It all ended up with Ellie leaving in tears, Tom and my husband going upstairs, and I was just inconsolable. I've reached out to Ellie since, but she hasn't responded. I don't want her to move in with Tom, and it seems he's trying to derail her whole life. She's 20 and does not need to be married and have kids, especially with someone his age. She's never had a relationship before though, and she appears infatuated to the extent she's not going to listen. My husband has told me that if Ellie marries Tom, that is it, and he wouldn't want a relationship with her going forward. I can't agree with that and will always love Ellie, but it doesn't mean that the whole situation hasn't made me incredibly sad. I would appreciate any advice. User Lovely Nope said he 100% knows what he's doing. He's driving a wedge between you and Ellie. He's moving her in with him instead of letting her move in with her friends. He's isolating her so she relies on him. I'm sure Ellie's friends clocked creepy Tom the second they met him and he knew it, so they obviously couldn't stay. Just drive into her head that she can always come to you no matter what she needs. You may not support her relationship, but you will always support her because she will need it. Unfortunately, there's no telling how long it'll take her to realize it. She could wake up tomorrow and realize how shitty her situation is, or it could take her 10 years. Regardless, be there for her with or without your husband's support. User, mostly valid username, said Tom is into young girls. He does not want a long-term commitment and doesn't want kids. Your daughter is going to age out within the next 5 years. This is not Tom's first rodeo. He's met parents before. He knows how it goes. He knew that talking about marriage and kids was throwing gasoline onto the fire, and he did it to drive a wedge between you and your daughter. You want to get rid of Tom? Start planning the wedding and put down a deposit on the venue. User Neely Chi said, I would totally hire a private investigator. This dude is shady. There is something in his past and even in his present that he is hiding. A 40-odd-year-old man can't be going among college kids for any other reason than to hunt. He is either married or an abuser. Except in rare cases, men who gravitate towards a very young women tend to manipulate and mold them into what they want. Your daughter is very young, naive. She is now mesmerized by this man's maturity, his charisma. You can't save her from that by leaving her to her own devices. You must take a more active role. You can't convince her by talking. You have to somehow make her face the bitter truth. I'm trying to think if there is a very small possibility that he has good intentions, but the fact that he hangs out with people half his age gives me the creeps no matter how I look at it. User Virtual Choir Boy said, so Tom is 44. I wonder if Ellie has considered what that means for a future. Tom will be retiring in about 20 years. Unless he's truly independently wealthy, there's a good chance that Ellie will still have to be working for another 20 years into his retirement. Tom will likely be going into a nursing home around the time that Ellie is ready to start enjoying a retirement filled with activities long put off, including travel. Even if they got pregnant this week, Tom will be at least 63 when their first child graduates high school. He'd be 67 or older when they graduate college. He'll barely be able to keep up, let alone do things like help move in and out of college dorms. Tom will die of old age long before Ellie does, which will leave her mostly alone in her old age. If Ellie gets pregnant and abandons college, she will lose all prospects of a career. If she finishes college but quickly transitions to being a stay-at-home mom, the same thing will happen. That means that if they ever split, she won't be able to support herself or a child. If they don't actively create financial accounts in her name from the start, especially retirement, she will be 100% dependent on Tom without any option for recourse. And most importantly, what happens when she turns 30 and Tom is still interested in 20-year-olds? Advice: send her your threads. Let her see how you feel, how you're trying, but what the wider Reddit audience feels as well. She's in limerence right now, not love. This won't end well. User TanNim44 said, try to keep in contact with Ellie as much as you can. As easy as it is to blame your husband and Holly, all they did was fall for Tom's manipulation tactics. Unless the three of you were absolutely brilliant actors who could keep your cool under any circumstances, Tom was going to make sure there was a scene at all costs. Start saving money in the Ellie Rescue Fund because at some point she's going to need help to leave Tom and restart her life. User Emergency Aardvark 6 said, your husband may not like it, but you have got to remain in touch. It sounds like Tom is her first love, so she's going to be infatuated. She's insecure about her relationship because of your very justified reactions. Shit is going to hit the fan at some point. Call her regularly, but not too much. Go out to visit, speak to your other daughter, and explain you both need to be there for her and not judge her actions. It's different, but I have a friend in a financially abusive relationship. I have learned to keep my mouth shut about her husband because she is going to need me at some point. She's previously cut contact when I've even gently tried to point it out to her. Good luck, OP. This next post was made in the same subreddit by a user named The Grammar N. The post is titled AITAH for refusing to pay for my brother's wedding after he invited my ex. So here's the situation. I am 28M. My younger brother, 25M, is getting married soon, and I was excited for him until I found out he decided to invite my ex-girlfriend, 27F, to the wedding. Now, let me give you some background. We broke up over a year ago, and it was pretty rough. She cheated on me with his best friend, and it took me months to get over that betrayal. When I found out she was invited, I was furious and reached out to my brother to express my feelings. I told him that I would not attend if she was there. Instead of being understanding, he got defensive and accused me of ruining his big day. He insisted that he wanted her there because they've become friends since the breakup and that she's changed. I told him that if I'm not welcome, then I won't be attending, and therefore I won't be covering my share of the wedding expenses, which I had already agreed to pay before the invitation fiasco. Now, my family is pulling me in every direction, saying I'm being petty and ruining my brother's wedding for no reason. They're calling me a jerk for not supporting my brother and for potentially putting a financial strain on his wedding plans. Some even suggested I should just suck it up and attend for the sake of family. I've now decided that I'm not paying for a single thing and that if he wants to have a wedding with my ex as the guest of honor, it's on him to cover the costs. Am I the jerk for standing my ground and refusing to fund my brother's wedding under these circumstances? User External Medicine 331 said, NTA, this woman betrayed and hurt you, and now your brother is friends with her and she's changed. Don't pay, don't go. Hold strong and give your brother an I told you so when she cheats on his best friend. Your brother is showing you how important you are to him. Believe him. User WikiBurb said, this sounds like your ex and the AP friend are still together and your brother wants to ignore your trauma in favor of checking boxes of who attends. NTA, obviously. Brother is stupid for inviting her. She's stupid for agreeing to go. Your family in general is stupid for trying to sweep this under the rug as though your feelings don't matter. User AntB said, your brother is choosing a cheater over you. Go on a trip and be out of town on his wedding day, and under no circumstances do you help pay for any of his wedding. He should hit your ex up for money, being that they're so close and all. User Tall Negotiation said NTA. Inviting your ex was a shitty move, especially due to how it ended between you guys. He isn't uninviting her for the sake of family, so you shouldn't have to do anything because of family. Of course, you shouldn't have to go to the wedding, and you are also very much entitled to not want to pay for it since your brother has made it clear that your ex means more to him than you. Since she's such a great friend to him, then maybe she can pay for the stuff instead of you. And if he can't afford the wedding without your money, then maybe he should have treated you better. Don't bite the hand that feeds you. User Chip16 said, where is your family's loyalty? With an ex who cheated on you or you? There is your argument. Period. I was married to my first wife for 10 years, divorced her for another 5. She took me for almost everything I had. And no, I didn't cheat. It just didn't work out because she was crazy. Now, less than 10 years later, they were like apples and candy with her, forgetting what they did to me and my son, saying, hey, she's in a different place. I called every one of them out and asked them where their loyalty was. It's amazing what a little shame can do. Stand by your guns. You have every right to feel the way you do. The next day, OP created an update. Okay, so I wanted to update everyone because things have escalated and it's even crazier than I expected. After my last post, I thought maybe my family would come around to my way of thinking. Instead, they absolutely lost it. My brother called me crying, saying I'm ruining his happiness, and my parents have taken his side 100%. In a fit of rage, I ended up posting screenshots of our conversations in our family group chat. You know, the ones where he called me selfish and petty. Yeah, I regret that decision, but it felt like a let's air this dirty laundry moment. My extended family saw the text and now half of them think I'm justified, while the other half is calling me the family villain. To add fuel to the fire, my ex-girlfriend reached out to me directly. She said it's unfair that I'm acting like she's some monster when I should just be mature about the situation. I told her she would always be a reminder of my brother's betrayal and that I won't ever see her in a positive light. She then had the audacity to say my brother might reconsider his whole wedding if I'm not there. Now, my parents want us to have a family meeting to discuss this drama like we're some sort of reality TV show. I told them I'm not showing up if it's just going to be him whining while my ex is basking in it all. Call me dramatic, but this whole mess has made me feel like I'm in an episode of a soap opera. So now I'm considering throwing some cash into the mix for an epic weekend getaway instead of funding his wedding. His wedding is becoming about my ex and not about him. Honestly, I feel justified in saying no. I'm still standing my ground, but part of me is genuinely worried this might tear my family apart. Edit, I'm overwhelmed by all the replies and I appreciate them all. I'm sorry if I'm unable to reply to them all, but I read every single one. User KMia55 said, if the XGF had changed or had any integrity, she would be embarrassed to be part of the family drama and excuse herself from the invitation list. Ask your parents 5 years from now whether they are going to cherish a relationship with an ex of yours that is with your brother's friend or cherish a relationship with their son. Same for your brother. Is his friend's new girlfriend going to matter to him more than a relationship with his brother? This would be a no-brainer for most families. You are more than justified. I would go have my happy weekend knowing I dodged a bullet with the ex. User Karos59 said, if I were your brother's fiancé, I'd be calling off the wedding. Why is brother so fixated on this other woman that he treated OP this way and put our wedding in jeopardy, and now we might not get married because OP isn't coming? Seems like this wedding is about everything but us spending our lives together. User, not a normie just new, said, "You're NTA. No offense, but your family seems like toxic narcissists. They expect you to move past your own justified feelings and do something that they themselves probably would not do if they were in your shoes. Your ex saying you should just be mature about it is her basically saying, I cheated on you with your brother and his best friend. Just get over it and stop acting like I'm a bad person who does bad things." She might not be a bad person, but she doesn't get to invalidate your ill feelings and animosity that she caused you to have, then act innocent and mature. She also sounds like a narcissist and a very, very toxic person, as does your brother. Also, does the bride know that her groom slept with this woman? Presumably, it happened while they were together as well if they're getting married only a year later. This story was created in the relationship subreddit by a user named Out of Town Cheat. The post is titled, "I'm 27M and out of town right now. My best friend saw my girlfriend of 7 years, 26, out with another man." A bit of background. Well, here goes, guys. I am currently out of town visiting family for a week. My grandma, who lives with my parents, is very ill and I wanted to say goodbye. My girlfriend, who I have been with for 7 years, recently had surgery and didn't feel comfortable traveling the 5-hour car ride with me. Very understandable because she is still in quite a bit of pain. I've been here about 3 days now and will be spending another 2 here at my parents'. My girlfriend and I have always had a strong relationship. We get along very well. We manage to communicate about almost everything. We rarely fight. In fact, when we do, it's usually about housework, which admittedly is usually my fault, as I leave too much of it on her. This will be relevant in a bit. We had a fight about the housework right before I left to visit my grandmother. Since she had surgery, she hasn't been able to keep up with the cleaning and laundry much, and the house has gotten a bit out of hand. She is kind of a neat freak, whereas I am okay with clutter, and even by my standards, the house was getting pretty messy. I promised I would clean up, and I did, but she kept insisting more needed to be done. I thought it was clean, but it wasn't up to her standards. Now that I've left, I can see I was a bit in the wrong, and I feel bad. And I've told her so via text. She seems to forgive me. She didn't mean to snap at me over it. She's in pain and is exhausted and just wants more help around the house. I only see clutter when I clean, but I don't think about things like vacuuming and dusting. I thought we had cleared the air and were okay, but she has been very distant over the days I've been here. Very little communication. And now I got a text from my best friend telling me he saw her walking about a hardware store with some guy. He described him as tall with dark black long hair and a full beard. This does not fit the description of any of her friends. She was leaning against his arm while they walked around the store. He saw them leave together and walk to the chain restaurant across the street. My girlfriend has never given me the impression she would cheat ever. We've always told each other when we had crushes on people and been open when other people expressed feelings to us, and with her leaning on the guy. I'm worried, but at the same time, my girlfriend tends to lean on all of her friends she feels comfortable with when there is a lot of walking involved. She has a heart condition, now more exacerbated by her recent surgery, and she does faint on occasion. She always holds my arm when we walk around stores, and I've seen her do the same with her girlfriends. So it may be that she was having a dizzy spell and leaned on this guy for support. I've expressed that I'm thinking of leaving here today and coming home early, and after all day of not talking to me, she responded, "No. Visit with your family. You never see them. Spend all the time with grandma that you can. She doesn't have long left, and I'm sure spending her last days with you will be really comforting for her. It's flattering that you are homesick though, and you miss me. I miss you too." I didn't want to sound accusatory, so I sent something along the lines of, "Hey, Dave said he saw you at hardware store today and meant to say hi, but didn't have the time." She responded, "I wasn't at the hardware store today, just the grocery store." Admittedly, I was a bit suspicious. My girlfriend doesn't really do social media. She is a high school teacher, and all she has is a Facebook. She keeps it for professional purposes only and has basically nothing on there. So I decided to check her email. I know, I feel awful, but I'm starting to get worried. She had a few from some generic Gmail around that was basically something like sugar. There was no Google Plus info on the page. I also Googled the Gmail and could find no other accounts associated with it. The back and forth. Sugar. Sorry about the email. Shattered my phone on a job and not gonna replace it until my contract expires. Girlfriend. That's okay, I totally understand. Are we still on for Saturday? Sugar. Yeah, I'm free. Is the boyfriend gone already? Girlfriend. Yep, he left the other day. Shouldn't be back until like Wednesday. Sugar. Cool, sounds good then. Girlfriend, do you want to get dinner or pizza? On me, of course. We will need some fuel, or I imagine we will be exhausted. Sugar, that's nice of you. Don't know yet. We'll decide that day. I've got my dad's phone now. He doesn't really ever use it, so I'll text you from there. I'll let you know it's me. That was the entirety of it, really. Now I'm even more worried. Should I come home early, confront her over the phone, leave it alone until I get home when I was going to anyway? Edit some info that has come up in comments below. She just had a hysterectomy. She is only recently home from the hospital and doesn't have much energy. We haven't had since the surgery. She says she can't. I honestly believe her because I've changed the bandaging on her stitches and they look painful. Other than slowly walking around, she can't do too much. My best friend and his girlfriend, now fiance, have all been mutual friends together for several years and all go out together frequently. He knows for sure what he looks like and that it was her. I'm sure this is not relevant at all, but a guy can hope. My birthday is in 10 days. Edit 2, my friend drove by my house. There is a white truck in the driveway, but the plates on it are from a neighboring state. It's getting kind of late there. Edit 3, friend drove by again. Truck is still there. Truck is from another state, but girlfriend has family in that state. My girlfriend is not really close with her family at all. We really only see them on holidays. However, my girlfriend's family owns a construction company, but their company lays concrete. I don't think they have any carpenters or anything like that. I could be wrong though. I want to give her the benefit of the doubt because she had never done anything to make me mistrust her in the past. You guys have been such a comfort to keep me level-headed, and I thank you. A lot of you think there is a surprise for my birthday, and I hope that is it. And many of you think she is cheating, which I hope isn't the case. I don't want to leave early and risk missing out on time with my grandma. Some of you have suggested I have my friend check up on her, but that worries me. Won't I seem paranoid if nothing is going on? Edit 4. On current communication with my girlfriend. I have called her 3 times and texted her a ton. I haven't been accusatory, I just asked what she was doing and if she had any friends over. Basically, we live in a dead zone cell phone coverage-wise. We live in a town surrounded by cornfields for miles and miles. We get spotty reception at best. When I last spoke to her, she said she was doing laundry and working on a quilt she is making for my mom. Both the laundry and her sewing room are in the basement. We get no service in the basement. A little while ago, I got a picture message of our cat laying all over her quilting supplies and one saying she missed me. It's possible she hasn't gotten my text because she has very possibly been in her sewing room all day. She can spend hours there working on projects and watching Netflix. She always calls me right before she falls asleep when we are apart though, so I'm waiting for her to call me before bed now. Edit. Still no call from her, but if she is in the basement quilting and watching Netflix, that is no surprise. She can go for hours. No idea if the truck is still there or not. My friend drove by again around 9 p.m. and it was still there. I'm not going to make him go out again. I'm thinking I will just come home when I was supposed to. If anything is going on, I have proof. I'll update as soon as I am able or when I am actually allowed to post again. Waiting sucks. 3 days later, OP provided an update. Sorry for the formatting, I'm on mobile. Well, here goes. I'm going to pick up where I left off with the last post and detail what happened from there. My girlfriend called me at 1 a.m. and apologized profusely, saying she didn't realize what time it had gotten to because she was busy. She normally calls me around 11:30 or so. I decided then and there that I was going to save the text from Dave, a screenshot of the email, and confront her when I got home. I weighed my options and decided it was better to be cheated on and let it go on a few extra days and spend time with my family, than to rush home or accuse her over the phone and find out she was planning something for my birthday. I think that would ruin her trust in me forever. Nothing seemed odd when she called. She asked after my family, sent me a few progress pictures of the quilt she was making for my mom, told me she loved me and that she would call me in the morning. Monday morning, my grandma took a turn for the worse, and my brother, mother, and father all gathered at the hospice to spend the final hours with her. Somewhere in the very wee hours of Tuesday morning, she passed away from lung cancer. Seriously, people, put down your cigarettes. We were really her only remaining family. My father was an only child, and she had no living siblings, and she had moved in with my parents a while ago and hasn't kept in touch with anyone. In lieu of planning a traditional funeral, we just decided to proceed with having her buried next to her husband's plot, something she had already pre-planned, paid for, and requested in her will, and spent Tuesday gathered around in the living room telling stories about her and looking through her shoeboxes full of photographs to create an updated photo album. It was nice, actually. My girlfriend kept in constant contact with me through this whole thing and talked to my parents as well. They love her. During that time, I decided to let everything fall out of my mind other than my family. It was pretty evenly split on what people believed about my girlfriend, but what felt right in my gut was that she was planning something for me. Many of you said I was denying any possibility she was cheating and had my head in the sand, that she was blowing this guy, fucking him in my bed, and that she was on some sort of related carnival ride. Some said I trusted her too much and that it would come back to bite me, and many of you said I didn't trust her enough, that I was letting what my friends saw cloud my judgment. There is some truth in that. Many of you wondered if Dave hated my girlfriend or wanted to get with her. I promise you that is not the case at all. Dave has been cheated on before and just wanted to look out for me. If I had asked him to confront her, he would have done it in a heartbeat, but even he thought something was up, knowing us for as long as he has. I asked him to leave it and that I would deal with everything when I got home. If there really was nothing going on, I didn't want to risk crushing her spirit when she was just trying to do something nice for me. I let my girlfriend know I would be home sometime Wednesday, but I was gonna have breakfast with my family first. She requested I call her when I get in the state. This was my intention, but I was getting so homesick and I just really needed to see my girlfriend, so I hit the road sometime around 5 a.m. With no rest stops and minimal traffic, I made pretty great time and got home at 10:30 or so. As I pulled into the driveway, I saw the white truck parked there already. I swallowed the lump in my throat and walked up to the front door. I kept repeating in my head that I trusted her and that there was nothing going on. As I walked in the front door, which enters into the living room, I locked eyes with the guy. He was sitting cross-legged on the floor in sweatpants and a tank top, eating cereal off my coffee table. He looked younger than I thought he would be from Dave's description, but he had a full beard and long black hair in a ponytail. He nodded and said, "Hey dude, welcome back." Which felt odd. I just stood there staring at him, wading through the surreal nature of the situation, looking for the right words. My girlfriend then came down the hallway, smiled, and hugged me. "Hey, I'm so sorry about Grandma. Any chance you remember my cousin Max? I know it's been a while." I stared at him and I swear I had never seen this person in my life. I just had this sinking feeling and only replied, "I don't think we have met. Aunt Ellen's son." And suddenly it dawned on me. Her Aunt Ellen's husband, Uncle Joe, was her second husband. She married young but split up with this kid's father pretty early. Max lives with his dad in X, and Max's dad is 100% Italian, which explains the hair. All I could say was, "Whoa, man, you've grown up." He just laughed and said, "Yeah, I've changed a bit." The last time I saw this kid, he was a chubby, green-haired, acne-covered teenager in a tap-out shirt. He really came out of puberty well. I think I last saw him 4 or 5 years ago on Christmas. She asked me if we could talk, so I followed her into our bedroom. She basically said he was moving back in with Aunt Ellen and getting a job as a grunt with her family construction company part-time. He wants to go to a local college around us, and my girlfriend promised to help him fill out his FAFSA, polish his entrance letter, and study for his placement tests in exchange for some work. He went to an alternative trade school for carpentry his last 2 years of high school, and my girlfriend's dad says he did pretty well. She said she had something planned for my man cave, but they hit a few hang-ups and it's taking longer than expected. She brought our Xbox upstairs into the living room and has made me swear I will not enter the basement for any reason until my birthday. I debated pretending I wasn't worried at all, but I like that we are always honest with each other. I told her Dave saw her out with her cousin and had me a bit worried about him. She just laughed and said, "I didn't realize he saw us together. I thought you meant he just saw me." She said they had walked basically around opposite ends of the store shopping separately. They only met up to check out. She asked why I didn't just ask her who it was. She said she could have told me it was Max and still been able to keep the exchange of work under wraps and just told me about the college thing. I basically told her I didn't want to make her feel like I was accusing her of anything, which I think she appreciated. Max is going to be staying here a few more days longer than she planned, which I wish she had told me about, but after this, it seems like nothing at all. I think she is a bit upset that I could even think for a moment she would cheat on me, but she said she was glad I didn't come flying home early, kicking doors in or anything. So I think we are good, just in case I'm gonna kiss her ass for a while. Edit 1. Maybe I should clarify that Max is not moving in with us. He is moving back in with his mom. He was already supposed to be home with her by the time I came home, but they hit some snags with whatever he is working on. He is staying a few more days to finish up, then going home to his mother's. Edit 2. For those asking why my girlfriend would not tell me why Max was over, she didn't know Dave saw her with him, she just thought he saw her in the paint department by herself. I think she wanted to not arouse any suspicion at all in me. He was supposed to be done before I even got home. I remember her mentioning that he was in carpentry school. I didn't know it was part of a 2-year high school thing, and for some reason I was picturing him as a lot older than he was. I think I had him confused with his older stepbrother. I've had my brother over when she was visiting her best friend out of state before, and it was a non-issue. We have a pretty open door policy when it comes to close friends and family, so having him over is a total non-issue for me. I see how it would be an issue for some people, but it's not in our relationship. I think she just wanted me to spend time with my family and not focus on what was going on at home in the slightest. She was going to tell me about the college thing if I asked, but since I didn't, she just decided to keep it under wraps. User Lost and Dumbfound said, I still don't get why the GF didn't just say she was helping out her cousin. How would that have distracted him from his family? Yeah, everything worked out, but that's some weird lack of communication from her. User Significant Dirt 793 said, I'd be much more annoyed if my partner didn't tell me someone would be staying in my home. I don't mean they'd need permission or anything. I wouldn't have a problem with them being there, just that I didn't know. That would feel like such a violation regardless of who it was. User Mash Lead said, and this is why OP's behavior was the right choice. Once in my town, a guy called his friend to say he saw his girl walking through town with another guy. Guy jumps in his car, heads to town, and shoots them both. It was her cousin. If you don't trust your partner, say that. But jumping to conclusions and planning elaborate traps isn't healthy. User Open Attention 8286 said, I'm amazed she was out shopping at all after a recent hysterectomy. It took me a month before I could walk enough to get to my desk at work, and another week after that before I could cross the parking lot instead of having to be dropped off at the front door. The muscles responsible for keeping yourself upright have been cut. The connective tissue keeping your organs in place has been disrupted enough that it feels like your intestines are trying to slither out through the incisions. The nerves in that area take a while to work normally again, which means you might not realize you have to pee until it's too late. It is not a pleasant recovery. I was half expecting the mystery man to turn out to be a home health aide or something similar. I wouldn't blame her if she had decided she wasn't up to handling things herself and hired somebody to help. This next post was made in the AITAH subreddit by a user named You Should Go to Therapy. I will try to make this brief, but I am emotional, so we will see how this goes. For the purpose of this post, I, F34, will be Ali, and my GF of 1 year, F34, will be Sunny. I wasn't looking for love when I met Sunny, and I half expected it to fizzle out when we first started dating. To be clear, she's just out of my league. She's bubbly, outgoing, sweet, and popular, an IWFH, and have one true friend, Beverly, F35. We started talking about moving in together and I was all on board. I currently live with a Bev, but she is thinking about moving in with her BF when our lease is up in November anyway, so the plan was for Sunny to move in with me after. Recently, it's been a lot. My dad was diagnosed with cancer in January, and then mom called to tell me that my grandfather passed suddenly of a heart attack in February. Then in March, my sister was in a horrible car accident. Things finally started to be somewhat calm since April, but then Sunny went from very supportive and super sweet to quieter, and she put a screen lock on her phone, and in the past month, she stopped leaving her laptop logged in. Her tablet now has a password, and she's been taking longer phone calls in her car or going out with friends longer. She's also just not been that affectionate. She's been intense, asking me 1,000 questions. Like just recently, she's been weirdly asking me if I haven't introduced her to all my friends, and if there are friends she might not know about. I went out with friends one night, and when I got home, she asked me with whom and then didn't know the names and asked why I never introduced her. I tend to be laid back, and I don't generally need to know where she is or who she is with all the time, and she used to be the same. But this behavior made me wonder what might be going on. Then, this past week, I noticed she and one of my friends, Jason M40, had been hanging out more. His name would pop up on her notifications while we are together, and she would turn the phone over or leave the room with her phone. Last night we were drinking and watching Netflix, and she went to the bathroom and put her phone down but didn't lock it. I saw Jason's name pop up and I opened the messages. A lot of the conversations were deleted, but he had messaged her, "Hey, Ali is acting weird. Does she know?" My heart sank. I just tried to focus on staying calm, knowing we both were drunk by this point. When she came back, she saw me with her phone and asked, "What are you doing?" all alarmed. I handed the phone to her and asked if there was something she wanted to tell me, and she just stared at me. So I made a bluff and said, "Hey, I know about you and Jason, so you want to tell me?" She sat down and just asked if I went through her phone. I asked her why it would bother her if she has nothing to hide. She asked me if I asked Jason, and I just asked if they are having some sort of affair. She got really still and just quietly asked if that's what I thought, and I explained everything I outlined here. I said that I've been cheated on by my ex-boyfriend, and she's acting just like he was when I was starting to figure it out. Sunny offered for me to look through her phone, but I said I knew she had deleted the conversation. When she asked what she can do to prove it to me that she's not cheating, I really didn't have an answer. We sat there in silence for a while, and I just got up and went to bed. Sunny didn't come to bed, and when I got up this morning, it's clear she slept on the couch, but she also wasn't there. I figured she went home, so I messaged her, but she hasn't responded. Am I the jerk for accusing her? She's acting so odd, and this doesn't make sense. She knows cheating is a deal breaker for me. I've messaged Jason, but he hasn't responded to me either, and I'm starting to question everything. Not long after, OP provided an update. I managed to schedule a late session with my therapist. I'm in regular therapy due to past issues, and came up with some language and talking points. When I got home, I also strategized with my roommate Bev. Bev said I shouldn't jump to conclusions and was behaving like Sunny is my scumbag ex, and that isn't fair. I told her I am planning to give Sunny a chance to clear everything up. I called Sunny, but she didn't answer, which Bev did bring up she could be working. She works odd hours as she works in the arts, and we usually have a Google Calendar to keep up with each other's work hours and the like. I looked it up and she was scheduled to be working, so I sent her a text. The text essentially outlined what I said in my first post, that her behavior is not exactly above board and the secretive nature of it lends to my questions, specifically Jason's text, which I saw, and the deleted conversations. I said that if she's with Jason, then be with him, but don't jerk me around. It's cruel and manipulative. Two things I would never expect her to be. I said I was well on my way to thinking I loved her, and this has broken my heart, and the fact that she was not there when I woke up spoke volumes. I expect an explanation by EOD, or I will simply put the few items she left at my place in a box at the front door for her to pick up and take to Jason's. I then texted Jason, and I admit this was not the plan. I was emotional and frustrated because Sunny saw my message and I could see her typing but then stopping and typing and stopping, and I was just wanting her to either explain herself or confess. So I texted Jason a similar message, explaining that I thought our friendship would be stronger than this, and just because my GF is bi, he had to take advantage. It wasn't fair of him as he knows my history with being cheated on and he knows how deeply it hurt me. I expected more from him, and I intend to not sugarcoat it when our friends ask what happened to us. Well, Jason actually responded by suggesting we have brunch today. I woke up anxious about it. I would prefer her just confess over text, but now I have to deal with it face to face. But I want to know what the fuck they were thinking and why, so here I am a full 30 minutes early, sitting in my car waiting for the shop to open. I really don't know what to expect, and I haven't really had a chance to cry it all out yet. I have my job, and at home, Bev keeps saying I am overreacting and need to calm down, and it's just irritating. I've had no quiet place to think and cry and just let it all out yet. I guess I will after brunch. Fingers crossed it will be brief and I can start moving on. Then we got another update from OP. I'm a asshole. After my last post, I got out of my car and walked around for a moment to think and calm down. I took a suggestion from the comments and downloaded a voice recorder app on my phone and started recording before I got back to the shop. I walked in and Jason was there, with Sunny. As soon as I saw them sitting together, I knew my relationship was over, so I said as much when I approached. I just said, "Oh, so we're over then," and Sunny stood up and started saying she could explain and that I didn't understand. I just laughed and mentioned that I did ask before what was happening and she didn't seem to want to explain, and that said enough. I rehashed everything. The locked devices, passwords, the shifty behavior, the deleted texts. She can't look me in the eye and tell me she's that stupid or thinks I am. Sunny just shrunk at that and didn't look me in the eye. That's what I thought I was saying and looked at Jason, but he just stared at me. He was calm and just asked me to please sit down, so I did and put my phone and keys on the table in front of me as if ready to leave at any moment. Jason said that he didn't reply to my text right away because Sunny had called hysterical and hungover saying I thought she was cheating, so he and Bev went over to Sunny's place to calm her down and talk it out. He wanted Sunny to explain it, but she was too nervous after I had basically said she was just like my cheating ex. She figured I wouldn't believe a word she had to say. Apparently, this was all a misunderstanding. I've had such a shit year that Sunny went to Jason, Bev, and a few other friends with the idea of making a huge deal of my 35th birthday in August. As I've complained of never really having a party for my birthday, I didn't somewhat plan. True. So she's been spending months planning this out. She rented out a local bar for the night of, invited my friends, and swore them all to secrecy, ordered my favorite food for catering, decorations, and the works. She said she started getting nervous the surprise would be ruined because we are always casually on each other's devices, so a friend suggested she delete the convos. She even showed me in the group chat she had with my friends with a timestamp of a few months back where that suggestion came from. They showed me the receipts for the rental of the bar, the pre-ordered catering, a photo booth, etc. She said she uses Messenger, so she had to lock all her devices. Messenger was on, so I wouldn't accidentally stumble on the surprise. She was asking about friends she hadn't met so she could include them and invite them to my party. She said she wanted it to be big, like almost an event. That she'd been stressing about money so she could earn enough extra to afford it. I asked her why she'd been so distant then and not very affectionate, and she looked confused and said she noted I was usually not in a great mood and didn't seem to want her to touch me a lot, so she was giving me space, and she figured after the party, where she then showed me the reservations of my surprise weekend in a vacation town not far from where we live, we would have time on the surprise vacation weekend to reconnect and reset. Jason then handed over his phone to show me the conversations that were deleted off Sunny's phone, and I looked them all over, taking my time to read everything. They all had to do with the party. He offered for me to scroll back as far as I liked, as he had nothing deleted and nothing to hide, and I did scroll a lot, all the way to their first text. The does she know text was about the party, he said, because I seemed tense around him and he felt I was being cagey when he and I texted, which was around the time I suspected him to be sleeping with my GF. At this point, I could see Sunny was holding back tears, and she handed me her phone and again offered for me to look through every app if I wanted, but I said no. I didn't really know what to say from there because I frankly figured they were both there to confess to the affair. I rolled over everything in my head and just sat there silent. After a short while, when our food arrived, Jason asked if I had any questions and I said no. He asked me if I still thought there was an affair and I shook my head. My whole face felt hot and I just wanted to leave. He then asked me that since the cat was out of the bag about the party, if I wanted to be involved in the rest of the last minute planning, and I said no. Sunny started apologizing, saying she never thought I would think she was cheating, that she froze when I accused her because she was drunk and shocked. It had hurt her deeply that I really believed that, and she didn't know how to maintain secrecy of the party and keep me from breaking up with her thinking she was shagging my friend. She said that she had never planned a surprise before and didn't want to ruin it. She asked me what I wanted to do or where we stood now, and I just stared at them, frozen. I just shrugged and didn't really look them in the eye, and we ate in relative silence. I paid our whole tab and left quickly while Sunny was in the bathroom. Jason asked if I wanted to wait until Sunny got back, but I didn't even answer and just rushed to my car and cried. I know I'm a coward and an ass. I have no idea how I'm even going to face any of my friends, because I saw in the group chat, Sunny explained that I thought there was an affair and what she should tell me to not ruin the surprise. My friends mostly suggested she just tell me the truth, noting my past relationship and how broken I was after. It felt weird to see how they viewed me and how right they were, and now I just feel like an ass. I texted Sunny that we should probably talk one-on-one when we calm down, and she replied that she really needs to take some time to breathe now that everything is out in the open. I said I understood and asked how long she needed and if we can maybe talk tomorrow, and she hasn't responded. Jason has since forwarded me some of the proof they showed me at brunch and just said, "Here if you need to talk," and nothing more. I know I need to apologize, but I don't even know where to begin. I don't even know how to fix this now or how to make it up to Sunny or Jason. I can hear Bev moving around downstairs, but I can't even face her. I'm still mad at her for not telling me the truth, but I know how unfair I am being. What the do I even do? User Cursed818 said, "There is zero reason for Sunny, Jason, and Bev to have said nothing for such a long time. The moment OP asked what was going on with Jason, maintaining the surprise became absolutely null and void. And yet, the story about a party was only told later, after continual refusals to tell the truth and spare OP from going through genuine panic based on very dodgy behavior and with a history of being cheated on. There clearly is a party, but I'd still be suspicious that the time it took could have been used to create a believable cover story." Sunny could and should have immediately told the truth, and freezing isn't a good enough excuse. No matter what, the trust has been damaged. If I were OP, I would be extremely uncomfortable with the 3 people who thought it was acceptable to let this go on for this long. Why did they do that? Under this comment, a user said, her friends are playing cruel. They know how broken she was from cheating last time, and they let her think the same is happening now. It is psychological torture, and there is no explanation why they would do it. When she asks Jason for an explanation, you can feel she is desperate, almost hysterical. He had not an ounce of compassion and said, "Let's talk tomorrow." Why would he possibly want her to suffer another 24 hours? It is obvious that the surprise party will not be a surprise anymore. He knew it. He brought receipts and proof. It is some sadistic behavior on his side. Bev, living with her, saw how broken she is. She told her nothing. Again, why? The question is surprise party versus end of the relationship and mental breakdown. How come they all chose surprise party? How could they think it is more important? User additional P1650 said, I just don't understand why Sunny couldn't tell her that she didn't cheat. If she panicked after being accused and didn't want to ruin the surprise in the moment, she could have at least clarified it wasn't cheating. And the way OP is expressing her fears about the cheating to Bev and Jason, and neither could even say it's not cheating when they are fully aware of Sunny's surprise and OP's past. Not a single person could at least reassure her of that, and it doesn't make any sense to me. User Phantom Angel 278 said, I really think you need to step back from this relationship and maybe even some of your friends. They knew your history of being cheated on and how it affected you deeply, and yet they went through this deeply involved, secretive plan and kept it going even when you started spiraling. I don't know how any of them saw how this was affecting you and just kept it going. Yes, obviously your history has caused some PTSD and you really need to work on it, but you didn't overreact, and your GF and friends really did some damage to your mental well-being through ignorance and naivety. I'm not saying break up with all of them, but take some time to work on yourself and get your balance back. If you continue this relationship or any future relationships, it's with the understanding that you need transparency no matter how small the situation. User Joshikshin said, this whole situation is just a mess. Sunny meant well, but all that secrecy was asking for trouble. When you start locking your partner out, even for a surprise, you're bound to raise suspicions. What gets me is Bev's role in this. Most of the friends apparently told Sunny to come clean when she asked what to do. But Bev, she just told OP to stop overreacting. Like what? Your roommate's having a meltdown thinking they're being cheated on and that's your response? I'm worried about that party. It's still happening, right? Yikes, talk about awkward. OP and Sunny need to have some serious talks before then, or it's going to be one tense celebration. Here's hoping they can work through this because, man, what a way to almost torpedo a relationship over a well-meaning surprise. This story was created in the relationship advice subreddit by a throwaway account. The post is titled, I, F29, found a hidden folder on my husband's phone, M33. It has pictures and videos he secretly took of his former secretary, F21. Hi everyone, I'm not a native speaker, so I apologize in advance. I've been married for 3 years and in a relationship for over 5 years. After a long academic journey, we are both at the start of our careers and being pretty successful doing so. We recently bought our dream house together and are simply enjoying the few years we have left to do whatever we like since we're planning on having kids in a couple of years from now. Our relationship feels/felt to me like it's made to last forever. We share the same values, humor, and goals. Also, we were both old and experienced enough to know it's not just puppy love or anything like that. We both share a pretty much open phone policy, which just came naturally, sharing pictures, simply grabbing the next device available to look something up, etc. We both own iPhones, and I recently stumbled across the possibility to hide, sorry, I don't know the exact term, pictures so they will only appear in a special folder. So last Monday, when he went for his swim training, he left his phone at home and I went for it. What I found was beyond any expectation I had. I thought maybe I would find some random or even pictures of his ex or something like that. I found pictures and videos he took in the office over a span of a few weeks of his former secretary. She is a 21-year-old, pretty attractive girl. He recently got a new job and the picture started around the time he knew he would quit his old job and therefore probably wouldn't see her again. The pictures mainly focused on her butt, legs, and heels. There were also saved profile pictures of hers from social media. Then there was something else which I still can't or don't want to believe. One series of pictures shows her butt in tight dark jeans with some fresh wet stains on it. He kind of has a fetish for anything that has to do with girls getting messy with fluids in and real life. I felt and feel shocked and can't think of anything else since I found that Pandora's box. I have not talked to him about it yet. He's not suspecting anything, even though I could not act normal around him. When he asked what's wrong, I told him I don't feel very well due to my period, which is also true, by the way. So please share your opinion about it. How should I approach this? Should I even approach it? Is this normal behavior? Has anybody experienced something like that? Thank you for your support. Edit. First of all, I want to thank you all for caring so much. Regarding your comments, I feel the need to add some more context. He spoke to me about her regularly when he told me about his day at work. She was his personal secretary. They also talked about private stuff, but nothing inappropriate. More like small talk. What did you do over the weekend? Stuff like that. At least that's what he told me, but he always liked trying to make me a little bit jealous. It seemed to be a turn on for him. He tried to do so by telling me innocent things about other girls that were obviously attractive, like she has new nails which look way better now, or today she's dressed a little bit inappropriately for work. He always did so with a smile, and of course I knew what was going on and what he was up to, and of course he talked about her in that way. Most of the time, it did not bother me since I was sure it would be something childish he needed for himself. Most of the time, I wouldn't even react. He has no social connection to her anymore, not on social media, not in real life. The only connection they still have is their phone numbers. She sometimes has to reach out to him to ask for some work-related stuff since not all of his projects had been finished when he left the job. He openly tells me about that when there was contact. Seems normal to me. What I don't know is where he has the social media pictures from. I looked it up. They are not connected via Instagram or Facebook, and her profile is set to private. He doesn't use any other social media as far as I know. Some of the pictures were WhatsApp profile pics, others probably not. That makes me wonder a little bit. Maybe I should try and hold myself back for a few days and see if the folder is updated regularly. What do you guys think? Also, I feel the urge to check on his other devices, but have resisted so far. Edit. I'm overwhelmed by your responses. I certainly did not expect so much feedback and so much sympathy. Some responses even brought tears to my eyes. I'm pretty calm right now, although I think it'll be another sleepless night. I have a plan. I need to find out since so many of you suspect there is more to it. Tomorrow he will be at work while I'm working from home. All of his devices, except for his phone, will be here. I will look at them. I simply have to know. I know this could backfire, but I'm being totally selfish here. He lost his right to privacy the moment he took pictures of this young lady. By the way, I met her a few times when I was visiting him at work, and she is a true sweetheart. I'm getting angry writing this at the moment. I will find out and will save the evidence and confront him. I will keep you guys updated. Edit. Good morning, everyone. Right now, I'm sitting in front of his computer, MacBook Pro, which is connected to his phone. He's at work and will return in about 4 hours. I have absolutely no clue how and where to search for evidence. I've always used Windows my whole life. I know some of you might not want to be a part of this, but if anyone could provide some help. E.g., where to find the photo stream. That would help me a lot. For anybody wondering how I'm doing. I didn't sleep much, feeling empty at the moment, with my heartbeat going very fast. Of course he noticed. He was caring, he always is, and I tried my best acting like it's all due to my period plus migraines. Thanks for your support. Update. I'm shocked. Calling my sister now. This is too much to handle for me. Sorry for letting you guys wait for so long. Now I'm sitting here at my sister's house, spending the first night without him in years. It's about 10 p.m. here in Europe if you're wondering. After one of you guys told me about the Photos app on Mac, I opened it. It was a mirror of his phone and then some. There is the hidden folder with all of the pictures. Also, there was an album by the name of her initials. It was the single most disgusting thing I ever saw. He took pictures and videos of himself in prepped food in a Tupperware while obviously being in his office bathroom. A few pics later, she was eating her lunch at the office right out of that Tupperware. Pictures of him to a coffee or on cookies. You can imagine the rest, I think. Besides that, I found dozens of pics and videos of her from social media, which all seem to be screenshots or screen recordings. I have absolutely no idea where he got these from since they are not connected officially on any social media. I already commented that I decided to call my sister, who came over immediately. I was in a total state of shock and showed her everything. She was my rescue. She told me to go grab an external hard drive and took a copy of all that stuff while I was packing my bags for the next few nights. We left before he got home. His laptop was still open with the album open when we left. About 2 hours later, he tried to call me like 100 times. My sister took the phone once and told him to stop it in a very explicit manner. He wrote and is writing me messages constantly to come home and talked about how we could fix this, he needs my help and stuff like that. I didn't answer, not a single word. I'm just sitting here crying most of the time and feeling like the biggest idiot of all time for falling for a guy like him. It takes the floor out from under my feet. It scares me not knowing what comes next, not knowing what to do tomorrow and how to deal with all of that. I also think that I should contact her. It's too much. I would appreciate your advice here. He is a lawyer. The city we live in is his hometown. His career would be over for sure if this happens to become public. I don't think he could ever recover, and for myself, I would always be his woman, the poor wife. About 2 days later, OP provided an update. Hello everyone, I want to keep you guys updated and also ask for your further advice. I decided to talk to him and give him the opportunity to explain this whole thing from his perspective. Not that I had any hope, but a confrontation was unavoidable anyway. So yesterday on Sunday, we met at our house. It is also my house. I told him my sister knew I was here and she would call me in about 1 hour to confirm I'm okay. I have to mention I had no fear concerning violence or something like that. Anyway, better safe than sorry. When I arrived, he initially was very reserved and observant. I acted calm and distant. We sat down and he said nothing, so I told him not to waste my time and to say what he had to say. He then asked me what I think I found, and I couldn't help but respond that I found out he was a criminal and that I will report him to the police. That probably was a mistake. His facial expression changed and he told me this would be a very bad idea and may result in some serious trouble for me. He claimed he had an affair with his former assistant for quite some time and this whole fetish was just a game/bet between them. The bet was he would make her eat his sperm before he left the job. The pictures would be the proof, and he already showed her all of them to win the bet. He said it was just a kinky game between them. The other pics of her butt, etc. were also taken consensually. At least she knew about it. So he told me there was nothing illegal going on, and if I would go to the police, this would be false accusation performed by me. Also, nobody would believe me anyway because it would clearly be an act of revenge from the betrayed wife. Last but not least, he would know the chief prosecutor personally, which is true. So if I went to the police, I would only make a fool of myself and also probably commit a crime. At that moment, I couldn't think straight anymore. I reacted emotionally rather than think rationally. I lost it and told him to get out of the house. It got ugly. The result was he actually left the house. I had no idea if and when he might come back and also felt very uncomfortable in the house. I then packed a few more things and went back to my sister's house where I'm planning on staying for the week at least. Today I called in sick at work. Now I'm no fool, and of course I see him being a lawyer trying to protect at least his career by claiming it was all consensual. He knows me very well and he knows our relationship was over the moment I found the pictures. I've always been very strict and consistent in former relationships and he knows that. On the other hand, his claim could be true. I think I'll contact a lawyer as I need one for divorce anyway. Edit, I had to call her. We will meet in about 2 hours in a cafe next to the office. She seemed surprised but not concerned. For your context, we already met a few times when I was visiting him at the office and casually spoke a few words. So I'm no stranger to her. I will drag some of the photos onto my phone to show her. This whole thing feels so unreal, but if I wouldn't do it, the feeling of not knowing and not being able to do something until next week when I meet my lawyer would be too hard to endure. The next day, OP gave us another update. When she arrived, I could already see by her facial expressions she had no clue what was going on and why I asked her to meet me. This turned out to be true. The first thing I asked her was if he had contacted her within the last couple of days. She denied it. I had a feeling she was telling the truth. A 22-year-old girl could not have lied to my face this calmly and collectedly, I think. So I told her I found very inappropriate and disturbing photos of hers on his phone. I showed her some of the pictures on my phone and asked her if she knew about or had noticed them. She reacted completely irate. The pictures I showed her were normal ones, so nothing about the really gross part just yet. I asked her about their relationship and his behavior towards her. She initially said everything was okay and normal and most of the time he used to be very polite. But she added that towards the end of his job, he used to approach her very often and talk to her about personal topics such as her relationship status. One time, he made up a fictional scenario where he said he would ask her out if he wasn't married. When she replied to him that she would have said no in that scenario because she would want to separate work from private life, he acted offended and talked her into saying yes. I felt ashamed for his behavior and apologized for him. Then I told her that there was something else which I needed to inform her about. I told her about the other pictures involving the food. I didn't plan to show her the pictures, but she really wanted to see them. I showed them to her and she literally nearly threw up. She was in a state of shock. It broke my heart, so I sat next to her and took her hand. I told her I'm by her side and will support her whatever she plans on doing. I told her I had already left the house and will divorce him. I couldn't help but start crying seeing what he'd done to that lovely girl. I asked her if she wanted me to accompany her on her way home, but she said it was okay. She went by car. She will talk to her family and certainly report him and also file a lawsuit against him. At least that's what she said. I feel so incredibly sorry for her. It breaks my heart. At the same time, I feel so angry at him and still hope this is just a nightmare. Hopefully, I did the right thing. The next update came 2 weeks later. One day after I met her, she must have gone to the police and reported him. 2 days later, I received a call from a police officer who asked me to show up at his office and bring the pictures I copied with me. Of course, I went there and handed them to him, although I still own another copy. He asked me if I wanted to testify, but told me I didn't have to because he is my husband. I agreed and told him everything I knew, how I found out, how I contacted her. The very next day, the police called me again and asked if I was at home. A couple of hours later, 4 policemen, my husband, and a prosecutor showed up at our house. My husband handed them all electronic devices, hard drives, old phones, USB drives, etc. They also searched through our house for hidden ones, but as far as I know, didn't find any. My husband told me he was currently living in a hotel room and said he would come back later to get some clothes and other belongings if that was okay. I agreed, but told him I wouldn't be there. He said we need to talk, but he will not pressure me and give me time and space. He said he loves me and the whole thing looks uglier than it actually is. It just got a little out of hand. To be honest, I would have loved to punch him right in his face or scream at him, but I couldn't say a single word, which was probably better anyway. On that afternoon, he obviously got some stuff out of the house, and when I came back, his keys were lying on the table next to a printed email from a craftsman who would come a few days later to repair something with the garage door. Ever since I've been alone at the house, and really nothing has happened. I've got to be honest here, I canceled the appointment I originally had with my own lawyer concerning divorce. It's not that I'm having an illusion, everything will eventually turn out good, I just don't feel ready for it. It's been a little too much for me lately. I will proceed as soon as I find some energy. That's about it. He has not contacted me, not a single word. Even though I'm in constant contact with my sister, I feel pretty lonely and sort of depressed. Also, I'm a little scared alone at the house. We've had some pretty bad thunderstorms lately at nights. From what I've read in the previous comments, there was a discussion about where I'm from. It actually put a smile on my face getting so much attention. It's Germany, so one of you guys just won a wash machine. The final update then came 5 weeks later. Hello everyone, I've received lots of messages asking for updates, so I decided to post one. I know a lot of you guys will be disappointed and that's okay. It was a very tough time, lots of emotions, fights, tears, sleepless nights, but eventually he is my husband and I'm his wife. In the good times and in the bad, we are giving it another chance. I will not explain every detail that led us to this point, but I will say it was not an easy decision to make. We had very good conversations. He really opened up, took care of my feelings, and really didn't pressure me. I know what he did was wrong. Of course he knows that as well. But saying it was all his fault wouldn't be fair. She is not that innocent girl I thought she was. Of course, I blame him for falling for her, but she must have made it tough for him, and in the end, he is only human. I know what victim blaming is, but that's not the case here. Again, I will not go into details, but she knew exactly what she was doing. She knew how he liked women's dresses, shoes, nails, etc. She must have been flirty with him from day one, which is for almost 3 years now. I couldn't even blame a man for getting weak, certainly not for finding another outlet. She is not an angel. Probably most of you guys will now consider me weak and in the best case will tell me he was gaslighting me. Feel free to do so, it's okay. In the end, it's my life, my marriage, my shoes to walk in. For the criminal proceeding, he reached a deal and paid a fine. The money will be received by charity. There were no court proceedings. To this point, she hasn't sued him, which I think speaks for itself. Anyway, I still love you guys, and I'm very thankful for all the support I received. Edit, I feel the need to explain a little bit more about my decision. I married him knowing all of his kinks and fetishes. I knew the typical star look was his thing. Big boobs, big butt, small waist, makeup, full lips, fake lashes, fake nails, plastic. You guys know what I'm talking about. Now, throw in her fulfilling most of these cliches, taking care of him always in a good mood, laughing. She is a smart and confident girl. She knew exactly how she was triggering a 30-year-old man. She knew he had her WhatsApp. He showed me her profile pictures, changing on a weekly basis. Hell, even I think they are hot. Not saying she deserved what he did, but I now understand that dynamic and what her appearance, having her around all day, did to him and how it must have triggered him. When I was her age, I knew exactly how to manipulate a man. I'm sure most women do. She definitely does. He decided not to cheat on me, not to start an affair. He just chose a wrong exit. He could and should have talked to me. That was the mistake he made because together we would have found a way. I'm not prudish, not religious, and I don't hate other women, but women shouldn't act surprised they force a reaction in men looking like a star. In my experience, men around the age of 30 are no different than a 15-year-old boy in the middle of puberty. That combination was toxic. TLDR, I gave him another chance. She's not an angel. A user named MimiRoof4432 said, "This was the most disappointing and frustrating update I have read in a while." Under this comment, a user named EcstaticSource1010 said, "If you read through the comments on the last post, all of hers are deleted, but it sounds like the case was dropped. She literally talked about him trying to use his position of authority to shut her up, and she thinks the victim dropping the case is proof that she was trying to seduce him. Calling her a filthy animal is an insult to animals. She and her husband are so low down that their existence is not only worthless, but also a detriment to everyone around them. I hope both of them get everything they deserve from life." User Bleacher Blonde said, "I never saw that last update, and I would give anything to go back to my ignorance. She started off so strong. It all up. I can't freaking believe she fell for that shit. It breaks my heart." User Angry Roast Beef said, "This is horrible. At best, he's a cheater. At worst, he's a offender. To see OP's attitude switch so suddenly in 5 weeks is almost suspicious. She changes her WhatsApp picture frequently. Is that all it takes to be labeled a slut who deserves in their food? Zero resolution of whether that was consensual or not. The blank responses of she deserved it. She knew what she was doing and she's not an angel, and yet no explanation as to why this woman vomited when seeing pictures of her husband eating in her food and coffee. That reaction was genuine. I'm worried. Something is wrong with OOP. Financial blackmail, abuse, gaslighting. What the hell is going on?" User Aquatic Stoner 1996 said, "This last update quite possibly ruined my whole day. I was rooting for her so hard and the wonderful things she'd done so far in handling this, and then the whiplash of the last post was like ice water down the neck. Now he's going to do more shit and know he can talk her into staying. Honest to God, what a disappointment." User Free Shavakadu said, "This was surprising. I fully expected to read about divorce and Reddit was very happy about it. Instead, I see a wife using some unusual logic from a woman, in my opinion, that teasing a man has expected results, and a husband that may have used his legal connections to suppress and mislead his wife. I was expecting something simple. The guy is cheating and the wife is some perfect little angel that never did anything wrong. Instead, it's what others call victim blaming. Honestly, I'm wondering how much was left out of this story. The flip from very pro-secretary from OP to blaming her to a large degree doesn't make sense without more information. Was there something lost in translation? I'm guessing German to English, or maybe culturally, or was it written by the husband? All I've got is speculation, which is a nothing burger. Instead, Reddit got edged. Another user said, "This reminds me of that other German woman whose husband was accused of a friend of a friend. He denied it for weeks and OP believed him. They made the victim look crazy and such, and OP said that the victim was known for lying and sleeping around or something like that. They were fighting the accusations. At some point he couldn't take it anymore and confessed to his wife, OP, that he had in fact the woman. Despite knowing the truth, she kept it a secret and stayed with him because he was her husband at the end of the day. They also went ahead and took legal action against the victim, preventing her from even talking about the situation. Basically, she would be fined or something if word got to them that she was still accusing him of rape. All this knowing that he was guilty. It was f***ing insane." This story was created by a throwaway account. The post is titled, "My wife refuses to accept our divorce and I think she's trying to trick me." My wife, 29F, and I, 34M, have been married for 4 years, and up until a year and a half ago, things were fantastic. Our marriage began to deteriorate after there was a significant drop in sex between us. Not intimacy, just the actual sex part of the relationship. We would still cuddle and have deep, intimate moments talking and just being around each other, but she kept rejecting my attempts at taking things further past kissing. Now, we have had no problem communicating, so I made sure to address it early, and we talked and made adjustments. We both made sure to stay in shape. We tried being more adventurous, we went to couples therapy/counseling, and even tested both of our hormone levels. Everything was normal. Each solution would work for a little while, and then we'd be back to having sex maybe once a month. I asked her several times if she was no longer attracted to me, to which she denied every time. I asked her if I was falling short in the relationship in any other way, to which she said no. Well, about a month ago, she gets back from her therapy session and tells me that she believes that she's asexual and that's the reason for her libido being non-existent as of late. I was definitely confused because we had such great for a while in the beginning of our relationship, but her telling me that she's now asexual was heartbreaking because everything else is great. Obviously, I'm not going to force her to have sex, so we had a long conversation about our relationship, and I came to the conclusion that we should get a divorce. I say I because she immediately rejected the idea and said we would figure something out and wouldn't talk to me about it anymore. I didn't know what to say, so I dropped it. Well, 3 weeks went by without sex, and I decided that I had to do this for my own mental well-being, so I filed for a divorce and had her served with the papers. Last week, when I got home from work, she was going about the day like nothing was wrong. I asked her if she signed the papers, and she flat out said, "We are not getting a divorce," changed the subject, and acted like things were normal. Obviously, I thought this was crazy, so I stopped her and said I couldn't be in a marriage devoid of sex. And I mentioned that I was being incredibly fair with our divorce. She can keep the house that we bought and paid for with cash. She paid a third, I paid 2/3. I'd take all of the debt, which isn't much. We'd split our savings and investments in half, and she can keep 2 of our 3 paid off cars. I only wanted to keep my sports car. Thankfully, we don't have kids. I love her and want her to be comfortable, and I have no problem starting over since I make a good income, but she won't budge or talk about the divorce. This brings us to 2 days ago. I get home and go to our bedroom and find my wife's friend, 27F, in our bed naked. I immediately shut the door, said sorry, and went looking for my wife. I found her in the kitchen and asked what her friend was doing here, and she said that she was here for me. I put 2 and 2 together and said that I'm not having with other women in place of the woman I chose to marry. She was adamant on saying that I could sleep with her whenever I wanted and that her friend agreed to it. I couldn't believe things would get this far, so I went back to our bedroom and asked her friend to leave. I packed a bag and I've been staying in a hotel nearby since that night. My wife, her mother, and her sister keep calling me, but I'm just not interested in hearing what they have to say. This feels like a trick. I just want this whole thing to be over. Does anyone have advice? Is this some kind of ploy for alimony? We do have a prenup. Should I just contact my lawyer and try and force the divorce? I'm really uncomfortable with this entire situation. Edit, we talked last night. I'll update you when I get home from work. Edit 2, here's the update if anyone's interested. I'll try to keep this as concise as possible. I feel overwhelmed, so I probably won't bother with another update after this one. I don't know. My wife came to my hotel last night and we talked about everything. She told me the full truth and what's going on in her mind. A few of you commented this in the last post, so you were right. She has always been asexual. She and her whole family have known this since she was 16. Apparently, this is the reason why her last long-term relationship of 3 years ended. He broke up with her after the sex between them diminished to being non-existent after the first year. She told me that is easier for her in the beginning when emotions are running high, but she still needs to force herself to have it. I knew they broke up due to irresolvable differences, but I didn't ask for details, nor did she tell me. After a lot of apologies and crying, she told me that I was the first person she was able to tolerate sex with for so long, and that she did enjoy it a handful of times. But after a while, she still felt like she was being raped. I broke down after hearing this and started kicking myself for not catching on to any of this. She said she tried her best to please me as much as she could. She still doesn't want a divorce, and she doesn't want the house, cars, or the savings. She just wants me and is ready to do whatever it takes to keep me. She even said that she would sign a post-nup stating this. As for her friend, she was there during her last breakup and helped to support her through it. My wife went to her after I brought up divorce and talked things out. Her friend suggested that she open the relationship for me, but she said she didn't want me sleeping with strange women, so her friend volunteered herself to be the one that sleeps with me. My wife thought this was a great idea, which led to the fiasco at our house. I won't comment on her appearance because it doesn't matter, and I don't blame the friend. My lawyer got back to me. You were all right. I don't need her permission, but I will have to wait if I want to push it through. I asked her why she lied to me this entire time, and she said she was tired of being rejected after revealing she was asexual, so she convinced herself that she would be able to force herself to have sex during the relationship. The hormone testing, the sessions in couples therapy, and all of our solutions were just her buying time to find another way around sex or give herself enough time to build up the strength to start regularly having sex with me again. Our conversation ended with us holding each other in bed, crying for a couple of hours. No, we didn't have sex. She pleaded with me to hold off on the divorce to look for a solution together and left my hotel room. I'm now sitting alone typing this post. I guess I found out that we don't share everything with each other. Thank you to everyone who has messaged me directly. I'm still trying to get to all of them. I don't know what I'm going to do. User Small Doses of Epic said, I am thinking this is more her grasping at straws to keep the marriage than a trick. If you are strictly monogamous, then this solution of hers is a non-starter. Sure, she came out as asexual, but that doesn't mean she gets to tie you down for life if your needs aren't being met by the person you married. This is one of the best reasons to separate, and since there isn't a good compromise that works for both parties involved. You've even been generous in the terms of the divorce paperwork. Honestly, at this point, if she refuses to discuss it and tries to hold you hostage, which is what she is doing, then I think your only recourse is to force the divorce. Throwing her friend at you may be seen as a compromise to some, but to those who don't sleep with anyone except their partner, it's insulting and belittling, especially when they vowed to be faithful. Divorce is always better than cheating. Good luck, OP. Edit potential cheating. User Adventurous Basis 280 said, I don't know that it is necessarily a trick regarding alimony so much as her trying to keep you married. I would absolutely not do it though, especially with a friend of hers. That is crazy. If you are okay with opening the relationship, that is a completely different conversation, but for her to spring, this is insane. If you do open it, I would definitely talk to the lawyer to make sure you don't get screwed. Pun intended on the prenup. If you don't want to open the relationship and want it all with one person, absolutely go to your lawyer and push the divorce. She can't just decide you aren't getting divorced. It will take longer, but it will definitely happen. Sorry, this is happening to you. Under this comment, OP said the following, I suppose I'm just shocked at her behavior. She isn't acting like the woman I married. At times, it felt like she was more charged than I was. I can't sleep with someone I don't have strong emotions for, and she understands that. Or at least I thought she did. I'm sorry this is happening to me too. Thank you for your words. User Leah the Vagabond said, that took a turn I wasn't expecting. Your wife seems incapable of having an adult conversation when it really matters. If her solution was to open the marriage, then that needed to be a conversation, and you needed to consent. You do not need her consent to divorce. If she makes you force the divorce, I would reconsider the terms a bit. You've been very generous, probably too much so. About a month later, OP provided an update. I don't think I can link my previous post, so just go to my profile, I guess, if you care to read the OP. I've tried to read every comment message and take to heart what most of you had to say. Also, please stop messaging me. I can't respond to everyone. It's too much. I'll make this as short as possible. After my last update, my wife asked me to meet with her about a week later to discuss things with her. I've been staying at an extended stay since that night with her friend. We met at our house and talked for a few hours. She started off with a ton of apologies for how she acted, her lying about her sexuality, and not taking my needs more seriously. Before I could say anything, she presented a signed post-nup agreement she had drafted with a lawyer stating that she doesn't want anything. The house, the cars, savings, everything. I felt like the biggest jerk for thinking that she was tricking me for more money. I asked her if she was serious, and she told me to take the post-nup with me and sign it when I'm ready. I still haven't signed it, it's in my backpack. I told her that I still think divorce is our best course of action and that we both deserve to find someone who matches our needs. She still refused and borderline begged me to reconsider. She started crying, and so did I. Seeing her like this was devastating. I told her that her finding other women to sleep with me wasn't going to work. What if I develop feelings for them? What if I get one of them pregnant? Do we expect her to get an abortion? She said we'll figure it out as we go along and to please give her more time to work on other solutions. She set up appointments for and hormone therapy and is seeing a guru. I said that it sounds like we're going through the same things again, but she was adamant and pleaded with me to wait. There were more apologies on both sides, and we kissed for a while before ending the conversation. Then I went back to my hotel that night. A few days later, I tried texting her, but she didn't respond, so I called her dad. I'm avoiding her mother and sister since they are saying the same things as my wife. Her dad told me that she moved back home and has been holed up in her room since our talk. She called out of work. He told me that she's barely eating, bathing, or talking to him or her mom. He asked me what I was going to do, but I didn't have an answer for him. He just said he understands and said he would be here to talk anytime I wanted to. So I went back to our house and a good portion of her stuff was gone. The whole place feels empty. I've been sleeping in one of the spare rooms. I'm planning on flying to my mother's house in a couple weeks to spend time with my family to decompress from this entire situation. I'm still on the divorce side of the fence, but I guess there's no rush. Thank you to everyone for your insight and concern. Seriously, I know we're all strangers, but most of you have been a huge help to my mental health. Seriously, thank you. Also, my cousin uses Reddit. He reached out after he found my last post and asked me to shout him out if I made an update. Love you, Virgil. Thank you for being there for me. I think I'll just make a quick edit to this post once we reach a resolution for anyone that cares. User Clear Firefighter said, it's a rough situation, but if having an intimate physical relationship with your wife is important, I think you know what needs to be done. Sucks for everyone involved. Godspeed. Under this comment, another user said, in a relationship is like a toilet in your house. It's not the first thing you mention when talking about it, but if it's not working, then it's immediately noticed. User Acrylic Torch said, no, you should figure it out now and hold her to that. It's her we'll figure it out as we go mindset that got you both in this situation. I don't even know her, but this one pattern of her behavior keeps repeating in your posts. She avoids the hard questions. These aren't faraway hypotheticals, but legitimate possible consequences of the plan she's suggesting. And if you have any interest in saving this relationship, then you need to hammer out the details before you act. She sure won't. User Fly Flirty and 50 said, I'm so sorry, OP. I was in a marriage for a long time where we were incompatible. Our issues were different, but it sucks when you love someone and things don't work out. Ultimately, it's best to divorce because otherwise resentments will build. You sound like a really wonderful person to be so considerate and to not get to the point where you didn't care anything about her. To be fair, she suckered you in and knew what the outcome would be. That's so unfair. By keeping that information from you, her wounds are all self-inflicted. Best of luck going forward. User No177 said, yeah, this sucks. Her and her mom and sister just don't get the fact that you want to have sex with your wife, not other women. It's bad enough to find out the person you love is asexual and has lied to you from the start, but when they then try to set up women for you to the house you share is another huge smack in the face. User Euphoric Purple said, I think divorce is the right call. I understand her reasoning, but at the end of the day, she lied to you for years. Now that her lie has finally come to light, she wants to change your entire relationship dynamic. Honestly, I think that it's all very selfish of her. She didn't consider your feelings when lying about her sexuality, and she didn't consider your feelings or even have a discussion with you before deciding that you're going to have sex with her friend to make things work. She seems more concerned with not losing you than she seems to actually care about you. User Darkfire359 said, man, these comments here are so depressing. Your wife definitely shouldn't have lied, but she obviously loves you more than anything, and her pretending not to be ace or the attempt with her friend were just desperate acts in the pursuit of that. I don't understand how people can be sympathetic to closeted gay men and lesbians and not be sympathetic to closeted aces too. Just find another asexual, seems great in theory until you fall in love with someone and they fall in love with you. And given that demisexuality is a thing, it's not insane to hope you'd eventually be more into sex than you are at the start if it's someone you really love. I won't pretend to understand how can be so important to some people that it can trump everything else in a relationship, but I know that it is for some people. That's fine. Everyone is entitled to whatever kind of deal breakers they want. It's just tragic to know that someone can offer 100% in a relationship, pushing herself through all kinds of pain and discomfort because she thinks it's necessary to be with the one that she loves. And then people will call her abusive or accuse her of not actually loving her partner in the first place. Some of these comments seem actually insane to me. Anyway, OP, I wish you the best of luck in your divorce, and I encourage you to ignore the terrible comments shitting on your wife, who sounds like she was only trying her best. I'll mention that my ex and I also broke up, despite both still loving each other, because I was ace. He thought at the beginning that that would work for him, or even that he was ace too, but neither of those was true. After a few months of separation and processing the breakup, we became friends again. 5 years later, we're best friends and roommates, along with his girlfriend. We're all very happy with this setup, strange as it is. Remember that your situation is not destined to end in misery for either of you. Under this comment, another user said, "The problem is that she's messing up another person's life by lying. I would definitely not have sympathy for a gay man who lied and married a woman, nor for a lesbian who lied and married a man, especially if they are not fulfilling the expected needs of the partners in question. You can love a person all you want, but if your actions end up hurting that person, you deserve to be criticized." This next story was made by a user named PineappleHot12. The post is titled, "I think my best friend is ruining her life by having a child at 19 with her 28-year-old boyfriend. I don't know what to do. I want to start off by saying my best friend F19 is the most caring, loving, and kind-hearted person that I know. We met through a mutual traumatic event regarding a man we both were involved with at 16. We bonded instantly and found strength in each other to move on from the situation together. That said, I never thought this situation would happen. I recently learned my best friend is pregnant with her boyfriend of 3 months. I understand that things happen, life goes on, and where there is a will, there is a way. That said, something is not right about this guy. Originally, it was the age gap that caused me concern. She actually thought it was a bit weird when I started seeing my boyfriend, who is only 2 years older than me. I think it's very strange someone at his stage in life could date someone still developing, especially since he already has a 12-year-old daughter. As it turns out, this is nothing. I first met him, let's call him David, after she told me she was pregnant. He didn't leave the couch, not once. He expected her to do everything for him. My boyfriend started talking to David and heard some alarming things. He claimed he was friends with high-ranked government officials who, according to him, told him there were microbots in the COVID vaccine. He claimed Donald Trump controls the weather and suggested my boyfriend build a bunker. He claimed seizures aren't real. He is a medical professional. He also tried to get me to call him to ask for his permission to hang out with her. I also saw him tell her to fix his pants for him because he didn't want to bend over. I tried to plan a girls' night 3 times on days I knew he had to work so we could talk about everything. Pregnancy, living alone, tough relationships with family, and a new job are a lot, and I just thought it would be nice to sit down and talk about everything. Each day I was supposed to come over, he randomly took off work and suggested she cancel because he didn't feel good. He also seems to be pushing away other friends and family that she has. Maybe it is our past trauma from men, physical, mental, and emotional, that is making the alarm sound in my head, but something feels really wrong here. I don't know what to do. This feels like the early stages of something horrible. I am scared this man is bad, and now, because of this, the child is always going to be a part of her life. P.S. I apologize for any grammar or spelling errors. It is the middle of the night, and I just can't sleep with this on my mind. Edit. For clarification, I am not suggesting she gets an abortion. She is my best friend. She wants to have this baby, and I will support her in that. The issue I am having is with this man now going to be a permanent person in her life, and I feel he is doing things that are a precursor to abuse. For people asking, no, I do not have a good relationship with her parents, just her younger brother, but he's just 14. Other than him, her family aren't amazing. She moved out at 17 and has been living in a studio apartment, walking distance from her job ever since. User Fred Red Fooey said, 19 is the worst. Your brain isn't fully developed until 26, and most 19-year-olds are literally not capable of making good decisions because that area of the brain develops last. He is very controlling and is going to keep her isolated. Do not drop her or tell her to drop him because he'll read her text messages and make her cut you off. The best thing you can do is to keep in touch regularly so that she can escape to you when it gets bad. It may take a year, maybe more, but keep the lifeline open if you can. Send her this free book via email from a Gmail address you create new for it so it's not in your text thread. It's called Why Does He Do That? Inside the Minds of Angry and Controlling Men. Hopefully she'll read it and take it to heart. Under this comment, OP said, I feel the reason he is not letting me be alone with her is that he already feels I am a threat and will try to isolate her from me anyway. I text her daily and try to hang out whenever possible. Small talk and playing nice aren't my strong suit, but I am trying. I've played this game before. I have been here. I won't let him block me out. Thank you for the advice. I just feel I am going crazy and like I am the only one picking up on patterns. User T50kg said, I know this might sound odd to some, but I think you should ask your parents for advice and tell them the same thing you said here. Maybe they have some good advice or can help her. I don't know why she's with him if he's so crazy though, like those things he has said are pretty schizophrenic. Ask her to come over to your place because you want to tell her something personal about yourself and need a friend. That way, if he asks for details, that's all the info she has and it'll be a good way to get her alone. Tell her it's super important and you have nobody else to tell it to. So you need her to be there for you just this once or something along those lines. Also, I know this might get me downvoted, but she should really think twice about having this baby if it's not too late. This sounds like a truly terrifying story, and she could be in deep trouble in the future. User Clin Hoff said, you are a good friend, OP. I think often Reddit will see this type of thing and tell you that she's an adult and you need to protect yourself. You don't want to ruin the friendship by causing a fight and you can't change her mind. I think that's true to an extent, but I also think there are some careful things you can do here. Ultimately, yes, she's an adult and has to make her own choices, but her knowing you'll be there will make things easier for her. If I were you and I got to talk to her, I'd raise some flags, but do what you can not to push too hard so that she gets defensive. If she seems receptive to what you're saying, maybe you can go further, but tread lightly. I've learned that people who have defenses up sometimes double down on their choices and pull away, and then even if you're there ready to forgive them and help, they may be too embarrassed to reach out. Test the waters, and if she seems defensive, back off, apologize, and let her know you love and trust her, and you're there for her always. I've also learned that questions go so far, so much further than statements or sharing our own opinions. I don't know her or the situation to know exactly what to ask, but for example, if she brings up any of his conspiracy theories, instead of bashing them or calling him crazy or anything, say something like, what do you think is actually happening? Or what do you believe? If she sees things differently than her BF, you can go one further and ask, why do you think he sees it the way he does? Do you think he really believes what he's saying? Does he have anything to gain from painting it the way he is? Take the conversation slowly, really listen to her answers and just try to understand further. Obviously, you know what's going on, or what we can all reasonably suspect is going on. But if you genuinely try to approach the conversation trying to understand and not convince, I think it will go further in the long run. Approach it without judgment for her or him. Maybe you can get her to reflect on things herself without immediately isolating her either from him or you. Even if sitting her down and having a hard talk with her worked and she saw the light, there's still a chance he could catch wind of that and turn up the manipulation to make her stay. By approaching it where the goal is to understand and help her understand and come to the conclusion herself that something isn't right, even just planting that seed, I think it's far more likely to stick. In OP's update, they said the following: I have been wanting to do an update for a while, but I have been putting it off. I thought there wasn't much more for me to say that people would find interesting, but in the last few months, I have gotten a few messages asking for an update. I also was putting this off because I didn't want to disappoint strangers on the internet. I worry constantly that I might have done the wrong thing in this situation. Regardless of that, here this goes. I have cut contact with my best friend. I saw her one more time after my post. Her boyfriend hadn't changed a bit. We were supposed to go out for pizza after the farmer's market I was working at was over. The two of them were supposed to come 2 hours before it ended to hang out and browse the market. They showed up 20 minutes after it was over, only for him to sit in the car and send her inside so I could ask him if we could still go out for pizza like we were planning to. I said no. I wasn't going to ask any man for permission to see her. She got upset at me and said fine and that we weren't going. I said okay. Another time, she had made plans months in advance to come to a festival I was working at. It was a huge deal career-wise. I was lucky to get into it at all, and I was really proud of myself, and I thought she was proud of me too. The day before it started, I texted her so excited that we would get to hang out and experience this together. I told her where my spot was located and no response. The day of, I texted 2 more times and called twice and still nothing. She never showed up. It broke my heart. I confronted her and she said she forgot. She also said it's not her fault that she forgot. I told her how I felt and I thought we figured things out, but I was wrong. Someone also uninvited me from the baby shower. She sent out online invitations. I saw it and reserved. Later, I went to plan my mom's birthday party and went to double check the date and saw I no longer had access to it, which means one of the people in charge of the event had uninvited me. Her boyfriend, and her mom. I cried and let it go. She wasn't even really talking to me anymore, and I assumed this was the last I would hear from her. Yet, the day before the shower, she called me asking if I was going. I told her I don't have an invitation. She claimed it must have been a mistake and that it happened to 2 other people too. In the end, I couldn't end up going because it was the same day as my mom's party. I kept trying to talk to her, support her, get her to talk to her family more, and back them up when he tried to push them away. Things like the ones I listed above kept happening, but I don't have time to go into every single thing. At some point, I realized I started to expect nothing. I know she was pregnant and she had her asshat of a boyfriend to deal with, but our friendship became a one-way street. I needed her. I went through a lot of very hard life events. I have dealt with death, moving, mental health issues, and my ex stalking me all in the last few months. She didn't know about any of it because she never asked. Eventually, I broke down and told her. I told her how badly it hurt that she did these things to me and how hard I have been trying to be there for her. I thought we figured things out, but again, I was wrong. On to the final straw. Every year for my birthday, I would go away for the weekend. Nowhere far, just 2 hours or so, to go to the ocean so I could swim and get good food. My friend knew this because the last few years, she came with me. When she told me she was pregnant, she immediately asked if I would do her maternity pictures for her because I do freelance photography on occasion. She said she wouldn't be able to pay much, so she couldn't get a professional, but was hoping it would be enough for me to do it. I said, of course, and she didn't have to worry about paying me. It was a gift. I kept asking for a date. She kept putting it off and finally asked to do it the day before my birthday. I said I was going to be away. She begged, so I agreed to do it and canceled my trip for her. My boyfriend and one of my friends decided to plan a surprise birthday party for me. They invited all my friends, got all my favorite foods, and got decorations in my favorite colors. Unfortunately, my boyfriend is bad at keeping secrets, and I found out about it a day before the party. Day of the party and no one came. 14 reservations and no one came. I texted my friend's brother to see if he and his sister were coming since they were invited, and he had no idea what I was talking about. My friend who planned the party then informed me my friend hadn't even opened her invitation. They were close friends too, so this doesn't make much sense. Her brother then texted me that my friend was actually getting her pictures taken, and so there's no way they could go. My heart was broken. The second I sent her a text saying that I wished her the best, but I couldn't do this anymore. I cried for days. I'm still not over it. So there's the update. It sucks. I wish I was strong enough to be there for her, but I'm not. I'll answer any questions about anything, and please forgive my bad grammar. It's the middle of the night, and I don't have the energy to proofread. The next update came about 4 days later. If my grammar or spelling is poor, please forgive me. I am on my phone and in a bit of shock. I don't know if I should have turned to Reddit, but I am so confused right now. Apparently, she had the baby 2 weeks ago, and the baby unexpectedly died last night. My grandfather just called me and told me the news. I want to reach out. Everything is killing me not to. This was supposed to be my godchild. She was supposed to be the godmother of my kids. I can't imagine the hurt she is feeling. I want to say something. I want to help. I want to be her shoulder to cry on and cook her dinner. My brother died when I was young and it almost killed me. I can't even imagine losing a child. But I don't know if I can handle all this. I don't know if I should. Had I not cut her off, there would be no question I would be there for her. But I did cut her off because I thought I didn't deserve the way I was being treated. I still feel that way, but I also feel like none of that matters anymore. I don't know what to do. Please help. User Electronic Pizza 272 said, I'm sure she would still appreciate the gesture. I bet she's really hurting. She may not respond the way you want to right away, but maybe if you reach out and let her know you're there for her in such a sad time in her life, she'll remember that down the line and time will heal the wounds between you. You never know until you try. User Hawklepto said, I would reach out. You still care about her and she's the one who needs help. As others have said, she might not react the way you want and expect, but you can still show that you care. Also, tell her explicitly that you care about her and you're sad because she's sad. You're coming around because her pain is unimaginable, and the idea of her going through that without support is unbearable to you. User Marceli Pearl said, years ago, my best friend and I had a falling out over a guy too old for her. We didn't talk for a year. We started talking when I heard that her boyfriend, the one we stopped talking about, had killed himself. I texted her and said I was sorry if she didn't want to hear from me, but I had heard what happened and wanted to make sure she was okay. Within minutes, she texted asking if I would talk on the phone. I told her how sorry I was for her loss, and she told me she had wanted to reach out to me several times, but didn't know if I would be mad about it. We immediately fell back into being best friends. That was almost 20 years ago, and we've been through a lot since then, but are still best friends. That may not be how it turns out for you, so be prepared, but I think you should reach out with condolences. You obviously still care about her very much since you are asking this question, so just send a text or a call. The worst that can happen is she blocks you. User Rebel's Companion said, be honest with yourself right now. She wouldn't have reached out to you anyway. She was cutting contact with you through her actions or lack thereof. She probably made someone else godmother behind your back because her boyfriend said so. There is nothing you can do to change her actions. All you can do is keep the option of communication open to her on her terms, but you can't be the one to reach out first. Through the grapevine, let it be known you are saddened and heartbroken for your friend and that you are there for her if she needs you. Maybe and hopefully one day she will wake up to the abuse her current boyfriend is putting her through and start her healing journey. This story was created by a user named Devastated Husband. It was posted in the AITAH subreddit and is titled, I am sure my wife just cheated on me. I, M40, think that last night my wife, AFE43, cheated on me. We have been married for 10 years, together for 13. She went out to buy some stuff for the home, which is weird. She hates doing that, and she went with a male friend I don't know. She stayed out for several hours. It was strange because she spent the day getting ready as if it were a date. When she was gone, I grew suspicious and checked around the room. She had put on her sexy underwear meant just for our bedroom. I do all the childcare, so I put the kids to bed. She showed up afterward and refused to tell me most of the details about the man she was with. She told me that in order to stay in our marriage, she needed some time that was just for her. She only told me his first name, and when I thought back, I had seen that name pop up in her texts for the last several months. I didn't think anything of it at the time because it's the name of a work friend she has, and they often need to reach out to one another after hours for big projects. I think that she has been slowly building up the courage to cheat on me, and over the last 2 months, our life has collapsed to zero, and she has grown extremely hostile without any reason given, seemingly out of nowhere. Last week, she told me she doesn't want to be married and it has nothing to do with me. An outrageous assertion. Before everyone says I don't do enough as a husband, I do 100% of the childcare, shopping, and housework, and I work from home, though she is the primary breadwinner. I'm emotionally available and mature, and I don't have a temper. I stay relatively fit and am attractive enough. I am not controlling, I don't object at all to her having male friends, but this screams affair. I am utterly shattered, and I feel like I am dying. I don't even know how to talk to her about it. She has been so angry lately that communicating with her is a nightmare. This is a throwaway account. I am too ashamed to post it to my main. I want to divorce her, but that would break apart my children's home. If I file for divorce, would that make me a jerk? Update. My wife and I talked. She admitted that she had been talking to this guy for a while and had intended to have a encounter, but found him to be so lacking she decided not to. Apparently, he had emotions and wanted a relationship, so she talked with him, bought some of his art, and left. She is still going to hang out with him, but she isn't interested in him anymore, apparently. I asked if she wanted an open relationship. She said yes. I asked if we would ever have sex again. She said probably not. She said she just doesn't want to be in a relationship with anyone or have with anyone anymore. But if she does decide to, she doesn't want to feel caged, especially after her most recent disappointment, but she wants to keep our family together. So I have a permanent hall pass and I don't ever have to explain where I was or who I was with. She said that is only fair and I agreed, and she wants the same. I can't force her to stay married or monogamous, and I don't want a divorce. So we are roommates now with a legally binding lifetime contract and joint finances. And apparently I am now in an open relationship. A very sad day for me, but maybe not the worst outcome. I assume a lot of people will say she was lying, but it sounded honest, and for the first time in months, she wasn't mad at me. She was being direct, and whether she cheated or not wouldn't change anything because she had intended to and had emotionally cheated, so that trust is gone either way. So I was right, sort of, and now my marriage is over, sort of, and that's just how life goes, I guess. I will need some time to process this. Feel free to comment if you like. It has been a rough 3 days. Update 2. So I have decided to treat this post kind of like a journal. You guys have been so helpful and kind, mostly, and it has helped me keep a level head during this process. Thank you all for that. My wife came to me crying. She said she doesn't know why she tried to destroy our life together. She says she loves me so much and I am the perfect husband and she has the perfect life, and she just couldn't handle it and tried to destroy it. She has agreed to counseling. She apparently doesn't want to lose me. She says she doesn't want anyone else and she wants to do what she needs to for me to forgive her. She says we can keep the marriage open if I want. I said okay. She asked if I needed to see other people and I said I don't know. She said she understood and started crying again. Later, she tried to initiate sex and I stopped her. She had on her sexy undies. Seeing them again made me feel sick. She wore them for another man not even a week ago, trying to destroy our marriage. I feel like all my walls are 100% up right now. My kids noticed her behavior towards me that changed this morning when I was getting them ready for school. She was very affectionate and saying nice things to me. My kids were so happy on the way to school. My daughter said, "I am so glad that mom is being herself again. Isn't that great?" I said, "Yeah, I am so tired." Update 3. My wife went out again on Friday. This time, she seemed really pensive, not excited at all. She stayed out a little longer, but came home at a reasonable hour. If I did not know what she had been up to previously, I would not have been suspicious. I assume she broke up with her boyfriend. Saturday morning, she canceled all her future dates of all kinds. Everything social was off her calendar, and she replaced them with family activities with me and the kids. She still wouldn't tell me who this man was or discuss him at all. I decided to leave it alone for a while to gather my thoughts. We went on a family trip yesterday. It was fun. Today, we are all going to do family games and hang out. My wife's behavior has changed very dramatically, and she is playing the caring wife, saying nice things to me, and sending me positive messages when I am in a different room, touching my arm, all of the things. A fairly dramatic shift from the extreme hostility she has been showing me for months. But I have been badly burned, so I couldn't trust it. I decided that I was calm enough to figure out who this guy was. So I went looking, and with the help of a dear friend, we figured it out. See, she had purchased something from him, and that was enough information to figure out who he was, how they met, and how this all began. Now, I am going to be vague, as this would maybe be identifying, and I don't need that in my life, especially if I plan on divorcing. But he followed her on a social media service, and she didn't follow him back. He never once posted publicly on her social media, and she never liked or commented on any of his stuff. My wife's social media contains pictures of me and our children, almost exclusively of our children, a couple pictures of me, and only a handful of pictures of my wife. For complicated reasons, her social media has a larger following than most personal social media accounts, which made finding him a real pain. This piece of shit saw my kids and me and my wife and thought, I bet those kids would love 2 Christmases. That's the guy my wife cheated on me with. He is older than me by more than a decade, but very fit and very tall, like a joke. The worst part, she had not blocked him. So it isn't over, it is just on the back burner. I have decided not to mention it. I don't want her to hide it better. I want to know what's going on as I collect evidence for filing for divorce. I don't need evidence, but for my own peace of mind and so that I can grieve, I will finish constructing the puzzle that is my wife's infidelity. I will also focus on self-care and stay away from vices. I could definitely see myself getting drunk and high every night in response to this. So I should not do that. I can't file just yet for complicated financial reasons, but I will be keeping my appointment with the divorce lawyer to explore my options. Until then, we will see. I have zero trust in my wife. I never thought I would find myself in this position. I don't know what I will do afterward. I haven't dated in almost 15 years. How does it even work now? Thank you to all the members of the community who have reached out to me, even the mean ones. All of you have taken the time to engage with me when I could not be anything but self-centered in my own grief, and I appreciate you. I will continue updating as I go. Update 4. I decided to take a few days and headed to my parents' house. My wife watched the children while I went over and spoke with my folks. After hearing about the situation, my sister joined us. My parents are hugely supportive of whatever I choose, though my mom thinks I should get a divorce and has several good divorce lawyers already picked out. She really could not hide her excitement that I might be divorcing my wife. And my father thinks we should work it out and offered to pay for any and all mental health services we need for me, the wife, and the kids. My parents have been married for a very long time, and I always wanted a long, stable marriage like they had. My mother commented that I always did like complicated relationships with difficult women and that your wife has been torturing you for months. Everyone has been so worried about you, which feels about right. They needed a ton of landscaping done, so my sister and I spent the whole time doing landscaping and talking. The weather was finally nice, and I had 2 days of clearing my head and being around people that love me and getting exercise. By the time I got home, I had completely forgotten my horrible situation. My wife even greeted me when I got home and seemed very excited to see me. I was happy to believe for a moment that this was my life. Gleeful kids and a happy wife greeting me at the door. It felt really good. I smelled terrible and was covered in dirt. I did not shower while I was over there. They only have 1 bar of Dove soap that they share, which was how it was when I was a kid, and honestly, I would just rather stay dirty. So I went to get changed in my room, the guest bedroom where I now live, instead of in a room with my wife. And let me tell you, it all came flooding back. Just a deep ache and a sadness that the person upstairs was completely different a week and a half ago, and could just as easily flip right back. We are currently in a holding pattern where my wife just looks at me wondering what I will do and tries to be on her best behavior, which she is already looking exhausted by, and I try to stabilize my emotional state well enough to make it through each day without incident. Either way, I have been getting a lot of attention online and in real life from potential suitors. There are a surprising number of women of all age groups who seem to really enjoy what I'm about and how I look. I really did not know that there was this much interest. I am going to start scheduling dates in the next few weeks. I don't know if it is a good idea or not. I don't know if there is anything out there worth finding, but I do know that sitting around my house being sad all the time is no kind of life. And my mom offered to watch my children while I went out on dates. Though she doesn't approve of it, if it brings me closer to getting rid of my wife, she will help me do it. That woman is such a trip. Again, thank you everyone for your support and encouragement. My updates will likely be less frequent going forward unless something exciting happens. Real life is rarely this complicated and interesting in real time. Thank goodness for that. Update 5. Well, it has been a few more weeks, and I said I would use this as a journal of sorts, and so I shall. Last weekend, I went out dancing. My wife watched the kids, and I went out and had an amazing time. I went out by myself and just met and danced with whomever came along. I was out till 2 a.m., and when I got home, my wife was waiting up for me. She pretended that she had insomnia, but I could tell she wanted to see when I would get home, or if I would come home at all. The more I do things only for myself and my own enjoyment, the more she seems to want to be in the marriage. I gave up so much to make the family stable, raise the kids, and keep the home, but I never talked about that or made a big deal out of it. Now that I am going out and doing irresponsible and impulsive things, now she likes me again. This is genuinely confusing to me. My wife and I have been working on our communication a lot, spending most of our downtime hanging out with each other and trying to figure out how to talk to one another and understand one another better. I am already in therapy, and that is helping. My wife has expressed an urgent need for her to attend therapy, but is worried that her current therapist might not be able to help her. I think her current therapist is one of the best in the state, and one of the only ones that my wife respects, so she needs to give her another go. This hesitance on her part is a small problem now, but might end up being a major problem in the future. I have insisted on us disentangling our finances, so she and I will have our own accounts, which will each receive equal money each month, and then a joint account for bills, plus an additional account for vacation plans. Building up a separate account will free me from years of financial abuse in the form of her insisting on bankrolling her impulsive purchases from the accounts where I am attempting to build up savings. I will begin saving a safety net if I decide to pull the trigger on divorce. All the paperwork is set up, I just need to decide to move forward or not. The relationship is continuing to go well, apart from a couple of minor incidents. My wife has been largely positive, she expresses love for me fairly regularly, and even the pitch of her voice is higher and more feminine around me than it had been for the last year. A subtle sign that she is finding me more attractive, which feels nice but doesn't impact me the way it used to. She also seems much happier in general, and she hasn't disrespected me once or been unkind or hurtful since she did her turnaround. She clearly was actively sabotaging the marriage, as without her antagonism, the house seemed to run great. It could have always been a happy home, but she decided she wanted it to be a nightmare. Having this post has helped to remind me of the terrible pain of trusting my wife. I don't like making the same mistakes twice. I am pretty obviously not healed, and some of my sadness has turned to resentment, which is not healthy, but I am still struggling to be just okay, which is harder than it sounds. So that's it for this update. Thank you again, everyone, for the kind words and support. I will likely be going out dancing every weekend for the near future. I am trying to set up plans for a vacation. My wife wants to do our honeymoon this summer, which we never got to take. We were too poor and too busy being parents to our 2 young kids at the time when we first got married, so we never went on our honeymoon. I believe that she is hoping to rekindle something. We shall see. I haven't done any official dates yet, but I have had some women I have met in my day-to-day activities outside the house flirt pretty aggressively with me. Also, I had a married couple around my age try to pick me up when I was out dancing. I entertained it, but my life is already more complicated than I would like, and that seemed like a big bite to take so soon into my little adventure. So I ended up turning them down, but not definitively. We shall see. I have spent the time since initially posting lifting weights pretty aggressively and have lost about 10 pounds of fat and gained some muscle, so I am pretty summer ready. I'm going to continue working on myself and doing what I need to in order to meet my own needs. I will update again when I have something to say. Until then, be kind to yourself. Update 6. Father's Day was a nightmare. My wife had a huge emotional outburst right away in the morning and had been getting pretty angry and reclusive leading up to Father's Day, which is nothing new. It turns out that her mother had called her first thing in the morning to remind her that her father abandoned them and that she should celebrate her on Father's Day. My wife's response was to have a breakdown and take it out on me in front of the children and then retreat back to her room. She eventually apologized, but whatever, it wasn't the worst Father's Day ever. Even though I had neither presents, cards, events, or kind words from my wife, my kids gave me lots of hugs and told me they valued me, so that was lovely. Our marriage has been slowly improving and our discussions have become more frequent and open, though we still have not directly revisited the affair. A couple of days before Father's Day, my wife shared with me her intention to take advantage of our open relationship status at some later date. She told me that she was just not a monogamist like you are. I told her that I wasn't interested in that kind of marriage, and she said, "Well, I guess that makes me a slut. Are you gonna stay married to a slut?" To which I replied, "I guess for now." Then she hit me with a real big piece of information. "Well, I thought you weren't monogamous too, for a while." So apparently she thought I had cheated on her, and because our communication is so poor, she decided to make our relationship open as a response. And then went out with this other dude. She just didn't inform me until after she had completely mentally and physically left the relationship. After I initially confronted her about the affair, she realized that I had never been unfaithful, and that's why she had such a huge turnaround. She was having a revenge affair against me, but I had never been unfaithful. She still won't specify what made her think I had an affair. I assume it was when I was spending a ton of time doing volunteer work. There is a lot to explore there, but after that, the conversation broke down and she retreated to her room. I don't actually think she is interested in an open marriage. I honestly believe she just had an affair and is still doing this open marriage to justify her behavior to herself. She would absolutely have another affair to prove that this is what she wants, rather than admit that she had an initial affair out of a misplaced malice and insecurity. I have been going out on weekends, dancing mostly, and meeting fun people, and she stays up to see when I get home, and is deeply jealous the day before and after. No dates exactly, just meeting people and having fun dancing and talking. Nothing in her behavior says that she would do anything other than collapse completely if I was involved with another person. Clearly, she needs to go to individual therapy. I am already seeing an individual therapist, but so far our sessions have been mostly me just explaining what has been going on since the subject matter is so dense. I don't know if there is a path forward here. I know she has gone back to referring to me as her husband, and there is some physical touch reappearing in our relationship, though I am the hesitant one this time. Also, she has clearly done the initial STD and 6-week follow-up doctor's visits. She said she needed a doctor's visit for shots 1 week after the obvious affair and then went for more shots 6 weeks later, which is the timeline for a follow-up, claiming a need for different vaccines. Pretty unbelievable coincidence, and I am not stupid enough to believe it. It also shows that she is maintaining a willingness or need to lie to me. I am still getting my ducks in a row and planning for a divorce, but honestly, it is difficult. In order to not tip my hand, I need to keep my guard up, but if I keep my guard up, I can't heal the marriage. So here I am, planning for a divorce is the most likely way to make it happen, so that's probably the road I am on. Sorry if this update isn't super focused, I am more using it as a journal, so it might be progressively less focused as time goes on. Thanks to everyone who keeps sharing their insights and support. This has been and continues to be a weird journey, but my anger has largely subsided and I am starting to feel more myself. And I think a large part of that has been me being able to share this as I go. Update 7, things are finally improving. The man she had an affair with tried to reach out publicly on her social media. He was upset that she had been ignoring his messages. She did not block him, just ghosted him, and made their affair public. I had finally had enough. Being publicly embarrassed was just too much for me, as if the shame and indignity of the affair was not enough. I realized the irony of that given this post, but I have worked to keep myself anonymous in telling my story. I told my wife to leave for a week. I didn't care where she went, but she wasn't welcome in the house until last night. I told her that she didn't appreciate me, the work I did, the family I built around her, or our lives together, and I wanted her to experience a week without it. I wanted her to feel what the divorce would be like. Honestly, I had one of the best weeks I have had all year. I played with my kids without having to deal with her bullshit. I hung out with friends and family without her being there to sabotage anything. My stress was way lower. I was just happier. I could not be any lonelier than I already was, so that remained largely unchanged. I didn't have to coordinate with her while she constantly changed her mind. It was really great. The kids were happier too. They had nightly good nights with their mom. I would never stop them from talking to their mother, they need 2 parents, over the phone, but otherwise their stress level seemed way lower. She stayed in a hotel and worked during the days. She picked up extra shifts for the weekend just to not have free time at the hotel. When she got home yesterday, she was extremely huggy, a deeply unusual behavior for her, and this morning she even made me coffee and brought it to me. She gave me several hugs and kisses and told me what an amazing husband and father I am and how much she needs me in her life and misses me. She is so apologetic and will start her therapy now. I know this process is likely to take a long time and have ups and downs throughout, but this is the first time I have any hope for any future together. As an aside, I am hitting the gym a lot, so my physical health is really improving and the therapy is helping me to figure out what I want and to stand up for myself more effectively. I deserve to be in a relationship where I feel loved and valued, and if this relationship is not loving, then I need to give myself permission to leave. Not just for the kids, but for me. Having individual needs is okay. That is something I need to work on. Update 8. I have had a couple of requests for an update, so here it goes. The wife and I are slowly increasing our communication. I have been going out more on my own and exercising a ton. Honestly, I haven't looked this good in a decade. When I go out, I have been getting a lot of female attention, which feels nice. I have never had people ask me for my Instagram before, but that's apparently how young women tell you that they are interested. Things are stabilized, but the marriage is either dead or on life support, and with neither of us pushing to keep it alive, it looks like it will just kind of fizzle out. It is a pretty good practical arrangement for both of us right now. I care for the children, keep the house clean and cook, and manage everything on the home front, and she works and gets a lot of downtime to pursue her hobbies. We both feel like we are getting what we need. There is no longer a significant physical relationship, but that's okay. I don't really want to be with her anymore, so I don't feel neglected. Getting divorced would also severely compromise our finances right when we are getting on our feet. Staying only works in my favor since the home is no longer a source of stress, and I am free to pursue other relationships. Also, the longer I put off the divorce, the better it will be for me financially when I do file. So from a practical position, I have no reason to divorce right now. So for now, I am staying. I don't really care that she cheated on me anymore, or at least I have stopped reacting to it. I learned the lesson that she is not the person I imagined her to be. I still love my wife, but that betrayal hurt too much. I no longer want to do any of the husbandly things with her. She is more like a friend I live with. In the meantime, I have made a lot of new friends with my open marriage status, and I will be exploring things with them going forward. It turns out that telling women that you are married but available is the opposite of a deal breaker. My wife seems to not be pursuing anything outside of the marriage with anyone else, but I am not keeping track. It just doesn't matter to me anymore. Also, the number of women out there looking to cheat on their husbands is shocking. Don't worry, I would never be a party to that hurt. But holy shit, is it scandalous. I had no idea, and it's all the same. Their stories could just be my wife telling them. They are bored, their life is stable, they want a spark. Go talk to your husbands and work through it. Don't go some guy in a nightclub, just unmitigated selfishness. My trust in women has collapsed during this experience. So that's the update. My mental health is pretty good. I have weekly mental health appointments. I am physically doing very well, and I feel peace starting to come back into my life again. My kids seem happy, and we have been spending all summer playing sports together and video games and going to fun places and gardening. They love that their parents are getting along and that their mother isn't angry all the time and their father doesn't look like he is about to die from stress. My wife is happy in her work and with her hobbies, and our interactions are mostly positive. Our communication has gone from non-existent to acceptable, which is a huge step up. I don't have hope that my marriage can ultimately be saved, but right now it is a shelter for me where I can rest and gather my thoughts, build my life how I like it. Sorry, I know there are a lot of people rooting for me, but honestly, I am doing pretty well. I will keep you guys updated on any big changes. Until then, I wish you all the happiness that you can stand. User Tall Old BTM said, she already told you she does not want to be married, and with this evidence, you would not be the jerk for wanting a divorce. Sounds like the marriage was headed this way before the apparent cheating. User Robin Noodle said, if you do divorce, child custody, and how you're going to support yourself should be your biggest two concerns. If she has always been the breadwinner, you may be able to get alimony. Sounds like an affair to me, at least an emotional one. It is possible she hasn't slept with this man. I wonder why and how you all got here. Sorry for you and stay strong. User CyberVTM said, get evidence first. That's the most important thing from what I have read from these horrible stories of affairs. For your own sanity, get screenshots and anything else you can find. If you file for divorce, you are going to need that proof in court. User Humble Evening 7668 said, even if she didn't cheat, you all sound miserable and are doing the kids a disservice by staying together. Sorry you're going through that. I think it's healthier for ourselves and children to watch us fight for our right to happiness, so they don't repeat the pattern when they're grown and have more agency to go for what they want. You're teaching them to settle. Then they will enjoy you all more and vice versa when you're in a more grounded place, not dealing with her resentment day in and day out. Rebuilding your kingdom is 100% worth it. I had to do it a year ago for the same exact reason. The kids are happier too. User Bizarro said, this is key. Collect bills, hospital transcripts, school report cards, anything that is a piece of paper that ties you to the children as the primary caregiver. You need things on it to heavily imply or explicitly indicate that you are doing the child care. It is so hard for a father to be acknowledged as the primary caregiver without a mountain of evidence that goes back at the absolute least 6 months. Most of the Western world simply defaults to the mother being the primary caregiver, and you would need a notarized piece of paper from her that says you are in charge of the kids. Seriously, get everything you can. Receipts for school supplies, notes from your daily planner that show appointments for the kids in your handwriting. All of it. Screenshots of texts from your wife that outline a typical work week for her to show how often she's out. You need to paint a mental picture of a caregiving father that a 3-year-old would examine and say, oh yeah, that guy does it all for his kids. User Prism Realm Hog said, you know what really breaks the kids? Dysfunctional parents staying together. I'm not calling you dysfunctional, but staying in this can result in a proper mess characterized by resentment, tension, anger, and everything in between. And kids pick that up quite easily and they won't forget. Every single day, this situation will linger in the backs of your heads, and any slightly abrasive moment will erupt into screaming and hours of arguments day after day among your kids. We're not fighting, we are arguing. Proceeds to scream at each other for 3 more hours while dad is breaking stuff. Very cool adulting or something is a phrase I heard way too often from my parents. They thankfully divorced when I was 7, and frankly, I'm glad they did. I was already blessed with PTSD and later BPD caused by my dad. Staying in that environment for the sake of me. Separate. Get your ducks in a row like people say. Gather evidence and that whole shebang, then file for divorce. Something tells me that your wife won't come clean, do a 180, and actively work on herself for betterment. That takes a lot of effort. And seeing a glimpse of her modus operandi regarding addressing issues among you two. No, you are not the jerk. You filing for divorce is a natural step and a consequence of a situation like this. Doing nothing and staying together, and your kids might see you both as assholes in a decade. Entertain the idea of you staying together, a decade goes by, and your kids move out. Now what? User Excellent Case 2050 said, confront her with how you are feeling. That is not unreasonable for you to express how you feel. Trust your gut always. It sounds like your marriage is already over. She just hasn't told you yet. Divorce her and move on. Life is too short to bend over backwards to try to make something work when the other half is already attempting to move on. It's better for your kids to not live in an unhappy home. They can pick up on your failing relationship just as much as you can. Sorry for you. I too went through something similar and wish someone had told me to just move on. I knew it deep down already and didn't accept it until it was too late. Again, life is short, especially at our age. Don't waste time. Projecting off of my situation, if this is not sound advice, then I wish you luck. Another user said, been in this same situation. After I got the comment that she didn't want to be married any longer, my first response was that I wanted no less than 50% custody of our children. I had evidence of her cheating as well. It worked out for both of us. We both moved on, and now I'm happily married to my beautiful wife after 20 years of being a part-time single dad. This story was created by a throwaway account. It was posted in the relationship advice subreddit and is titled I am 40F and my husband 43 and I had a threesome and he left me alone with the man. It got scary. He doesn't think it's a big deal. How do I convince him it is? I'll try not to drag this on. My husband and I have been together for about 15 years. We have a good life, but it was starting to get a bit stale, so we had a talk on how to spice it up and settled on a couple of threesomes, one with another woman and one with another man. He said I pick the woman and he picks the man. Agreed. He likes small petite women, although I'm 5'8" and have a big chest. So I chose a small dainty woman whom he instantly loved. We had a great time and even arranged for her to come back the following Saturday. I'd even arranged a surprise for the end of this month for him with her and 2 of her friends to join us, so he'll have 4 women to himself. This will become relevant. Anyway, on to the guy he chose for me. He knows I'm not into bodybuilder types. He chose a 6'5", 20-stone giant of a man who had muscles on top of muscles. We started and it was great fun. My husband finished first and said he was going to get a drink and go have a smoke, so I said okay, and the other guy and I carried on. After about 20 minutes he finished and I realized that my husband hadn't come back. I went downstairs and his car was gone. The big guy followed me downstairs and asked where my husband was, and I said I didn't know. He grabbed me and said, that means we can go again, and started trying to kiss me. I said no, the moment's gone. He literally picked me up and carried me upstairs. I was like a rag doll to him. I said no again when we got to the top of the stairs, and he was laughing and telling me how much I loved it, and he knew I wanted more. This carried on for about 5 minutes, and I was scared. He was big and strong, and I knew I couldn't fight him off. He said my husband promised him a night of and he'd only had an hour, so he wanted more. I said no and asked him to leave. He then said he'd leave, but only if I performed a certain act first. I said no. This conversation went back and forth for a few minutes, and he started walking towards me. I got scared and agreed to do something if we could do it downstairs, and he left afterwards. He said yes. Once he left, I tried calling my husband, but he wouldn't answer me. I rang his friends and family, but none of them answered. I sat up all night scared, and eventually he came home at 6 a.m. I went off on him and told him what had happened and asked where he went. He said he got some post-nut clarity and left before he ruined anything. I said some choice words about him and how he left me alone with a man who could snap me like a twig, and then I told him what the man made me do before he left. He just said, well, you'd already done everything with him, why not just do it again? I saw red and stormed out myself. Later on, when I spoke to him, he said, why am I allowed to get insecure, but he was not. I asked when I got insecure, and he said the first time Sabrina came around, I left for 20 minutes. I left to wash my hair and get some more drinks for us, and even said, you two carry on, I'll be back soon, and then joined back in once I came back. Plus, like I said, I'd done it again since and then told him what I'd arranged for the end of the month. It's been a week and he still doesn't think he did anything wrong or left me in a dangerous position. I told him I wanted to ring the police and he said that's stupid. You can't ring the police on a man when we specifically invited him round for He thinks I'm overreacting. I think I'm underreacting. I feel like I want to leave him and report this guy, but I think I should give it some time to see if I calm down. TLDR, had a threesome with another man, husband walked out, and other man got forceful. About 1 month later, OP provided an update. I still get messages from this now, over a month later, and I want to say I really appreciate the support I get. It means a lot knowing so many strangers care. To answer a few questions from the original, threesomes were his idea. I suggested BDSM to spice things up. We had quite a few MFM threesomes with his friends in the first couple of years, which he never had a problem with or walked away from. After we had the 2 threesomes with Sabrina, I told him if he didn't want to have an MFM, I was fine with that and was more than happy having regular ones with Sabrina. He said no, he wants an MFM. Another question I got was why it was okay to leave him alone with her, but not for him to leave me alone with the man. I left him alone for 10 minutes while I went to wash something out of my hair in our ensuite bathroom with a woman who was 4'11". He drove away from our house and left me alone for 8 hours to fend for myself against a man who was 7 inches taller than me and I'd guess 10 stone heavier than me. Was he with Sabrina when he left me alone? No, he wasn't. He had no contact details for her. Did he plan to leave me alone, and was it a setup? I have no evidence of this, and it wasn't even something I thought of before I made my last post, but I honestly believe now it was a setup and he told the guy that I'd be up for a night of sex. Another thing that came to me a few days after my post as well was that the other guy said he had to be at work at 6 a.m. and would be tired on no sleep. That kind of confirms that he was planning on having no sleep due to a night of sex. And my husband came back at 6 a.m. when he knew the guy would definitely be gone. Have I been to the police? No, I can't be bothered with the hassle. On to the update. I left the day I made the post. It dawned on me I needed to. I actually went to Sabrina's house for the night and got drunk with her as she's the only person I could think of whom he wouldn't know how to contact or find. I booked an Airbnb for the next week miles away, and while there, my friend, who is a letting agent, sorted out a flat for me that I could move into pretty quickly. I transferred the deposit and first month's rent over, and when I was back, signed the contract and moved in, sleeping on an airbed and having nothing there for a few days, but now it's nice and cozy. I left my husband a note saying I want a divorce and not to contact me. He hasn't really, apart from asking me essentials about the house. I've spoken to a lawyer but haven't started anything yet as paying out for my flat has left me a bit poor, but I will do it in the next couple of weeks. I've seen him once drive past in the car while I was on the bus, and I'll be honest, I didn't feel anything. No love, no anger, no hatred, just emptiness. So that's the update. Nothing really salacious or interesting, I'm afraid, and I just want to thank everyone again for their support. XTLDR, I left him. One user said, there's a horrifying trial going on in France right now. A man was drugging his wife and getting paid by strangers to rape her while she was half awake for months. Being a woman is so scary sometimes. Under this comment, a user named Have Plushie Will Talk said, honestly, the scariest thing about being a woman is men's reaction to the crimes of other men. You can get up in arms and describe what happened to you and demand justice, demand retribution, demand to be treated as a human being and not some subhuman, and demand it be made into law. But as soon as you tell a man and he says, doesn't sound that bad to me, or John, he'd never, or yeah, but you were leading him on and he's a nice guy, I'm sure he didn't mean it, or where's your proof? Like you always say stuff and can never prove it. Alan doesn't deserve for his life to be ruined for 20 minutes of action. He can't even enjoy his favorite meal, steak. Then, you know you're not human, not like men are human. You don't matter, not how they matter. You're not even alive, not how men are alive. Brock Turner, the who goes by Brock Turner, and his father who said that last bit about 20 minutes of action ruining his son's whole life, and how sad it was he couldn't enjoy a steak. User 13 Surgeries said, I'll have nightmares from reading this. What a twisted, evil thing the STBX husband did. I wish there were some way to arrest him for pimping. I don't think that's the right term because he wasn't sharing the profit with the OP. He took all of the money and didn't tell her he was charging. The OP would have wasted her time going to the police because Bluto would have claimed it was consensual sex. And because the OP's husband would say he'd invited him over for a night of sex because the OP wanted it, and there were threesomes before. There were also no witnesses. Please note, I'm not saying any of this is right. It's just so difficult to get someone arrested for acquaintance, and even if there's an arrest, the odds of the DA prosecuting the case are almost nil. User message from A said, I'm absolutely convinced he sold her for the night. Imagine that. You're living with your partner, your spouse, a man you sleep next to every night, trust him with your life, and he abandons you with a guy he knows is not your type and could potentially harm you. I'm one of the lucky girls who never experienced assault from a guy or was ever in an uncomfortable position with a man, but reading all these experiences sure makes me twice as lucky and quadruple as scared to ever get into a situation like that. I'm so glad OP divorced this trash bag. User Damn It Gravity said not only does it sound like the husband sold her for the night, but also that he wanted an excuse to divorce. I would worry about what story he's telling their family and friends. If he tried to say she had an affair, she could lose everyone and no one would believe her when she told them the truth. This next post was made in the AITAH subreddit by a user named FarSpecific3005. The post is titled AITAH for getting hurt and upset over a harmless prank that my husband pulled. My husband and I have been married for 5 years. We are currently F24 and M33. Way before we met, when I was 16, my mom's house had a fire that burnt literally everything down, and sadly, my childhood cat was also killed in it. I remember my mom and brother waking me up screaming, "Fire, fire, get up, get up." We crawled out under the smoke, and luckily my neighbors had already called the fire department, and they pulled us out. We lost literally everything. We were devastated. That was a while ago, but it still really scares me, and I check outlets and our stove and candles and everything all the time. My husband knows this about me. 2 nights ago, I went to bed early because I am currently 34 weeks pregnant, literally about to pop. I was sleeping for a while before, for some reason, my husband decided to wake me up by yelling, "Baby, there's a fire. Fire, fire, fire. Get up." As quickly as I could get up at 34 weeks, I did and grabbed my purse. I was just in automatic shock and on autopilot and knew what I needed to grab. I made it all the way down the stairs, yelling for my husband to follow me before he started laughing and telling me it was a joke. It took a minute for that to process. I stood there with an open mouth while he laughed and ushered me down the rest of the stairs. I sat down on the couch and just started sobbing. It was genuinely the hardest I've ever sobbed. It's like I couldn't get myself to stop and my whole body was shaking. My heart was racing and I couldn't breathe. I had never had this experience before. I was genuinely so panicked. I was so upset. My husband apologized and was like, "Oh my God, I'm sorry, it was just a joke." I just cried until he eventually said, "What the f***? It was just a prank. This is really dramatic." After a few hours, I had calmed myself down and went to apologize to him. He wouldn't take it. He said I was being overdramatic and made him feel like shit for a harmless prank. So I guess am I the jerk? I've never been good at taking jokes. I've been trying to be less sensitive, but IDK. In OP's update, she said, "A month ago, I posted my first post, which is still up on my account. I was terrified, hurt, and confused, and the comments really helped me sort through everything going on. A week later, I went into preterm labor and gave birth to my baby at 35 weeks. A week after that, my husband beat me unconscious when he caught me Googling the signs of an abusive marriage after he coerced me into a week postpartum. Today, I filed for divorce and secured a restraining order against him. My husband will never lay a hand on me or my baby ever again. I cannot confidently say that I would have made that decision without the help of my original post. So thank you so very much. I think maybe people do not realize how much you can help a stranger on the internet, but you can. And all of you did. I will be the woman who leaves after the first time. I will be the best mother I can be, and that starts with leaving him. Thank you." User AstraZigniferi said, "I'd say that escalated quickly, but it really didn't. It proceeded exactly along the expected path. OP just hadn't linked all the hundreds of small shitty relationship moments into a larger indictment of his character until it was too late. I'm glad she's alive. I hope she and her child are truly able to escape him. Too often partners like this are granted visitation and custody rights and are able to abuse their victim through their child for decades." User TV Maniac 5 said, "For me, the biggest red flag was how quickly she forgot her anger and sadness and started feeling responsible for hurting his feelings with her response, even feeling like she had to apologize. This kind of sudden 180 screams of long-term conditioning. This is definitely not the first time something like that has happened." User Clueless Bobcat said, "I don't understand why men want to have sex immediately after birth. It's literally a gaping hole down there with a flood of blood. Why the f would you want that? If I were a man, I wouldn't want blood on my dick, especially with that kind of volume. I still feel weird a year after birth, to be honest. Even without forcing it, sometimes hurts even when you're aroused. Forced sex is even more painful. Forced after your hole is ripped and then sewn shut? Absolute f***ing monster. This next post was made in the same subreddit by a user named OnlyWasabi7243. The post is titled AITAH for telling my dad to cherish his other son because he's the only one he has left. I made this account a few days ago and debated on actually posting about this because it's stupid, but here I am. I'm a 17-year-old male and I'm graduating high school this year. My parents divorced when I was just shy of 2 years old, long time ago. Dad remarried, mom remarried, then divorced again, she's single. Dad had another son with his wife. His other son is 14. My entire life, his other son has taken more importance. I was told I'm the older brother, so I should be stronger and not make a big deal out of it. I was 9 years old, standing looking out the window waiting for my dad to show up, just for him to call my mom to tell me he can't make it because his other son has a dentist appointment and he's freaking out. It was literally just a checkup. Yeah, sure, understandable. Let me just go myself, stupid things like that. He ditched my sports games for random reasons, not even just because of my brother. He didn't come to my talent show when I was 15 because he didn't want to. That's it. Didn't want to. No plans, nothing he had to be at. Just didn't want to. I spent months learning guitar and a song to play for him since he loves guitar and that song. Oh well, let me go myself again. My parents don't have a good relationship, but my mom doesn't keep him from me. I've heard their conversations, he just doesn't want to be there. I don't know. At one point, I asked my mom if he really was my dad, and she said yes and asked why I'm saying things like that. I asked why he hates me then. It was an emotional moment, but it passed. That happened just before my 17th birthday, and since then, I've just kind of stayed in my lane. If he reached out to me, I'd say hi, but I wouldn't ask him anything. I wouldn't hug him if I saw him. I wouldn't beg for time together. Kind of indifferent, I guess. Not saying he was never in my life, but he was really only there for the moments that literally any other person would call him a for if he wasn't there. Birthdays, short visits on Christmas, had surgery when I was younger. He was there for that. Anything else though, and he was busy like 70% of the time. Well, last week he told me he regretted being so absent in my life. He told me he had pre-planned a trip for him to drive me to college when I start. We would leave immediately following my graduation and we would just drive across the country. Info, I'm not accepted to any college, but I've spoken to the one I want to go to, which is in Washington, and it's basically guaranteed with my grades. I told him not to bother, he should spend the summer with his son. I do want to say that I've never said no when he's asked to hang out or talk on the phone. I always said yes, even when I didn't want to, just to keep the peace and not cause issues. As far as I'm concerned though, I don't have a dad. I have a mother and a man who occasionally spares time for his other kid. He didn't like my reply and said I'm his son too. Not gonna lie, I laughed and asked since when. We kind of fought after that and didn't end on a good note. I told him I was planning on dropping contact when I turned 18 since he was probably going to do the same. So why bother keeping this relationship alive when he's never wanted to know me and I stopped wanting him to? He's been trying to reach out but I shut it down every time. He's dropped by but I don't see him. He calls me and I decline. He messages me but I ignore him. Yesterday I messaged him, "Hi dad, please stop trying to talk to me. I truly want no relationship with you. You never wanted one with me, so I don't see why you're acting so hurt by this. I don't know if you never gave a about me because of your own hate for me or your wife who never let me come over. I don't know, I don't care. I realized I did not have a dad a while ago and really accepted it recently. I'm not mad, I just don't care. Keep the same energy now that you've had for the last decade and stay away from me. I hope your relationship with your son stays just as important to you because he's your only kid. Have a good life." Dad told my mom, and my mom was mad at me and told me I should give him a chance because he was trying. Not wrong, I do feel kind of bad because I could tell when he was describing our trip, he was excited. Oh well, I wanted a dad to be proud of my achievements and my grades, but instead I got a good job card from a drugstore and an "I'm proud of you" text, really sincere. Mom's still trying to guilt trip me and I'm starting to feel like I should just do the trip then block his number when I'm at college. It's another year of faking smiles with him and I just don't want to do that. It would be easier though. I don't know. Am I a jerk for all this? User Lux Rothchop said, "You're not any kind of jerk. In fact, you're giving your dad exactly what he wanted all along. A son who doesn't talk too much, who stands on his own 2 feet, and who doesn't expect much from his dad. That's what he created. If you want something different, you both need to agree. It's not up to him to decide you'll be a happy family now." User OK lead 7443 said NTA, not even close. I would probably do the same thing. He was an absent shit father. He doesn't get to decide to have a relationship with you now. You don't owe him anything. Protect your peace. Maybe someday you'll choose to forgive, maybe not. But it's your choice, not his. User Jellico Alpha said NTA. Odds are his friends or co-workers are talking about taking their kids to college, the moving, the road trips, etc., which is why he planned the road trip to help you move without even talking to you about it. It wasn't about you. It was about him being able to post photos on social media and brag to his buddies about how cool of a dad he is. Or maybe his 14-year-old son has officially entered the everything my parents do embarrasses me phase, and so you are a consolation prize. Or maybe he has finally seen the light of day and realized he's been a shitty father. You never know. That being said, I think you need to write him a letter. Detail all the times you felt he let you down. Don't leave anything out. Standing by the window when you were 9, wondering why your dad didn't love you enough to show up and thinking to yourself why a dentist appointment is more important than you, all the other times he bailed on you, etc. Put it all out there. Then point blank ask him what changed. Did his other son stop wanting to spend time with him and now he's coming back to you? Because you don't want to be his consolation prize. Tell him you want an explanation as to why things have now suddenly changed. Tell him you are open to going to see a therapist if he needs help explaining what changed and why he wants to be your dad again. And that maybe having a third party there will help you both. And then just see what happens. At least then you might get some answers. Another user commented, sounds like your dad's favorite song is Cats in the Cradle by Harry Chapin. In all seriousness though, it's tough when the parent who is supposed to love and support you just isn't there. You are definitely not a for standing your ground and setting boundaries. Don't let anyone guilt trip you into a relationship that you don't want. Focus on yourself and build relationships with people who actually value and care for you. This story was created by a throwaway account. It was posted in the AITAH subreddit and is titled AITAH for throwing my Sil and her family out. My husband has 2 brothers and 1 sister. His sister and her husband are not my favorite people in the world. Recently, they have been couch surfing as they lost their home, long story which could have been avoided if they had adulted like they should have. First, they stayed with my in-laws, but they used the excuse that my Phil has diabetes to get rid of them and their rowdy children. Next was his older brother and his wife. They had 2 spare rooms as 2 of their older children moved out a year ago, and they only have the 6-year-old and their 13-year-old twins at home. After 3 weeks, they had to move out due to a planned refurbishment. They were happy with them as they were generally tidy and helped out in the home. The youngest brother was the next to take them in. While my Sil was there, she helped out in the home and kept her children on a leash. The youngest brother's wife is very house proud and she allowed them to stay for a limited time only as they have had a baby recently and her mother will be staying with them to help out for the first 6 months. Then they emotionally manipulated my husband to say, okay, I agreed to it on the condition that she and her husband, as well as their children, keep the place clean because in the past, the only place they are messy in is my home. For example, if they are throwing something into the kitchen bin, they will throw it in the general direction of it and not in the actual bin. It's extra gross when it's food stuff that dries up and stinks out the place. Similar things happened in the past where she would leave her sanitary towels on top of the bin lid in the bathroom instead of in the bin. Her oldest daughter started her periods recently and I asked the younger brother's wife how things were for tidiness. She said she had no complaints. They went to bed on time and kept the place clean. However, they were there for only 2 weeks. They are always tidy at the other houses. I know this from experience too. During Christmas and summer holidays when we stay over at each other's places, I have seen the difference in how they are at my place and the other places. Before they moved in, I made the younger brother and my parents-in-law witnesses to them agreeing to keep my house as clean as it is and to chip in with chores. If they broke the rules, they would be out immediately. She fussed and denied past wrongdoings but said, "As you wish, Your Highness," sarcastically. The first 5 days were smooth sailing. This morning, I found a sanitary towel on top of the bin and not even wrapped properly. That is not all. Her daughter is staying in my daughter's room and she made a mess of the shampoo and conditioner in her bathroom and left a tampon on the side of the sink, forgetting it from last night. Her husband leaves early for work, and the kitchen was a mess when I finally got downstairs. I have a curious toddler, and I don't want him to pick up a bloodied sanitary towel. I knocked on the guest room and told her to pack her stuff and get out. She looked angry and tried to play innocent. She said it was only some blood and to chuck it in the bin if it bothered me so much. I told her no and picked up her suitcase, throwing their stuff in it. At first, she wouldn't leave the house, saying she was going to wait for her brother as she doesn't take orders from me, but I told her this house belongs to me too. I dropped her and her youngest ones off at my in-laws. A few hours ago, her husband came back from work, and when I wouldn't let him in, he made a scene. He went to my in-laws, but they don't want them there due to Phil's quote-unquote illness. When my husband returned from work, my in-laws turned up in our driveway with her and her family within 20 minutes. They are still standing outside and squabbling about being let in. I refused to open the door and told my husband if he backs down, he isn't welcome in our home either. So the family thinks I'm the asshole because I have never liked her and I'm using any excuse to get rid of her. User MobilePrune3207 said, I would have taken photos of the sanitary items left out and sent them on a giant group chat, saying anyone who thinks you're a monster for having a problem with this is more than happy to come and clean it themselves or host the family themselves. NTA. User Lady Koru said, clearly she's doing it on purpose because she doesn't like you. There's no way that they are perfect guests everywhere else but wreck your house without it being intentional. Under this comment, OP said the following, that is exactly what I told my husband. He says maybe excuse them this once and if they do it again, give them consequences. User Kathleen said, you don't have a SIL problem, you have a husband problem. It sounds like your husband would be okay with your toddler picking up a used tampon and taking a taste, like toddlers do. There is a good chance they were not cleaning up after themselves at the other homes, because there was a very convenient pre-existing disease, then a refurbishment, then another family member staying for 6 months. I'm willing to bet the others lied to you so you would be stuck with her. Her choice to mess around and find out. User Passenger OK 5155 said, that's just utterly disgusting. You already gave them a second chance by letting them stay. Esiel has made it abundantly clear that she doesn't like you and doesn't respect you. Hubby needs to read the comments on here to see that his sister is not right in this situation. He should have your back for the disrespect that she often shows you. I would not let them near my house ever again. User Trivin93 said NTA. The period things not being in the trash is just nasty. And to tell someone to pick up your daughter's used tampon from the counter and throw it away, excuse me, but no. If my kid did that, she's getting a talking to and has to go throw it away and clean that counter. If she's not home, then I'll do it, but she still has to clean and get chastised. Either way, their misfortunes shouldn't need to be the burden of anyone for that long. Pay to stay, follow the rules, or go stay at a hotel. The very next day, OP provided an update. Quick update. Yesterday, my driveway looked like a scene from some Mexican standoff. They were out there discussing the matter while I refused to go out and engage. After 2 hours, yes, 2 whole hours, they left. They are currently at my in-laws, but they made a promise to return to discuss the matter tomorrow as everyone will be home from work, and that way we could all find a workable solution. Well, at least that is what my husband relayed. When my husband got inside, I told him that I would not have them in my house. I told him that he could clean up after them, which he did. After cleaning up, he asked me why I made him do that. I told him I was just as grossed out over other people's bodily fluids as he was, and unlike him, I wasn't biologically related to them. So if he found it unsavory, imagine how shitty I felt in the past cleaning up after them. He promised to buy a new bin and bleach the sink 3 times. Our strategy for tomorrow is that under no circumstances are they coming to live with us. His niece will be made to clean up the bathroom shampoo and conditioner mess. He left that part for her. In the meantime, our daughter can use our shower. We'll see how this turns out tomorrow. User Beck2010 said, if I were you, I would not let the niece back into the house. Yes, she made the mess, but the whole point is to get them out, not let them back in to clean. Bite the bullet and clean up the niece's mess. No reason to re-enter your home if the mess is taken care of. Have hubby clean up the mess. Under this comment, another user said, I agree, do not let the niece in to clean. Your in-laws will use it as a way to get in. Pay a professional service to clean your daughter's bathroom and hand a copy of the bill to the in-laws. Obviously, they won't pay you back, but let them know if any relatives try to get you to take them in again can, you will share pictures and a copy of the bill via text, WhatsApp, or whatever social media family uses. They are so disgusting, I would never allow them in my home and would trespass them from my property. User The Crown and Anchor said, I had a buddy who was temporarily homeless for about 6 weeks. He crashed on my couch. I barely knew the dude lived there. He'd be up and out the door before I left for work. Sheets and blankets on the couch would be neatly folded, his bags would be stacked in a corner, and the bathroom would be the same as it would have been if I was the only one living there. He knew I was doing him a solid, so he was respectful of my home and my space. One would think that if you and your family were technically homeless, you would not be such inconsiderate slobs. A couple more days later, OP gave another update. Yesterday was a long day at my in-laws. We went early to get it over and done with. My in-laws started with the guilt trip first. They mentioned that they would take them in until they found a place, but due to Phil's diabetes, it wouldn't be good for his health. I told them to tell their daughter to parent her children so they wouldn't run around amok like monkeys. That way they could stay with them as they have spare bedrooms. That didn't land well with Sil. She went on a tirade of how I've always been jealous of her and that I was trying to drive a wedge between her and her brother. I told her she didn't like her own life, so me being jealous of her and her life was a stretch that required suspension of reality. She asked my husband if he was okay with me telling him what to do with his family as he always stays out of my family's business. She told him to lay down the law and tell me that his sister and her family would stay as long as it took them to find a new place to stay. My husband was having none of that. He told her that the house was mine just as much as his and it was a 2 yes and 1 no deal. Just because I was stay at home now didn't mean that I didn't contribute to buying the house when I was working. The younger brother and his wife said they wouldn't be able to host them as they had his MIL staying due to the baby. The older ones mentioned the refurbishments. Both the younger and the older ones' wives said that I was making it up about the cleanliness as she always kept her own house clean and kept their places clean. They told me to suck it up and act like family. I told them I wasn't there to argue about her cleanliness as I saw what I saw and her brother was witness to it and had to clean it up. He confirmed that he did and that I wasn't making it up. My Sil slipped up and said, "Why did you clean it up?" to her brother because, according to her, I was meant to clean it up. Either she is the dumbest bitch alive to admit it, or she knows she has the whole family in her pocket. Either way, I made it clear she wasn't going to stay with me, and because she got along much better with everyone else in the family, they would figure out something around their own lives. My husband told his niece that she was old enough to clean up the remaining mess, but she said no. Her father jumped in and said, "She is your niece, but my daughter. Don't you dare tell her what to do." It got heated between them, so they both had to walk it off. I told her and her husband that the only reason me and my husband were there was to get money back for the bin we had to throw out due to her sprinkling biohazards around the house. She laughed in my face and said it would never happen. I said fine. I hope you realize that when I threw you out, I didn't pack all your belongings. I still had her daughter's Switch, her husband's and her 2 younger ones' tablets, and some of her jewelry, and a few other bits and pieces as it all happened so quickly that day. It would all be sold to recoup my cost. We left, but she was yelling loudly about what she would do to me if I dared to sell anything. My husband has my back and he said, "Go ahead and sell whatever you need to." Later on, they kept texting my husband to do them one last favor by putting up with her for a few months until she got back on her feet. I told him that no matter what, I wouldn't agree to let her slobby husband, and her horde of children back in. They texted me too, guilting me about his niece's education. With no place to stay close to her school, she might have to start at another school if they get a rental which isn't in the school zone. I texted back, "Tough luck," and blocked them. My husband won't block his parents, but was pissed at his brothers for telling him that he was selfish to not take them in as they were in a hard place in their lives. They did admit it was gross, but excused their behavior by texting that maybe I did something to aggravate it. To top this off, the oldest wife left a voice message through her husband's number to my husband's WhatsApp. She said, "I kid you not, you are still okay to watch them," her 6-year-old, on Tuesdays and Wednesdays like usual. I told him to say, "Figure out what the answer to that request is." So that is where we are at now. In OP's third update, they said, "Went to pick up my children and had to stick around a little longer as a new family is moving to the area. The parents wanted to meet their children's classmates' parents, so we had a small meet and greet. The office brought my husband's older brother's daughter, the 6-year-old, to me as I am the one that usually picks her up, and on Tuesdays and Wednesdays she stays with me. No one had picked her up, and when her teacher noticed me waiting in the hallway, she asked an office admin to bring her to me, thinking I was delayed due to meeting with the new parents. I told them that I wasn't responsible for her anymore on Tuesdays and Wednesdays. They took her back to the office and they must have called her mother. When I returned home from the meet and greet, my husband said his parents had called him and spoken their mind to him about me abandoning their granddaughter. They also put his older brother's wife on the phone and she had a shouting match with my husband. Sil I kicked out also had a few words with him. It ended with my husband telling his parents that they had lost the privilege to talk to him for a week, and he would only unblock them when they gave him and me a sincere apology. He explained that it was up to the parents to make pickup arrangements when I had made it clear I would no longer provide free services. The SIL I kicked out is staying with her parents for now. Her husband and her younger two and two of the older ones are staying with my in-laws. The other older two and the other two younger ones are spread between the other two houses, but they made an indirect threat saying it would be a very temporary arrangement as she promised it wouldn't take long for her to make her brother see the light. I think I am in for a long ride. User DoxinMom5 said, "Do you have security cameras? If not, I'd get them and get the ones that record audio. Why on earth would you pick up their kid? Also, did they think you'd bring the kid to whichever house and get bullied into submission? I think your husband is in for a lot. He needs to be prepared to hang up his number and possibly call the police in the weeks to come. His family has apparently lost their minds. With 8 kids, how long are they planning on taking over someone's home? Does she have a plan? When she clearly hates you specifically but not the others, why is she so hell-bent on being in your home?" User GlitteringBat353 said, "The entitlement of these people is mind-boggling. I believe you made the right call. You let them know you would no longer watch them on the days you used to. Them deciding not to take you seriously and not provide adequate after-school pickup and supervision for their child/children is not on you. Happy to see both you and your husband standing strong. Who the hell do these people think they are?" User Nishikadoshan said, "What an amazing saga of entitled trash bag humans. I agree with most of the comments I've read stating to remain strong and not let them back in your house, get home security, and make sure the school is aware of who is allowed to pick up your children as well as who you will no longer be responsible forever. If they have a problem with the parents not picking up their kid, they can call the authorities and report a child has been abandoned at the school. I'd like to ask, why is it when your Sil admitted to leaving a tampon on your sink, why the hell didn't the rest of the family immediately tell her she's filthy and wrong? How the hell are they still siding with her despite no longer having the denial leg to stand on? How can they excuse that? You have a toddler and they're leaving blood lying around in your home. In my opinion, this is for sure a line in the sand situation, not only with the SIL and her family, but with the rest of the family as well. Discuss with your husband, of course, but this seems like a get behind us or get out of our lives scenario. Why your family unit is being the scapegoat/black sheep to the family at large, I can't say, but it needs to stop. They are unreasonably bullying you and your husband. Final thought, why does your Sil think your husband would side with her instead of his wife? She seems weirdly confident she can get him to cave. Not accusing your husband of anything, just wondering. Under this comment, OP said the following: "After her admitting it, they still thought I had done something to her to make her behave that way. Surely she wouldn't behave like a pig in my house if I didn't deserve it, as she is always clean in their house." As for the other question, my husband has been a pushover when it comes to his family. He was always the one they threw under the bus. He and his sister were close because he always helped her when she snapped her fingers. About a week later, OP provided their final update. It's early in the morning and I've only slept a few hours. Don't know if I'll be able to finish this in one sitting. Friday, I dropped off my children at school and the older brother's wife was there at drop-off time. She followed me because when I stopped to pick up some bits and pieces, she confronted me in the store parking lot. She was apologetic and wanted to make amends. I was having none of it. She was desperate, she said, because if she missed one more week of overtime, she would lose the project as she is the lead and has to stay there to supervise. Her husband can't change his hours, and so it has to be her who picks up her 6-year-old. She said it's not defensible to have a grudge against her 6-year-old for a passing comment she made. I told her it wasn't a passing comment. She laid the blame on me for our SIL leaving biohazards in my home. She said she just wanted everyone to get along and was hoping to de-escalate the situation. I asked her to ask Sil to help her out, and she said she had refused as she has 3 under 7 years and can barely cope with them. I asked her to ask the youngest wife as she has her mother staying with her, leaving her with time and energy to pick up her children, and they clearly preferred each other over me. She said she wanted to concentrate on the early memories of her own child instead of helping helping her out with her 6-year-old. I told her to suck it up and find a solution with those she considered family. Then I went about my shopping. In the afternoon, when I went to pick up my little ones, she was there again, and when we got out of the pickup line, she followed me all the way home. So I blocked my driveway by parallel parking so she wouldn't be able to park and harass me at my door. I sent a text telling my husband to let me know when he would be home so I could move the car. Not being able to park didn't stop her as she parked on the side road and came to my house. She rang the bell, but I wouldn't open up the door. She went round the back and knocked on my back door, telling me that I couldn't avoid her forever. We were family. I told her through the window as I didn't want her to push her way through if I opened the door to leave or I would call the police for harassment. She left. In the evening, someone rang our doorbell and I went to open it. It was my MIL and Phil. They wanted to come inside and apologize, so I let them in. They started by telling us how much the events of the last few days had affected them. Then they said sorry and asked me to get back to normal. My MIL said that sometimes you have to put up with some negativity from family as life is a lot of ups and downs. Everything can't be roses and rainbows all the time. My husband stopped his mother and said, then why do I have to be the only one on the receiving end of the negativity? When would they hold his sister and the others accountable for their behavior? They tried to guilt trip me into helping out with the 6-year-old as her mother and I had previously been on good terms. I said she lost that privilege as she chose her side. They said would I be able to sleep at night knowing she would lose her job? I said yeah. My husband pointed out how much I had done for her without any financial compensation. They said you were home anyway. One more child that was already potty trained made no difference to me over the past 4 years. I told them it did because I had many sacrifices over the years for their daughter. I also mentioned that if they couldn't convince the younger brother's wife to help out, then they had to forget about coercing me to do it. They wanted to know when I would return the stuff I was holding hostage. My husband said he was holding it hostage and it would be returned when his sister paid up for damages. My Phil said that Sil would be right to report the theft to the police. My husband said she could do as she pleased. At this point, my husband told them something I wasn't aware of. He said to pass on a message to his sister that he had canceled the hotel and activities, including the horseback riding for his niece for the summer vacation asterisk. If he couldn't tell her to clean up her mess because her father had told my husband, who did he think he was to his daughter, to boss her around, then he felt no need to pay for her specific activities since her father was unsure about their uncle-niece relationship and having the right to teach her some responsibility. This made my MIL upset, and she said, you haven't done that, have you? I thought we would all have a great vacation. He said he had. They tried to make excuses like Sil had a lot on her plate with losing the house and young children, but I was having none of it. I told them that her life situation was due to her own poor choices and that bringing in a 9th child into the mix was not going to make her situation better. My MIL said every woman had a right to decide for themselves about their family planning, her body, her choices, and that I was not to dictate to her what she should and shouldn't do. I asked her, like you are dictating to me right now by weaseling your way into our home under the guise of an apology. She said no, it was different. She wasn't telling me to have more or less children as she loved grandchildren. The more, the merrier. I told her she couldn't expect me to look after other people's children either. The less stress I had, the merrier I was. It also comes under my body and my choice. They turned to my husband and asked him if he was really putting them through all of this because we had decided to be less amiable over a silly thing. He said scrubbing down the 2 bathrooms after his niece and sister wasn't the highlight of his life. As they were stuck making excuses and lamenting over us not joining them for the family holiday and by canceling Sil and her family's holiday and ruining the mood for everyone, we told them to leave politely. On Saturday morning, we were woken up by someone frantically knocking on our door and ringing the doorbell. It was Sil and her eldest son. My husband told me he would handle it. When he opened the door, she tried to push through, but my husband blocked her way. She was shouting loudly to let her come inside so she could knock some sense into me. She threw $300 in my husband's face and said to him, "Is she happy now, that cradle-snatching bitch?" I am a year and a few months older than her, and she is just over 2 years older than him. She called me a jealous whore and a few other words. She told him that I had ruined their family by manipulating him. Edit, she said now that she had returned the money, she wanted him to rebook the vacation and activities. My husband said it wouldn't happen if hell froze over. He told her to wait outside while he grabbed something. He went inside and put their stuff in a bag except for one of the tablets that he had bought, and he was still paying the insurance for. He opened the door and threw it at her. She was cursing and told him to grow the up. She said she would report him for damaging her stuff. He told her all was caught on camera, and if she wanted to take him to court, to really think of her children, as they could barely afford a roof over their house, let alone a lawyer. Before he closed the door on her face, he told her to not step foot on our property again. She left without more drama. My Mill and Phil phoned us and tried to quote-unquote talk some sense to us. My husband and I had agreed to let them see our children under certain circumstances. They said they had grandparent rights. I told them that although I was no lawyer, their rights were very limited in the state we live in. If they wanted to have a relationship with their grandchildren, they would have to start respecting me and my family. Right now, we are in NC with the other brothers, their wives, SEL, and her nuclear family. We unblocked them to send a message to them and then blocked them again. If the children of the older brother want to speak to us and spend time with us, it's fine by us. The 6-year-old can only come by if her older siblings are there to supervise her on the weekends when we have time to host them. No more dropping by as and when they wish. If they let their parents use their numbers to contact us, we will block them too. While we were sending messages to everyone and they were unblocked, the older one's wife phoned me and said she would pay me $7.50 an hour for the days I looked after her 6-year-old. I told her, no thank you. I'll pass on that wonderful opportunity, and good luck to you finding childcare for that amount. She texted me she would compensate me for the last 3 months too, to sweeten the deal. I told her no. She begged me to reconsider as she had no one lined up for next week. I told her to figure out her own childcare. She was crying, and I have to admit it was kind of satisfactory. So if I am a bitch for that, I will own it. She will most likely lose her job, but it's not my circus, not my monkeys. The younger one's wife wondered if she could get some help with the baby when her mother went back home, as I had helped the older one. I told her no, that would not happen because I did not want more regrets in life, but when the baby grows up and wants to spend time with their uncle one-on-one, they can come by if we have time to host them. In the meantime, she could ask Sil to help her when her mother left. Sil and her husband are completely blocked. Their children are on the NC list as things are very complicated with their parents. My husband and I came to an agreement that we would go LC with his parents. When they do visit us, they have to follow our ground rules. When spending time with us, they can't mention or advocate on behalf of the others, and they can't mention what is happening in our lives to the others. If not, we would go NC with them too. In the summer, we tend to spend 2 weeks together with his family. This has been a family tradition for them since they were small. No matter what, they spend those 2 weeks together. No time at friends or other families. It's always the last 2 weeks of July. I knew we were going to spend the summer together before all of this happened, but had no idea my husband had paid for Sil this year. He apologized for it and said all of it was canceled. He had paid most of it and partially paid for them in previous years too, due to their finances not stretching. Esil and her family, the others pay for themselves, which I didn't mind as we have a joint account and our own separate accounts that we use as we wish without consulting each other. Since I stopped working, he also adds money monthly to my solo account as he does to his own. He said he regretted being this kind to them and apologized again for holding it from me. He did show me proof that the day I chucked her out was the day he canceled it, and he wanted to tell me but had forgotten to do so because of all the chaos. Needless to say, we are making up our own holiday traditions going forward. All of this has brought my husband and me closer. I am happy for all the support here, and going forward, I think there will be less stress. It feels like a huge load off my shoulders. Thanks again for all the support. Hopefully, nothing new will happen as they know we mean business. User Sleeping Groothy said, happy to hear you and your husband are of the same mindset in all of this and have been since the start of the kerfuffle. So often on this sub, it's the opposite. Please continue to buff your shiny titanium spine and stand up for yourself and your family. There's a saying that once you piss off a kind person, that's it. And now the family is finding out how much you've done for them and are regretting their decisions. But hey, the silver lining is now you can have more free time and fewer headaches. Under this comment, OP said, yes, free time for my own children. Who knows, I might add one more to my flock as Emil thinks every woman should add more children to their group, whether they can handle it or not. User Tricky Independent 49 said, isn't it amazing how a toxic family dynamic falls apart when the person being used and abused stands up and says no more? You were truly the linchpin of this shit show, holding all the pieces together for multiple strands of the family, and not only was there no appreciation, they are pissed that you will no longer fall in line. Your husband has truly stepped up, and together the blinders seem to be fully removed around the behavior of the family and the individuals within it. It is wonderful how, as a couple, you have and will continue to grow. Further, your own nuclear family will grow together with your own traditions, and your energy back firmly where it belongs, with you and how you choose to spend it. The Mill and Phil seem to be the creators and enablers of this toxic mess of a family. Hold tight to those boundaries with them, as they will not like them. Clearly, you have this. Incredibly, the disrespect shown by your Sil and niece has set you free. Congratulations on the rest of your life. This story was created by a user named Fluff Llama Pajama. It was posted in the AITAH subreddit and is titled WIBTA for not having my cancer-stricken ex-husband stay with me through his treatment. For most of our marriage, my husband, 39M, and I, 37F, had a very happy relationship. We had good jobs, decent money, 2 kids, and loved each other. Then he got diagnosed with a rare form of cancer, and we went through years of painful treatments and recovery together. We moved to a small house to be close to the research center where he underwent treatment. His parents paid half of the down payment on the house. The other half was from our savings and investments. In the divorce, he gave me the house and took all of his medical debt. We have been divorced for a year, but now his cancer has come back, and he needs treatment again at the same research hospital. He wants to stay in what is now my house while undergoing treatment, and his parents expect me to house him and look after him because he was generous in letting me have the house without taking his rightful share from the equity. When we were married and he was undergoing treatment, it was new stuff that was expensive and also very physically draining on him. We were lucky that both our jobs were supportive and flexible, but with his health issues, little kids, and expenses, we had to downgrade our lifestyle a lot. That, plus the physical changes in his body, made him very depressed. Whenever he felt a bit better, he'd go stay in his hometown. It's a small town where most of his family and a lot of his childhood friends live. I was doing all the caretaking of him while also dealing with insurance complications. I was also managing the kids, the entire household, and my full-time job. We had help from friends and neighbors, but it was very hard. I wasn't happy about him spending his healthy days away from us, but it was good for his mental health, so I didn't feel like I could object. While he was staying there, he had reconnected with his high school girlfriend. A couple of years ago, he admitted to me that he was sleeping with her, and I filed for divorce. He had fully recovered from his cancer by then. There are other aspects of the cheating that left me very heartbroken and feeling betrayed. His giving me the house and taking all the debt was an apology of sorts. His parents feel that I owe him for getting the house and should let him stay there for the 2 to 3 months his treatment is at the facility. I do want him to be well, and I don't want my kids to lose a loving father. But I can't deal with having him around me, especially not if I end up being his nurse and caretaker again. I am still very bitter about how our marriage ended. A lot of people close to me are telling me that I should support him for the sake of my kids. User Teresa JS said NTA, you received the house as part of your divorce settlement. You could have gotten his retirement accounts or something similar instead of the house, if there were such assets to be had. Stop thinking of the house as being given to you. It was awarded to you as part of the divorce settlement, not given to you as prepayment for future caregiving. But you're getting assets from the divorce doesn't entitle your cheating ex to free housing, utilities, food, and caregiving. Your ex and his AP can find their own housing near a cancer center. If it's important to his parents that your ex get care and housing, they can figure out how to help provide that. He's your ex, which means that it's no longer your responsibility. While I empathize with ex's plight, I won't be housing nor providing care for him. Due to the circumstances of our divorce, it wouldn't be appropriate for me to provide those services. At this time, ex needs the support of his family and close friends more than ever, and I am no longer either of those. I hope that X recovers from his illness quickly, and I'll be praying for him. User Many Hobbies Gal said NTA, sounds like you more than picked up the slack the last time he was in treatment, including caring for him. How did he repay you? By going back to his hometown and taking up with another woman. You owe him nothing. This garbage about being generous in the divorce settlement was something other than generosity, perhaps guilt. No, you have drawn your boundaries. Moving him in will put you in the same position as before. Let him check with the research hospital and see what the social work department can come up with for lodging. Generally, there are free or very low-cost options for those undergoing cancer treatment. User Natural Garbage 7674 said NTA. He wants the same dynamic as before, with the added benefit to him that he owes you nothing because you are no longer married, while benefiting from the fact that many people would feel obligated to look after the sick person staying in their home. He gave up the house because he's a jerk who cheated on the wife who sacrificed and stood by him while he was sick. His parents may have helped pay for the house, but he is the one who gave it away. You aren't part of his support network anymore. It sucks that he's sick again, but that is not your problem, and you have no obligation or moral responsibility to help him in any way. He's on his own this time, and it's his own fault. Another user said, I think you are going to have to approach this bluntly. Do not be nice. Tell your previous in-laws that you don't want to be around a fucking cheater. Period. Don't speak with them anymore about this situation. Feel free to say this same thing to your former husband. Best of luck. NTA, a deleted user, said, so every time he felt healthy, he went back to his parents and got laid, and every time he felt sick, he stayed at the marital home so you could take care of him. Don't even let him look at your house, let alone stay in it. The girlfriend can get him a house near his treatment center. You are NTA. About 4 weeks later, OP gave us an update. The Sunday after I made the post, my ex-in-laws picked up the kids for a zoo trip. They sometimes come to pick them up to entertain them, and so I thought nothing of it. A few hours later, a very teary and contrite Mill dropped off 2 bawling kids with me. She told them their dad is sick and will die if he doesn't stay with us and go to the hospital. We hadn't had a talk with the kids yet about the diagnosis, and she dropped it on them that he is dying from cancer. He is not dying. It's a painful treatment, but he'll recover. I was so furious I was raging. I called the ex and tore him a new one. He was shocked too, and we together exploded at his mom. She broke down and cried, begging me not to take away her grandkids from her, as if I'd trust her after this. X and I together talked to the kids, him on video, and assured them that yes, he is sick, but he'll be fine. He just needs to go to the hospital and they'll make him better like the last time he was sick. The kids settled after that, but my oldest has been at me crying and begging to make dad come live with us. I promised them I'd talk to dad and figure out what's the best thing to do. I swallowed a lot of bile to talk to him about why he was doing this. We had a pretty long and detailed discussion. The bottom line is that he's broke. He still has a decent job, but his credit is ruined, he has a lot of debt, and he stupidly got the cheapest insurance that barely covers anything. Fiancé is no help either. She's worse off financially, so he needs a place to stay. He can't afford this otherwise. His parents are funding some of his medical payments and are already stretched. He was financially alright when we broke up, so I have no idea what happened in such a short time. Anyway, X and his GF moved into my daughter's room. My daughter happily gave it up to her dad and is sharing her little brother's room. Both kids are over the moon, happy to have their dad in their home. My daughter keeps checking on him every few minutes to make sure he's still okay. Mill traumatized my kid. I'll never forgive that woman for this. I let the GF move in with him because I was too angry to care about who came to look after him as long as it wasn't me. I didn't know how I could bear having her in my home, but it appeared to be more misery for her than me, and that strangely made it more tolerable for me. She is teary-eyed and crying all the time. It's only been 3 days, but I am so annoyed I want to shake her and tell her to pull it together. The current treatment plan is for 3 months. I am counting down the days. I am thankful for the many people who gave me great advice on my last post. I wasn't expecting things to go this way, but they played me by manipulating my kids. I'll slowly pull myself and the kids away and move, but for now, I have to deal with this for my kids' sake. ETA, I was trying to make this update more than a week ago. So to add to that, Tex's treatment is coming along nicely. The tumors that grew again are much smaller than before, and the new stuff that they are giving him is more directed too, so he's not having as many bad symptoms as he had last time. I had promised myself I would do nothing to help, and I stayed away from both X and his fiancée, but I did end up helping him deal with insurance. His fiancée has the personality of a wet noodle and cries all the time. It was easier for me to do it than deal with her struggling. X is polite enough to me, but his personality has changed. He is a different person and not very nice towards his fiancée. I didn't expect to, but I feel sorry for her. User OKMacaron6211 said, I am so sorry you're in this situation. He isn't very nice to her because the honeymoon period is over. Life got real with his sickness, and he is comparing his life that was comfortable with a loving wife who was his rock, his loving children, and medical insurance versus having to beg your ex-wife to house you and your broke GF. His life sucks now, and he blames the GF rather than his actions. You are in this situation now, but please, please, please take advantage to show him what he lost. Not to get him back, you can definitely do better, but my petty side wants out because of the situation you have been forced into. Petty recommendations that won't hurt your kids. Cook his absolute favorite, most delicious smelling dinner, don't cook them any. If his birthday or Father's Day is while he's with you, go to town to get the kids to celebrate him, his favorite thing, everything from the time he was living with you. Then give him your most special home-cooked meal or baked goods for dinner. The kids enjoy spoiling their dad, and he gets a reminder of what he lost. Ask if the GF can look after the kids for a day your ex doesn't have treatment. Then go out on a date looking $1,000,000. If you don't date, they don't need to know that. Just go out with girlfriends. If you do date, don't come home that night. Keep the house perfect, warm, welcoming, and smelling great. Maybe decorate a room or two while he is there. Remind him of the home he left. If you can afford a holiday with the kids, leave some printouts of holiday info you plan to book in the communal areas. Plan a fun family holiday that he isn't invited to anymore. If he looks unwell, just keep asking him if he would like you to get GF for him. You look like you could use some help. Let me get GF to help you. Don't think the level of care he got from you will compare to the care crying GF provides. And overall, remain classy, which frankly I think is your standard behavior mode. When your kids work out, he cheated and hurt you. As they get older, the time frame of the relationship will naturally raise questions. They will remember that you took him and his affair partner in when he was sick, and you did so for them. Just please do not under any circumstances care for him. If he is really bad, take the kids and go stay at your family house. Don't let him drag you back into the darkest years of your life. Under this comment, OP said, I've done the third 2 times already. I haven't dated yet since the divorce. I want to, but online dating scares me, and my social life revolves around my kids. I am pretending to have plans just so I am dressed and out and feel good about myself. I didn't leave the kids with them though. I managed to arrange sleepovers for kids with their friends on those nights. I have been amazed by how much love and support my kids and I are receiving from our neighbors and friends. I told a few close people what's going on, and I suppose most people know now. I have received a lot of offers for help. People can be kind. We got invited to a camping trip on Easter weekend, and I am taking kids to that. Xmil was making noises about having kids over, and I've shut that down. User glumhamster1076 said, this is definitely a case of the grass not being greener on the other side. Honestly, sell the house. Your ex will always need treatment, and he will always ask to stay with you. You don't have to move cities or states, but move away from that clinic. The house is legally yours. Take the money and buy something that fits your budget for you and the kids. Don't give him any of that money. It's your house, your sale, your money. He and his family need to figure out what to do without depending on you. Under this comment, OP said the following, I have started looking into selling and am researching places to move to, but it is so very difficult. I don't have the budget to put the house on the market while I live elsewhere, especially if it takes longer than 2 months to sell. I also don't feel secure opening the house for showings while my kids and I live here. The other issue is that I don't have close family I can rely on, and here in this neighborhood, I have built up an awesome support system between neighbors and friends. Giving that up and starting somewhere new with 2 little kids in tow is daunting. I am trying to evaluate which option is the bigger con. User XLPaper420 said, sounds like your ex-husband is experiencing the classic thing that happens when people cheat. They cheat because they decide they're missing fun and excitement from their lives, and instead of doing the hard work of reintroducing that into their lives themselves, they take a shortcut and date someone that represents that. Then after their divorce, after they see their exes fine post-divorce, reality hits. They start to notice all the things absent from their life now that their ex is gone. Things they didn't appreciate because they weren't fun and exciting. In your case, the consequences and things missing are quite severe. Within a year, he had no money, significantly reduced support this time around, and had to beg you and manipulate the kids to receive accommodation. I hope you're prepared that your ex is going to try to come on to you. He's going to ask if you want to reunite at some point. He's finally realizing his life wasn't empty before, how much you held things down, and that he should have been putting energy into his family, not affairs. He's going to want his family back. It's textbook. Every man who blows up his family for some dumb reasons always wants them back, usually after his ex-wife starts looking good and dating someone new. Almost 2 months later, OP provided another update. My ex and his fiancée moved out today. His treatments went very well this time around. He had to deal with general weakness and nausea, but no vomiting and voiding like the previous time. It's amazing how much medicine improves and changes. He'll need monthly shots for a while, and I agreed to house him for a weekend next month, but after that, he's on his own. The stay went well. We had no drama really. I kept myself busy, and the kids and I traveled a lot. They both managed the rest of the stuff all right, and things worked out. My kids are happy and back to their normal stuff. I had a talk with my daughter about how grandma exaggerated things to get her way and that it was not okay, and she understood. She has shown no interest in visiting her grandparents, and I am happy about that. The last week of his stay, his fiancée went back to their town to take care of some stuff since he was doing pretty well on his own. He and I had a few long, detailed conversations. They were cathartic in some ways and saddening and maddening in others. I think I got some closure. At least I am not feeling the bitterness the way I used to. I may make another post about what he told me, his reasoning and justifications. On another positive note, all that dressing up and going out I've been doing has worked out for me. I met someone. We've been on 2 dates and it's going great so far. This is my first time dating since the divorce, so I am keeping my expectations muted, but still it is very exciting and fun. User MirandaLynn68 said, "No justifications for infidelity. Why would he even think he could justify his actions? And love that his mom's selfish actions backfired, but I guess as long as her baby boy is healthy, who cares about her grandkids' mental health? Props to you for handling this with grace. Happy dating." To this comment, OP said, he sees himself as a good guy. He downplays the cheating as a small failure that happened multiple times as he was helping the GF. And I am the stubborn one for not being willing to work through it. In the next update, OP said, "I tried writing about our conversations, but the process of thinking about it and analyzing it is very depressing. When we had the talk, I felt much better than I do looking back at it now. Then my new date invited me on a trip during the Memorial Day weekend. One of my close neighbor friends encouraged me to go while she watched my kids. I was pretty excited about this vacation, my first adult-only vacation in over a decade. I didn't want my overthinking about my ex to make me depressed during the trip, so I put that on hold. The trip went well, and I am pretty optimistic about this new relationship. Sorry to you guys for taking so long with this, but now that I feel happier, I can have a more grounded take on my ex's views. To start with, he was again very apologetic about what he put me through and that I deserved better from him. When he was going through his cancer treatment while we were married, I was extra careful with his feelings and being calm and patient with him. That had become so much of a habit that even when he told me about his affair, I still treated him with kid gloves. I was firm about wanting a divorce and refused to consider his insistence on working it out, but I swallowed my anger and didn't go off at him. But this time, I got to properly express my hurt and anger at him, and that was very, very cathartic. He took it okay for the most part, but also was stung by it and got defensive. He told me in some detail about how he and his girlfriend got together. She was his high school girlfriend. She came from an abusive background, and in high school, he had helped her and did a lot to encourage her to move out of that situation. When he moved away to go to university and she stayed in their small town, the long distance thing dissolved their relationship. He wanted a bigger city life, and a few years after college, he met me. When he was visiting his parents' home more while recovering, he reconnected with her. At that time, she was struggling to leave an abusive relationship. It again was like their high school days where she was in trouble and he was the knight in shining armor. I suppose that can be very attractive to someone who's been facing weakness and their own mortality. When he was home, I was waiting on him hand and foot. I didn't even know that he could have enough energy to do all the legwork for this other woman and was spending quite a bit to help her. That's where his currently being broke comes from. She was in financial trouble and he solved all her problems. He is quite proud of how much he helped her, and doesn't agree with me that he took something away from me in making me work for him while he put his energy away from our family. I don't want to say that I don't support helping someone escape abuse, but I can't help feeling exploited. His response was that he did me a favor by spending time in his town, because that lessened the burdens on me. It is true that when he went away, life got easier by a lot. I had more time, I could focus more on kids, we could cook anything and eat anything, but if he had that kind of energy, then he could have helped me, you know? But he says that I was always stressed out and upset. My attitude was a drain on him. I resent that because I remember how careful I was around him, how much I made myself pliable to be his nurse. He brought up examples of how once I was so upset I went to the balcony to scream. The time I snapped at the kids and then cried about it. He had stories of how I was pushy and difficult. He wasn't making it up. I have my faults, but I worked hard and tried my best. I didn't realize that my help and support weren't good enough for him. I didn't make him feel good. I just did the shit work. I think he resents me because he feels he owes me. He likes his girlfriend because she owes him and is dependent on him. 3 months later, OP gave a shorter update. I introduced my BF to my kids this past weekend. We've been spending so much time together and talking almost every day, and I finally felt ready to bring him into their lives. I gave my ex a heads up that I am dating and will be introducing the guy to our kids. He went very quiet on the phone, then asked details about who he was, and I gave those to him. He tried to dissuade me from letting kids meet my BF, saying it's too soon and it's not healthy for the kids and whatnot, as if I got the choice to make such a call when he got his GF into my kids' lives. Anyway, I finished the call annoyed. Last night, he called me back to discuss my BF. Apparently, he looked into him, which is fine with me. There's not much for him to criticize there, so he asked me if I was with my BF for money. To say I was furious is an understatement. My BF is in a lucrative career and he may be a couple of tax brackets above me. I don't know for sure, haven't talked finances with him, but I do pretty well myself. And I've supported myself and my kids and even my lousy ex, and this is what he asks me. I retorted that no, I am not with him for his money. I am with him because my ex-husband dumped me after exploiting me. He got upset at that and said that I have a barbed tongue and people think I am so nice but don't see how verbally abusive I can be. So that's nice. All I've done for him and he has no problem being cruel to me again and again. User You Mad Hatter said, your ex is just mad because you have successfully moved on. He realized that you're not sitting at home missing him and he can't use you as a backup if this new relationship doesn't work out for him. Keep living your life and don't let his BS drag you down. If you're worried about him causing problems in the future, tell him you will only communicate through text or a custody communication app. Take screenshots if necessary. That way, you will have a record of all communication if you need to go to court. Under this comment, another user said, I think he's also mad because he might still be in a financial crisis. Remember, he was broke, in debt, and the fiance even worse with money when OP took him in. I highly doubt that went away, so to find out not only OP is happy, but she found someone who's financially stable and may not be a burden to her, definitely struck a nerve on him. He doesn't like that she found someone so much better than him while he's stuck with a noodle who's also a burden along with his lack of money. I do agree OP may need to start taking screenshots just in case he starts to cross the line of harassment and possibly alienating the kids. And I hope his fiance leaves him and gets therapy because I don't doubt he's speaking to her the same way he spoke to OP or even worse. The next update is pretty short, so I will be combining it with the final update. I received a few messages asking for updates, but things have been calm, so there are no updates. My current relationship is going well. We are working on building our blended family. My 2 kids and his son get along really well. They are tight together. We have been thinking of buying a house together and selling mine. I am both excited and nervous about doing that. X didn't act up after that last argument. He's been more aloof than before, but that's preferable, so I don't care. Things are well on his side too, as far as I know. My BF and I bought a new place together. I've sold the house and I am rather relieved to leave that place. I liked having a home, but there were too many bad memories there and the emotional baggage of my ex-in-laws thinking they still have a claim on the place. I will miss my old neighborhood though. I had a lot of supportive friends there. My kids love the new place. It's bigger with a bigger yard and nicer schools. As we were clearing out the house, I told my ex to pick up a few of his things still left behind. He had a few boxes of pictures, kids' artwork, and some small things, and I left them in the garage for him to come pick them up. He came to get them and ended up full on crying over the memories. We didn't talk or interact in any way. I just gave him water and left him alone to calm down. But honestly, I felt such visceral rage at his crying. I thought I was over this and the past was past, and I am happy with my life now, but at that moment I felt so much anger and it upset me that I was still not fully past what he had done. His relationship with his fiancée has ended and I do feel a bit bad about that. They were supposed to be married in July and that didn't happen. Then I heard from some mutual friends that she has moved back with her abusive ex. They have kids together and there was a lot of pressure from her family to reconcile. And yes, her family is abusive too. My ex had helped her against them when they were first dating, and they've always held that against him. So she stayed with my ex while he was digging her out of her financial crisis. Now that she's in the clear, she goes back to the guy who put her in that hole. In a way, my ex, and by extension me, helped some deadbeat out there make a lot of savings. In that part, I feel angry on my ex's behalf. I mean, I hate him for my own reasons, but he did try to help his old friend and high school sweetheart, and she screwed him over. User Zealous Ideal Gold said, I honestly don't think there's a greater punishment for someone like your ex. I think despite going through all of this, he will still see himself as the victim. As you said, he tried to help his fiancée and she screwed him over. He will use that sob story to make anyone feel bad for him. In reality, it just doesn't change the fact he was a shitty person to you simply because he felt emasculated and wanted an ego boost, and look where it got him. Single and can't even see his kids full time now that you guys have moved. This was honestly all for nothing. I would have preferred him being married to the fiancé. At least it would have meant something, but now your life has been ruined only for his relationship to not work out. That's why the best solution is to just move on and focus on your new partner and kids. Other than the kids, your ex is no longer your problem and you don't need to deal with his emotional state. You're already doing a good job at that, so keep it up. User Snafe said, I understand your anger. Your ex cheated on you when you were taking care of your kids and being his nurse. He did all that to be someone else's white knight when he had a loving wife and family at home who were supporting him emotionally and physically, even moving home to aid his cancer treatment. Together, you had everything and could face anything. He threw it away, he was stupid, and caused you and your kids a lot of anguish and heartache, not even to mention what your Emma did. So for him to sit and cry over the life that could have been when you had to face this all daily over the past few years must be infuriating. I am glad things with your BF and the blended family are doing well. You deserve a happy ending. User 73 Shay said, he destroyed his family to be a white knight. That savior complex has only left him broken and alone. He only has himself to blame. Happy for you, OP, in your new beginning. You have every right to be angry. Look at what he put you through and for absolutely nothing. This story was created by a user named WildLight2515. It was posted in the Confessions subreddit and is titled, My mother who left 13 years ago to be with her new BF came back and wants to reconnect. I left. My mother left me and my siblings 13 years ago to be with her boyfriend. My older sister took care of us, and for the past 13 years, she has basically been our mother. We didn't have it easy, but we managed, and eventually things started to get better. My younger siblings, twins, really missed our mother and would often ask me or our sister to bring them to her. We always told them that she didn't want us in her life and that they should forget about her, and for a long time it seemed like they did forget about her. A couple of days ago, I was home alone when I heard a knock on the door. I opened it and saw our mother with her now husband. I was shocked but asked what they wanted, and she told me that they wanted to talk to everyone. I told them that wouldn't happen and that they had to leave, to which her husband got angry and told me to show respect. We got into a bit of an argument and suddenly they just pushed me aside and walked into the house. After a while, my older sister and younger siblings came home. My younger siblings were really happy and couldn't stop hugging her. They even went as far as to say that they missed her and that they loved her. My older sister really wanted them to leave, but they didn't. After a little bit of arguing, our mother told us that she wants us back in her life and that she wants us to be a family again. My sister got angry and told them that she couldn't just come back after leaving us for so long and expect that we'd be okay with it. This led to another argument, and this time our younger siblings got involved and told both me and our sister that we were unfair and that we should forgive her since she came back. My sister just gave up and told them to do what they wanted. Our mother started asking us what we wanted to do, and my younger siblings told her that they want to be with her. When she asked me, I told her that if she came back into our lives, then I would have to leave. After another argument, I went to my room to get some clothes and other important stuff. When I came downstairs, my sister tried to stop me from leaving, but I still left. I went to my friend's place and I am still there. My sister and younger siblings have been calling and messaging me, asking me to come home and talk, but I haven't answered. I know I am a jerk for leaving, and I also know I should let my siblings do what they want, but I also don't want to be a part of it. If they really want her to be a part of their lives, then that is their choice, but I will stay gone. User Adobo6 said, you did nothing wrong, OP. 13 years is an unimaginable amount of time to miss. I hate this husband your mom showed up with. He no doubt convinced her to leave, and she was cruel and stupid enough to listen. If possible, can you keep us updated? Best of luck and take care. User Persian Hunter said, I bet they are here because they want to live in your house. It's not about you, it's about living space. They are about to be homeless. Ask your sister to ask for back child support for you and your siblings, and they will vanish into thin air or start to gaslight you. No one just remembers they have children after 13 years. Under this comment, another user said, this was my thought too. Suddenly, they pop up when things get better. If you aren't with me through the struggle, you're damn sure not going to get to be with me in the good times. Someone who will abandon you once will certainly do it again when times get hard. 13 years is a long time to never check on your kids. That's your mom, and you don't wish bad for her, but there are limits to generosity. Tupac said, I still want to see you eat, just not at my table. Also, they can leave with the show respect comments. That almost made me laugh. Don't blame your younger siblings for how they feel. You and your older sister probably did a master class in shielding them from how difficult life really was for you all. They might not fully understand the depths of your pain. About a year later, OP came back with an update. Hello everyone, I've been wanting to post an update for a long time, but I always decided against it. Today, I decided to just do it. If you want an explanation, then please read the first post. So about a year ago, I posted about how my mother came back after being absent from my siblings and my lives. In that post, I explained that I left my younger siblings, twins, and my older sister because I didn't want anything to do with my mother. I didn't stay gone too long, and when I came back, my mother and her partner were still there. I decided to talk to them and my siblings because I wanted to know the complete truth. Apparently, she got a job on the other side of the country, paired with her falling in love with her current partner. She explained that she did love us, but that she wanted to pursue her new job. Apparently, it was her plan to get us once she felt like she could truly take care of us. Unfortunately, that never happened. There was more said, some good things, some bad, especially from my side because, I'll be honest, I was pissed and ready to tear her a new one. After everything was said and done, she told us she wants to come back into our lives, and surprisingly, she accepted it if we didn't want that. My younger siblings, the twins, quickly agreed to have her back in their lives, and I understand. They were 4 when she left, and they want their mother in their lives. My older sister was harder to convince, but in the end, she also was willing to try and have a relationship with her. I decided not to want her in my life. She was hurt, but accepted it. So after all of that, I decided to fully move out. I went and stayed with a friend for a few months until I finally was able to rent my own place not too far from where my siblings live. Since I got my own place, things have only gotten better for me. I got a new job that pays well, and I've been seeing someone, so yeah, things are going well. Anyway, that is the update. I thank you all for reading, and thank you all for the kind words after I made my first post. I hope you all have an amazing day or night. Thank you, and stay safe. User Captain LaRue said, what I don't understand is how what your mother did is anything other than a very selfish, thoughtless act that is in no way excused by her simple explanation. What could she possibly impart to her children about life and principles? How could she be a positive influence on the children considering how she lived her life and how she showed her love or lack thereof? Under this comment, OP said the following, it is a reason I decided not to want a relationship with her. I don't think she will be a positive influence in my life. What my siblings want to do is their choice and I will accept that, but I don't want a part of it. She left us for a man and a job. While I understand her wanting to pursue her job, I also think she should have taken us with her and taken care of us. But honestly, the past is the past. And while I still feel hatred and anger, I am choosing to move past it, to move on with my life. User Sleepy Jean said, as a mother, I absolutely cannot fathom leaving my children for any reason whatsoever. Your mother is unbelievably selfish and cruel. I'm so sorry you have had to deal with the fallout of her wrong choices. Good for you for protecting yourself and your peace. Best wishes. User Velvet Viva 49 said, the decision to walk away from a relationship with a parent is never easy, but it sounds like you've given this a lot of thought and are making the choice that's right for you. Your mother's actions certainly raise questions about her priorities and her ability to provide a nurturing environment, perhaps overshadowed by her personal desires. It's impressive that you've decided to not allow anger to dictate your future. As for your siblings, it's clear you respect their autonomy, and that's a healthy approach. Everyone processes these situations differently, and it's important to give them space to navigate their own feelings. Moving forward without bitterness is not just a testament to your strength, but also to your character. Your journey from this point on is yours to shape, and focusing on self-growth and forging ahead is commendable. Remember, moving on doesn't mean you have to do it alone. Hopefully, your bond with your siblings provides mutual support. How have they been coping with everything? Have they expressed any feelings about your decision to distance yourself from your mother? This next story was made in the Cheating Stories subreddit by a user named OurPainting2777. The post is titled, "My husband cheated with my son's girlfriend. My husband cheated with my son's girlfriend." So I have to tell this story because it's almost too crazy to even believe. My husband, 43, and I have been together for 20 years now, but only married for 6 years. We had hit a terrible time in our relationship 2 months into our marriage when he was arrested for substance use. I was unaware he was using. I had gone to work thinking he had the flu and came to find out it was actually drug withdrawal. He was arrested and sentenced to drug rehabilitation. He relapsed several times during his course of outpatient treatment and eventually was forced to serve a sort of in-house jail rehabilitation. During all of this, my son, 25M, was dating his 26F girlfriend. They had been together for 7 years at the time the cheating occurred. My son and the girlfriend were living at my parents' house about a mile away, while she went to college my son paid for. The entire time my son and she dated, I kept thinking at some point she was going to leave him. I just kind of felt like she wasn't all that into him. He was paying for her college because he felt like this was an investment into their future together. She graduated college with her associate's degree, and I felt at any time the bomb was going to drop that she was leaving him. At this point, my husband and I had been going through a rough time. He wasn't finishing up his stuff for the rehabilitation, he wasn't working, and I kind of felt like he was hiding something. My thoughts were he was back to using again, and I was constantly trying to find out by looking through texts and emails. One morning, I randomly get a call from my son. He says, "Mom, we need to talk." He says, "Grab your keys and meet me outside of your house. Don't wake him." I said, "Okay." At this point, I am thinking to myself, she is pregnant and my son is freaking out. What happened in the next hour would destroy my entire family. I get into the car and my son says, "Where should we go to talk privately?" I said, "Let's drive down to the locks that are about 5 minutes down the road, but a pretty secluded place to have a private chat." My son stops the car and says, "Mom, my girlfriend and my stepdad are cheating with each other." At this point, I am hearing him, but I'm not hearing him. I feel like my soul has just left my body and I'm in an alternate universe. My son had found emails from his girlfriend and my husband saying stuff like how funny it would be if they left us for each other, talking about how they would meet up every time my son and I left for work at my house to have nightly activities in my bed, how she had gotten me to braid her hair on multiple occasions just so she could come over to see him. I'm hearing all of this and my daily life was flashing before my eyes, how she would ask to come over to my house to study because my parents' house was noisy, or how she would ask if I would braid her hair for her to work the next day. I would think she was trying to bond with me for my son when in actuality she was there to make eyes at my husband and for him to do the same with her right under my nose. Needless to say, I kicked him out that day, and after 2 weeks she moved out of my parents' home and into an apartment with my husband. As of now, we are still married and filed for divorce, but our court date has not been set yet. My 15F daughter is completely crushed. She and my son's now ex-girlfriend never got along. They in fact hated each other and still do. My soon-to-be ex-husband has decided that my daughter is just better off not having him in her life because he is going back to the drugs as soon as all of his court hearings for a drug court are over. Both of my kids went through a terrible depression, and I'm still trying to figure out what in the world has just happened to my family. I am so confused by all of this. User Soggy C4363 said, "I'm really sorry to hear what you're going through. It sounds like a challenging situation. Have you considered seeking counseling for yourself and your children? I hope things improve for you and your family." Under this comment, OP said, "I have, and I even had to be put on antidepressants to help with the anxiety and multitude of emotions I have experienced. I just never have the words to describe the utter gut punch I feel every day. My kids say they feel better than I feel, but I don't know how much they are internalizing. I know I try not to show exactly how I feel much. We all have our own set of different issues from this. I feel like my daughter got the worst of the situation, so I have been trying to give her a little more extra attention. Right away, she lost her dad and one of her best friends, and then a few months later, one of her other close friends committed suicide. so she has been all over the map with her emotions. It's just been the craziest time in our lives ever. User you, according 3896, said, I'm so sorry for what you're going through. What a horrible man, and what a horrible woman your son's ex is. None of you deserve this. I hope your daughter can overcome having a father as abusive as him. Keep her away from him. Soon you will be free of this rubbish and you will be able to rebuild your life. Thank you for retrieving this post. It was very enlightening. In OP's update, she said, we had our pretrial for the divorce. He has agreed to everything except that he doesn't want to pay for any of the credit cards he used, even though I only asked for the one he used on a daily basis to be paid. He admitted to the adultery. He admitted to cutting the furnace wires. He will let me take back my maiden name. So the only thing we have to go to trial for is the one credit card because they don't want to pay $3,500. I am sticking to my guns on that one. Maybe those two should sell one of the 3 motorcycles they have acquired to pay the bill. As for my son, he seems to be healing well. He is in a new relationship, but since this one has destroyed the family, I'm not getting too close just yet. My daughter has been blocked by her father on everything. He claimed in court it was because he didn't want to speak to me, but I wasn't speaking to him on any of her accounts, so it is what it is. She claims to be fine, but I know it hurts her. I keep reminding her I will always be here no matter what, and that is really all I can do at this point. I did read all the comments before the moderators removed the post. Some were cruel, but I say that is fair. I was completely blindsided and no one on here can beat me up any worse than I have myself. I'm not an avid Reddit poster, so I wasn't aware of all the rules, so that is why the post was removed. 1 more month to go, and I will officially be divorced. People have asked me if I am thinking about getting into any new relationships. At this point, I have a lot of healing to do, so we will see where I am later. So far, the ex-husband is living his best life with the 26-year-old and meth. She seems to enjoy her newfound lifestyle of living under the radar while being a health department worker and an addict. I will post another update if I have any more tea to spill later. User CalmAct4559 said, yes, definitely agree with telling her work, especially if she's in a healthcare setting. I'm so glad son is doing better and that you all are healing. User SignalHistorian456 said, wait until the divorce is finalized, then give her place of work a hint to check on her. You, I, and everyone know how this will end. And I hope and wish for you and your kids to be far away from it, especially your daughter. Let them be. They deserve each other. One user said, there is nastiness in some of my relatives. I had an uncle married to a lady and they divorced. The next time I saw her, she was with one of my other uncles, his brother. After they split up, she went back to the first uncle. My mom laughed and asked my dad when he was going to take his turn. He said he wouldn't take care of somebody else's dick. Needless to say, we don't associate with any of them or claim them. You know why? Trailer trash. And they wonder why we all think we're better than them. User Rurvy said, although you have now dodged a bullet with your ex, I think it would be okay to be petty here. I mean, you should report your son's ex. Think about it. A health professional and addict. God, think of someone who could die because of her negligence. Please report her. It would not only serve as revenge for what she did to you and your son, but also prevent trash like her from working in a sector like health. OP's final update was posted about 3 weeks from the time of this recording. Divorce court finished yesterday. I was awarded everything I asked for because it was reasonable. I had kind of hoped that after the court was over, I would feel some sort of relief, but all I have right now is grief. I thought the faster this gets done and over with, the better I would feel. I don't feel any better at all. My support system has been great. My parents have taken my daughter for the week while I grieve, so she doesn't have to see it. The daughter is in the anger stage. She is angry at everyone. She is mad at him for all of it and mad at me that I am struggling from it. Financially, I'm great. Mentally, I'm not. I feel like I have been the passenger on a ride I didn't want to take, but I couldn't get out of the vehicle and just had to watch as it crashed and burned. Everyone keeps saying it will get better from here, but for some reason afterwards it just felt worse. Someone said I was the winner in all this, but right now I don't feel like a winner at all. Guess time will tell. Thank you to everyone that commented with words of encouragement. I am grateful I was able to just get all this out of my head and just say whatever I wanted to in the moment. User Starry Dust said, you should ask yourself why you're so sad. Your ex-husband's life is a train wreck. His best years are behind him by his choice and you got those years. His new girlfriend is going to leave him when she realizes she didn't actually win a prize. She won a burden. He's decided to destroy his life and you got all the good from him you were ever going to get. Get your daughter some therapy so she can cope with her anger. You need to go too. Under this comment, OP said the following: "We live in a small town. I see him drive past me every day on my drive to work headed to her home. She comes to every school function our daughter has because her little sister was my daughter's best friend before all of this, and her sister is in every school function my daughter is in. Even when my daughter picks something at random, her sister joins so the ex-girlfriend can show up in my husband's clothes and sit right in front of my daughter to taunt her. I go to the store and someone stops me to tell me how they just saw my ex-husband and my son's ex-girlfriend together. They proceeded to tell me how disgusting they are. My ex's family thinks she is the greatest thing since sliced bread because she is taking care of him, and I see them leaving from around her home all the time. They never came to our home, but they make sure they go to hers. My ex-husband's father makes posts about the ex-girlfriend on Facebook and doesn't even tell his granddaughter congratulations on her accomplishments. Maybe I could take the approach of out of sight, out of mind, but they are literally everywhere I go. I try not to leave the house on days off so I don't have to see it, but the house is a reminder too. 20 years of living together and her being here for 7 of it. Yes, he was and is a piece of crap, but I have no way to escape it. User mwakali85 said, "You are allowed to grieve. You lost a whole relationship that you thought was your forever. Go for a walk and do affirmations plus therapy. We knock walking for mental health, but it does wonders when combined. It has done great for me. Try it. Best of luck to you and your kids." User Alternative Prior said, "Please look after yourself, OP. Your situation has been and is traumatic. This takes quite some recovery time. Shop for a therapist you really bond with. Small, daily acts of self-care. You are incredibly strong and brave. As the saying goes, courage isn't having the strength to go on. It's going on when you don't have the strength. I wish you and your family the best and brightest of new dawns." User Dazzling Seesaw said, "I am so sorry, OP. It won't end well for them. They are in it for a cheap thrill and drugs, not longevity and happiness. In the meantime, work on yourself. While your daughter isn't home, maybe treat yourself to a spa day or spend the whole week doing things you love doing. Truly, this is some heinous stuff. We could type until our fingers bleed, stating how much better off you are without that leech of a husband, but realistically, the pain has to be excruciating. He tore your family apart. It's not about you getting back into the dating life. Just work on healing. With some hobbies you love and some professional help, you can take small steps to finding your happiness again." User SuperChicken22 said, "This is normal. You will get through it. So will your son and daughter, and you did the right thing to let them know how they have to live their lives. Look to the future, and I can tell you the clouds will part faster than you expect. Just don't dwell on what was or might have been. As long as you have your children, your parents, others who care about you, a roof over your head, food to eat, and a place to sleep, there is really nothing to worry about. The rest is extra that you can do without. Hang in there. Get help if you need it. Life is short. Make the most of it." User Signal Historian asked, "What's happening to your ex? Does he get what he deserves?" To this, OP said, "He is mad he has to pay what I asked the court to make him pay. He thought he was gonna walk away, get this divorce, have his happy substance addicted life with my son's ex, and not pay for anything he left behind here like credit card debt. He cut the wires on my furnace and I wanted the court to make him pay for the repairs." A deleted user said, "I think you need and will need to give it time and you will be happy again. You got rid of your trash addict husband because that would have and still is going to, but not with you. Escalated. Your son got rid of his trash, gold digger girlfriend and is happy now with a new girlfriend. Do you like her? Your daughter is allowed to be angry, which probably also is grief. I wish you all the happiness in the world." Under this comment, OP said the following: "I have met the new girlfriend twice. I told him the first time he brought her over that I wasn't ready to meet another girl he wanted a relationship with. It was not any fault of the new girl, but the last one destroyed my family and I wasn't ready. He showed up with her at my house and said, 'I have something for you.' I mustered up the energy to get out of bed and walk outside to this girl. I don't think I made a great impression, but I did tell him I wasn't ready to meet her just yet. I feel bad because I wasn't mean, but I wasn't my normal self with her either. The last one, I braided her hair for work in my home while she was cheating with my husband. I curled her hair for her college graduation and went and took pictures and told her I was proud of her while she was coming to my house when I worked to sleep with my husband. She even tried to get a DVP placed on me in court, but was denied because I haven't done anything to her. So I'm not ready to allow someone else in right now after the betrayal I just went through. User Tennessee Dom62 said, there are no winners in a divorce. All parties lose something. OP said the following to this comment: this definitely didn't feel like a win. I have lost so much of myself, my family, and my sanity. I thought that I would at least feel better because every day being married and him living with her felt like disrespect. I kept telling myself when it's all done, at least you can feel like you got your dignity back. That my husband isn't shacked up with someone that would have been 6 years old when we started our journey. That disrespect was replaced by an overwhelming feeling of sadness and anxiety I didn't expect. The feelings of all the hardships we had made it through in life that I thought one day would pass have passed, but not in the way I expected them to. I thought my entire 20 years of we got through this, we can get through anything, to be taken out by a 26-year-old. Everything I worked so hard to accomplish just got pulled out from under me by what I consider a child. User Formal Start said, if it means anything, you have the two things that your ex-husband will never have again: the love and respect of your children. Now, your daughter may be upset for now, but don't worry. Give it time and just know your son still loves you and you love him. He will support you in every way he can. As for those two pieces of crap, as in your ex-husband and his new girlfriend, that moment of happiness and victory is temporary, and given time, it'll crash and burn eventually. It'll get better for you. Just live your best life for you and your children. This story was created by a user named IntelligentChain87. It's titled AITAH for falling in love with my late best friend's husband. Hello everyone. English is not my native language, so I apologize in advance for any mistakes I may make. I, 32F, fell in love with my late best friend's husband, 36M, this summer. I know it sounds terrible, but please let me explain. First, a little backstory. And yes, prepare yourself to stay here for a while. My late best friend, let's call her Amber, and I had known each other since elementary school. When I moved to middle school, I met another friend, let's call her Ursula. Ursula and Amber were already best friends by the time I met Ursula, so I became the third in the group. 2 years before the end of high school, Ursula moved to another city, which brought Amber and me even closer. We witnessed the beginnings of our relationships with our future husbands. Both of us started dating our future husbands around the same year, and both were in long-distance relationships. My husband, then boyfriend, let's call him Adam, was studying in another city, and her husband, then boyfriend, let's call him Thomas, was studying in another country. We supported each other even though our own friendship was also long distance since we were studying in different countries. I was in our home country and she was in a neighboring one. I lost touch with Ursula for a while, but after we graduated from university, the three of us were together again in our hometown along with our then boyfriends, later husbands. Ursula's husband, let's call him Patrick, also dated her since school. Right after graduating, Thomas proposed to Amber, and a few months later, Patrick and Ursula got engaged. Half a year later, Adam proposed to me, and we all celebrated our weddings in the same year. Everyone was happy. 2 years later, Amber and Thomas decided to move to another country. In that same year, Adam and I moved to another city, while Ursula and Patrick stayed in our hometown and had a beautiful child. For context, our husbands weren't best friends and didn't really hang out outside of our group meetings, but they could have fun when we were all together. Given that, it's important to understand that when we all moved to different places, our communication was long distance again. Our husbands saw each other about once a year, just like we did, since it's hard for married couples to gather. I was more friends with Patrick than with Thomas because when Amber and Thomas moved abroad and we hadn't yet moved to another city, I would often visit Ursula and Patrick at their home. Thomas and I had plenty to talk about. We could laugh heartily and congratulate each other on holidays, but we weren't particularly close. Another 2 years later, I went through a very dark period. My husband died, I had a miscarriage from the stress, and I almost lost my parents, though thankfully they are okay now. The final blow came a few months later when we were informed that Amber and her child died during childbirth. It was a true shock. 4 terrible events in a year, 3 of which devastated me so much that I could barely function. The last time I saw Thomas was at Amber's funeral, but I don't remember much because I was just existing, not living. A year after Amber's funeral, with the help of family and friends, I finally decided to go to therapy because my parents lived in constant fear that I would follow my husband and friend. I love my parents deeply and didn't want to cause them pain, so I agreed to therapy. I didn't believe it would help, but after another year, I embarked on a solo journey to rediscover myself. It's worth mentioning that when Amber and my husband were still alive, Adam and I visited Amber and Thomas in their country, where we met their local friends and became close with them. Two of Amber's local friends, Elizabeth and Sasha, supported me and Ursula after Amber's death. And when I set out on my solo trip, I stayed with them along the way. I didn't see Thomas at that time, nor did I want to, as we would have just reminded each other of the pain of loss. That's how I started my new life, with travel and rediscovering myself in my new situation. I was still crying at night, but I felt the pain slowly settling somewhere deep. Of course, it will never go away completely, but I learned to live with it, to live again, to be happy again, to have fun, to make friends, and to love again. Another year later, I dared to go on my first date, and after another year, I started a relationship with a colleague, let's call him Neil. Unfortunately, our relationship wasn't as rosy as it seemed, and at first I didn't notice the red flags, but once I did, I broke it off immediately. The relationship lasted for almost 6 months. This brings us to June of this year. Elizabeth, Amber's friend from abroad, suggested we take a tour through Italy. After checking our schedules and finances, we booked the dates for about a week at the end of July and the beginning of August. A week later, she informed me that Sasha, the other friend, and their husbands wanted to join us. We were thrilled. The more, the merrier. In early July, a couple of weeks before the trip, I went back to my hometown to visit my parents and relatives. That day, I was walking to my grandmother's house and stopped by the supermarket to pick up something for dessert. Imagine my surprise when someone tapped me on the shoulder, and when I turned around, I saw Thomas. Honestly, I felt a whirlwind of emotions that were hard to understand at first. There was joy from seeing him, pain from the reminder of the past, and awkwardness from the unexpected meeting. At first, I didn't recognize him, just as he didn't recognize me, as it turned out later. We exchanged bits of information about our new lives, and I learned that he was also visiting his parents. It felt like we were getting to know each other all over again. I was in a hurry to get to my grandmother's, so we quickly said our goodbyes, expressed how happy we were to see each other, and went our separate ways. I thought that would be the last time I saw him, but a couple of hours later, he messaged me saying he was truly glad to see me and wouldn't mind meeting up again, not just with me, but also with Ursula and Patrick. As you can understand, after Amber's tragic death, he cut ties with everyone close to her, even her parents, except for friends from the country where they lived and where he still lives. Ursula, like me, was surprised by Thomas's reappearance in our lives, but we agreed to his proposal to meet. The next day, we gathered at Ursula and Patrick's house. I swear, the first 2 hours of that meeting were painfully awkward and uncomfortable. Ursula and I tried to keep the conversation going, but the silence from Thomas was cutting through us. Then, after 2 hours, once the alcohol had loosened Thomas's tongue, we were slowly sipping wine. He finally opened up to us and shared that he had come back to our hometown for a reason. All these years, he had just suppressed his pain, drowning it in work, sports, video games, and then he started partying and dating random women, barely seeing or talking to his friends and family. I had heard something like that, but never asked Elizabeth or Sasha for details. Earlier this year, he accidentally came across my Instagram. He had deleted Instagram right after the tragic events, and after restoring it, he created a new account, and saw that I was in a happy, or so it seemed from Instagram, relationship. He immediately felt inadequate, considering we had gone through similar tragedies, but I had learned to live again while he was just burning through life, spending it mostly on work, random women, and alcohol. Those were his words. In a way, that was his wake-up call, and he realized he couldn't live like that anymore. Thomas started therapy, resumed full communication with friends, then with his sister and parents. The hardest part was finally acknowledging and accepting his feelings and emotions about the tragic loss of his beloved wife and their newborn child. He spent weeks visiting places that held special meaning to them and cried. Then he finally mustered up the courage to speak to and apologize to her parents, who had been like second parents to him. That's the main reason he came back to our hometown. But unfortunately, he still hadn't been able to visit them. He had tried for 2 weeks, but each time he turned back halfway. We all cried. After calming down, he said he had planned to visit Ursula and Patrick, but didn't expect to see me. He even regretted suggesting the meeting, but was ultimately glad it had happened. Ursula and I offered to go with him to visit Amber's parents, as we used to visit them often. On the appointed day, Ursula couldn't make it because her youngest son fell ill, so Thomas and I went alone. As soon as we walked through the door, tears filled Amber's mother's eyes, and so did ours. Her parents weren't angry at all because they completely understood him. We spent a very touching time together, crying, reminiscing about all the good memories with Amber, then laughing, then crying again, and so on until midnight. After thanking Amber's parents and saying goodbye, Thomas offered to walk me home. On the way to my parents' house, we passed a tall building where teenagers used to love hanging out on the roof. He said he wanted to do something and needed my support one last time. I agreed and we went up to the roof. There, he pulled a letter out of his pocket, which turned out to be a farewell letter to Amber. I couldn't hold back my tears as he spoke aloud to the sky, the stars, and her. After reading the letter to the end, he burned it and scattered the ashes in the wind. We silently descended, and just as silently, he walked me home, where we said goodbye and went our separate ways. About a week later, he wrote to me again. He thanked me for my help and said how proud he was of me. I responded in kind. And then we stopped talking again for a few days until I noticed that he had followed me on Instagram. I followed back, and a few hours later, he messaged me asking, "Is it true that you're going on a tour of Italy with my friends?" I replied that yes, I was. He simply wished us a good trip since there was less than a week left before the tour. We continued to chat about various topics, and I started feeling like I used to a long time ago, when we laughed together over trivial things. A couple of days before the vacation, we had our first call and talked almost all night. As I mentioned before, it felt like we were getting to know each other all over again. And then the vacation dates came. The whole group met in Milan, and then we drove to Naples. To our great surprise, Thomas met us there. His uncle lived there and kindly offered us his house for a few days. Whether it was the magic of Italy or we just felt that comfortable around each other, we spent all those days together talking, drinking, laughing. We had 3 amazing days in Naples and then went to Sicily for a day and then to Florence for 4 days. It was in Florence where something happened that has been haunting my conscience. The married couples in our group got tired of all the sightseeing by the 3rd evening in the city, but Thomas and I still wanted to explore. So we went out for a walk near our hotel. After 2 hours, we were tired, so we sat on a bench overlooking the Arno River. For the entire trip, we hadn't been alone until that night. The atmosphere of the evening led to a more intimate conversation, and we shared our fears about relationships. We talked about how our future partners might never understand that we would always love Amber and Adam because they were literally the loves of our lives, and that there would always be a place for them in our hearts. It's hard to explain, but I think people who have lost loved ones would understand. That night, for the first time, I realized that I no longer saw him as Amber's husband. From that moment on, he was a separate man for me, and I found myself attracted to him. I was horrified by my own thoughts and hurried to stand up, eager to return to the hotel. But Thomas didn't want to rush back, and he convinced me to stay a bit longer, saying that he loved the evening and wanted to enjoy a little more time there. I agreed, and we sat in silence for another 10 minutes before he started talking again. He began by saying that I didn't owe him anything and that I just needed to listen to him. I tensed, and Thomas confessed that he had fallen in love with me. He told me that during our time together on the trip, he realized that we could try to have a relationship because it felt as natural as breathing to be with me. He said he understood how complicated our situation was, but he was certain that we deserved to be happy. He felt that I had the same feelings for him, which is why he decided to confess. I didn't know what to say. I liked him a lot, and I couldn't deny that, but the complexity of the situation and my own conscience were eating me alive over feelings I couldn't control. I only responded that once we parted ways, these feelings would fade and we would forget about them, that it was all just the magic of Italy, and it would be better if we didn't make any mistakes. I saw how disappointed his eyes became, but he just agreed and suggested we return to the hotel. Our rooms were nearly adjacent, and we parted in silence. But I couldn't sleep that night. Around 2 in the morning, I wanted to get some fresh air and decided to go to the hotel's courtyard. At the same time, Thomas had the same idea, and we met in the hallway of our floor. I wanted to go back to my room, but he said, "Let's talk." I understood that we needed to put everything in its place, so I agreed. We both went out to the courtyard and sat down. He asked why I was afraid to admit my feelings, and I replied that I feared being judged by others, our friends, our family, because I was Amber's best friend. It would be wrong, primarily in relation to her. Then he asked me if I would be afraid if we were just two strangers who fell in love. And I realized that no, I wouldn't be afraid, that all my fear came from the judgment of others and my own conscience. But still, we weren't strangers and we had a shared history that we couldn't ignore. He just asked for one chance for these feelings, and if fate had decided to bring us together in this way, who were we to go against it? He promised that until we were firmly certain of our relationship, we wouldn't tell anyone. Inside, shame and affection for Thomas were battling, but that night affection won and we kissed. I would be lying if I said I didn't like it. I shut my brain off for just a moment, and at that time, the kiss seemed like the right and most necessary thing in the world. But then I stopped us and returned to my room, saying that I just couldn't do this. The next day, he said that work was calling him back, and he left. I spent the rest of the vacation with the group as planned. I tried to hold it together, but a few days before the trip ended, I told everything to Elizabeth and Sasha. They weren't surprised by our feelings and said we were a great match, and it would be foolish to deny it. They told me that I should choose myself and my happiness because I deserved it. So did Thomas after all these years of suffering. My soul and conscience were somewhat soothed. But everything changed when I shared the story with Ursula. She accused me of betraying Amber, her parents, and said I was going to ruin everything with my fleeting infatuation. Those words really hurt me, and now I don't know what to do. My affection for Thomas is not fleeting, and neither is his for me, but I can't deny the fact that many people would see our feelings as wrong. Even I doubt whether it's worth it, or if I should forget everyone else and try for my own happiness. Thomas and I haven't talked to each other since. I know he's definitely offended by me, but I don't want to get involved with him until I'm 100% sure of my decision. User Alexa19 said, "You, like everyone else, deserve happiness and love in your life. Thomas and you are not cheating on your respective spouses, nor are you betraying them or their memories. You absolutely should forget about everyone else's opinions. You and Thomas are the only people who matter in this relationship. Don't let misplaced guilt rob you of the rest of your life, but live it." User Educational Goose said, "You are not cheating on your spouses. You did not have a crush while you were married and now find the opportunity to get together. You don't need to tell anyone about your relationship until you are sure about your feelings. If you decide to make it official, then what others think is not important. You both have had very devastating experiences and deserve to be happy. I think only you can understand your situation, not Ursula or other people around you. So give it a try." User Queen of the Universe said, "Do you think Amber would want you happy? If she was a true friend, and it sounds like she was, she would rejoice in your happiness. That two people she loved would find healing moving forward together. That's how I would look at it. Ursula hasn't been through what the two of you have. She hasn't lost her love. She lost a friend, and it sounds like she hasn't really grieved for it. She has to go her own way, you have to go yours. Move forward. Enjoy life because you know how short it is, and so does he." User Easy Material said, "One of my dearest friends passed away at 32. She was married with 3 kids. My friend's husband and her best friend turned to each other during the grieving process. They ended up getting married and seemed to have a very strong relationship and connection. You are not betraying anyone. Please don't let anyone make you feel this way. You and Thomas both are entitled to find love and happiness again." User Vivid Frame said, "Ursula can kick spiny rocks. Amber loved you, Adam loved you. You loved them both dearly. They are both gone and nothing can change that. Would either of them want you to stay single? If you and Thomas had passed, would you be happy that the two people you loved most found love together? You didn't just move on him the second you found out, and neither did Thomas. This sounds like fate. You both had healed as much as you can and just met. If this is true, please don't lose this relationship because of Ursula. Truly, you should just date and see how it goes with no ghosts attached. You may make it, you might not, but you owe it to yourself to try. Please try." About a week later, OP provided an update. I'm not sure how to make updates here, so I've decided to put this in a separate post. I'm sorry I haven't replied to anyone, but it's been quite an emotional week with several significant events. First of all, I want to thank everyone who shared their opinions regarding my story. Your comments gave me a lot to think about. Secondly, if this post turns out to be long again, I apologize, but I feel like I owe it to you to tell you what I've decided in the end. For the past 2 weeks, I've been in my hometown, mainly because of my goddaughter who started school this year, and I just had to be there for her first day. At the beginning of the week, I had a conversation with my cousin, my goddaughter's mom, and she asked me about my trip to Italy. During the conversation, I mentioned Thomas a few times because he was there too. It's important to note that my cousin has a good sense or intuition about relationships. Back when Adam and I were just friends, she told me that I should pay attention to him, as he was a wonderful person and would be a great husband in the future. As you know, she wasn't wrong, and Adam truly was a wonderful husband and a great person. She has made similar predictions for others close to her, and she's always been right. So her next words caught me off guard. My cousin, who doesn't know about the situation between me and Tom, said that we looked like a couple in love in the photos. She meant the ones I posted in my Instagram stories, and that maybe I should consider him because we have a similar story and we would make a great couple. When she finished speaking, I just let out a nervous laugh and said nothing. She was distracted by her older daughter, and we didn't return to the conversation, but her words stuck with me. I realized I couldn't keep dragging this situation out, and I had to make a decision. First of all, I talked to my parents. My mom was neutral about the situation, saying it was up to me to decide. My dad and I had a longer conversation, and in the end, he, like many of you in the comments, advised me to talk to Amber's parents. Dad, like mom, believes it's up to me and Thomas to decide how to proceed. But for my conscience, I had to talk to her parents. Gathering my courage a few days ago, I finally decided to visit Amber's parents. I felt like I was acting strangely, as about 10 minutes after I arrived, Amber's mom asked me what was bothering me so much. I couldn't tell her everything at once, so I sat in the bathroom for a while, trying to calm down. I still don't understand why I was so nervous. But after calming myself down, I told her everything. Imagine my surprise when Amber's mom said that Thomas had come to see them the day before for the same reason. For the second time that week, I was speechless. She just took my hands and said she wished us nothing but happiness, as Amber would have wanted the same for us, as would Adam. She said that Ursula and I had always been like daughters to her, and our well-being would always be as important to her as Amber's was once. I started crying. After calming down, I thanked her for her kind words and told her she had been like a second mom to me too. We had some tea, talked, and I went home. On the way, I wanted to call or text Tom, but decided to leave it for the next day when my head would be clearer. But the week continued to surprise me. I found Tom in the living room of my parents' house, looking through my childhood photos with my dad. My dad was telling him when and where the pictures had been taken. I would have thought I was in a movie if I hadn't been standing in the doorway, watching the scene unfold with my own eyes. Too many events for just a few days, don't you think? I know they saw me walk in, but they didn't pay attention to me for a few more minutes. Then my dad got up from the couch, greeted me, said he needed to help mom with the groceries, put on his coat, and left the house, leaving me alone with Tom. I still stood there in shock. Tom spoke first. Without getting up from the couch, he greeted me and asked how my visit to Amber's parents had gone. I kept silent and stared at him. Then he got up, poured me a glass of water, and told me to drink. I downed the whole glass, but still didn't speak. I just walked into the living room and sat on the couch. Tom understood I wasn't ready to talk, so he started first. He explained that he had been upset with me for a long time, but about 2 weeks ago, he realized he had to do everything he could to resolve the situation. It was important for him to understand if I had rejected him because I didn't have feelings for him or because of other people's prejudices. He made sure that no one except Ursula was against our relationship. It turned out that he had also spoken to Ursula and she had told him everything she had told me. He wasn't pleased with what she said, but despite that, he decided to come to see me. Since I was at Amber's parents' house, my parents greeted him. He talked to my dad about the situation, but didn't ask for his permission to be with me because, as he said, only I could decide that. In the end, he said that if I didn't have feelings for him, he would understand and never bother me again. But if I wanted to be with him, he would do everything to make sure no one said a word against us. I silently listened and thought about every word he said. He turned out to be much braver than me in the end. Yes, I had come back to life before he did, but he was ready to be happy here and now, while I seemed to be looking for excuses to push him away, afraid to finally find happiness. Afraid to find happiness and lose it again. But it wasn't just my trauma from losing Adam that haunted me. There was also something more trivial and even funny, but still, it came up during my therapy session. When my therapist asked me to set aside the fear of others' disapproval and think about other things that scared me about the potential relationship with Tom, I of course said I was afraid of losing him like I lost Adam. When we discussed that fear, I realized there was another one, a rather silly one looking back now, but it was inside me and so it needed to be addressed. Amber was a tall blonde with a model-like European appearance, 178 centimeters. She was a very beautiful and striking girl. Many boys in our school were in love with her, but Amber wasn't the only one. Almost all of Thomas's ex-girlfriends that I knew of had a similar type. And then there's me, a brunette with Asian features, 168 centimeters with an average figure. I didn't fit Thomas's type at all. Yes, you might say that it's silly to compare myself like that because if someone truly loves you, looks become secondary. And I agree with you, but I think many people can understand that no matter how hard we fight our insecurities, they hit the hardest in our most vulnerable moments. But I couldn't allow myself to be stuck in my negative thoughts, and since Thomas was there, it was time to discuss everything. Gathering my courage, I spoke up. I told him about my feelings, my fears, and my concerns. He listened attentively and didn't laugh when I mentioned the comparison to his exes. Thomas said he was also afraid of losing me, but he couldn't live in that fear anymore. He wanted to live fully, and if I allowed it, he wanted to live with me and love me, but it was important to him that I loved him too. Of course, it's too early to talk about deep love in our situation, but our feelings are definitely not fleeting. As for my appearance, he said I was incredibly beautiful, always had been, and that my hair color or eye shape could never diminish his feelings for me. He even joked that he wasn't exactly a tall Asian man like Adam had been. We laughed and the atmosphere lightened up. Thomas asked if I was ready for a relationship, and for the first time in a long while, I didn't hesitate. I said yes and immediately hugged him. We sat like that for a few minutes before we heard the sound of my parents' car. The four of us had dinner together and laughed a lot, and I was happy that Tom had so easily gotten along with my parents. He kissed me when he left, not in front of my parents, of course, and asked me out for a date the next day. We were finally happy. Or rather, he was, and I wasn't entirely. That night, I kept thinking about Ursula and her words. It hurt me that she didn't share everyone else's opinion. One of you left a comment saying that she hadn't fully grieved her own loss yet, and I think that's true. When you have 3 kids to take care of, there's not always time for grieving and proper therapy. I don't blame her, but I'm not going to make excuses for her either. I decided to talk to her before Tom and I made things official. The next morning, I called her and asked to meet. We agreed to meet for lunch at a cafe. I expected her to be more negative, but she was calm. I told her about my conversation with Amber's mom, about my talk with Thomas, and about our decision. I could see that she was full of doubts. Surprisingly, she apologized for speaking so harshly to me and about Thomas. However, she also said that she hadn't changed her opinion and that for her, these feelings were wrong. She couldn't accept it, at least not right now. She didn't want to ruin anyone's life, so if Thomas and I had decided to be together, it would be better if we stopped communicating. My heart broke at that moment. Tears rolled down my cheeks, and I saw that her eyes were also wet. Ursula left, and I just sat in the cafe trying to hold back my tears. After paying, I quickly rushed home and barely made it through the rest of the day. It was probably a bad idea to see Ursula on the same day as my date with Thomas, but what's done is done. When I realized I couldn't handle the date, I told him exactly how I felt. He suggested I come to his place, and I cried in his arms all night. I know this isn't the kind of first date he dreamed of, nor did I, but I was once again convinced that I had made the right choice. I also told him about the post here, and he read all the comments and thanks everyone who shared their words of support. I'm finishing this post while he sleeps peacefully. It's midnight here now. We don't know what the future holds for us, but we'll do everything we can to be happy. And yes, I will move to his country soon. So this is likely the first and last update to this story. Once again, thank you to everyone. Be happy and goodbye. User Irreverent Therapist said, I'm so sorry for all the losses that you've gone through, including Ursula, but happy to see you healing and continuing to progress in your journey we call life. I wish you all the best in your future and hope that one day Ursula will be able to heal and be happy for the light you all found in darkness. User Minflick said, I do not like Ursula. Amber is dead and gone. She can't be hurt by her husband finding love again, nor can Adam. Life does not stop just because your spouse died. User Green Dragon 14 said, my cousin died suddenly. He was to marry his girlfriend 6 months later. She was devastated over losing him so suddenly. Our other cousin, who he was very close to, stepped up to take care of her during this time. Over time, they fell in love. Now, there may be some who didn't approve. They are now looking at a future together, and as his family, we couldn't be happier for them, as we know our cousin would be too. Go live your life and be happy. This story was created by a throwaway account in the relationship advice subreddit. The post is titled, I am 22F, and my twin has slept or tried to sleep with every single one of my boyfriends. I don't want her to meet my current BF 23M of 8 months. This has happened with every single guy I've dated or been interested in. I've only had 3 relationships before my current one with John. My twin sister Sarah has tried to interfere with all of them. 2 of my exes cheated on me with her. The 3rd we broke up for other reasons, but Sarah still tried to seduce him. He was a good guy and always had boundaries with her, but that didn't stop her from trying, to the point of sending him nudes multiple times, then claiming, oops, wrong person, when he told her he wasn't interested. When that didn't work, she also tried to break us up by lying to my ex and our mutual friends that I was cheating. My ex didn't believe her, but some friends did. So yeah, that was fun to deal with. Then, when we were kids, like in middle or high school, if Sarah found out I had a crush, she went after the guy herself. I used to tell her those things because, well, isn't that what sisters do? She always used it against me. I told her I was working up the courage to ask my crush or the guy I was talking to prom. She then asked him, and he said yes. She said he'd just been using me to get to her. Another time, a few years before that, she announced to everyone in a class we shared that I liked this one boy who got bullied a lot. Kids then started teasing him even more, and he hated me. I felt horrible for months. She thought it was the funniest thing ever. She also once told a teacher whose class I was doing badly in that I was into him and willing to do favors for better grades. That got reported, and I had to go through this whole counseling thing before it was finally cleared up. It was extremely embarrassing. My sister just blew it off as a prank. There are so many other situations like this. She either gets guys who are interested in me to sleep with her, or ruins my chances with them by making up bullshit to make me look bad. She's ruined some of my friendships by lying about me too. Told my best friend in high school I was gossiping meanly about her and went so far as faking text messages. I don't know if she even actually wants these people for herself. You might think it's obviously jealousy, but sometimes I honestly think she just gets a kick out of messing with me. Anyway, I finally got my life more together after wasting the first couple years of college on being depressed and a gaming addiction. I met my boyfriend John at a campus organization. I haven't told Sarah, but he ended up meeting my parents by accident today. I don't have much contact with them, but they decided to come for a surprise visit. They live over 5 hours away and do this a few times a semester, even though I've said I don't like it. But that's for another post. John was in my room with me when they got here. I had no choice but to introduce them. He knows I was holding off on having them meet because I don't have the greatest relationship with them. Sarah lives at home with my parents while going to college locally. I'm certain they're going to mention meeting my boyfriend, and then cue her insisting on coming with them the next time they surprise visit me, also stalking my social media to try to figure out who he is. I've tried to explain the issues I have with her to my parents. They think I'm overreacting. They say she just wants to know what's going on in my life. To be involved? Yes, that is the problem. Her involvement. And not to mention, we used to be closer before I lost trust in her to stop doing this shit, so I've seen what her own life is like. She does things my parents have no idea of. She takes party drugs sometimes. This wouldn't be a big deal, but she has no idea how to be responsible. She drives people around while drunk and high. My parents think she's with a friend studying on weekends, but she's actually clubbing in the city and then crashes with her friends for the night. I'm not sure how many real boyfriends she's had, but she's hooked up with a lot of guys the same night she met them. This has meant a few times she was scared of pregnancy. I've had to help her get Plan B. It sometimes feels like she sleeps with nearly any man that smiles at her, and told me she's even had sex with a few girls while wasted. However, that's possible. She confides all these things to me, but whenever I need someone to talk to, she has no time. Never wants to hear anything unless she can save it as ammo. So I've gradually stopped telling her most things. If my parents knew all this, they might see where I'm coming from. It's not just random that I don't want her meeting my boyfriend. It's not because I want to hurt her or something. The problem is, our parents are really strict and traditional, and they'd probably kick her out if I told them any of that. They don't believe in sex before marriage. My boyfriend is the first person I've had sex with, and I'm afraid my sister could use that against me to them if she finds out. So what do? How can I keep Sarah from finding out about him and doing the same thing she's done with all my past boyfriends? How do I explain it to my parents? TLDR. My sister has a pattern of interfering with my relationships. She's gotten guys to cheat on me with her. My parents accidentally met him today and will probably tell her. How do I keep her away from him? A deleted user said, just prep your boyfriend and tell him all the stuff you just wrote here. If he knows ahead of time that she is likely to come on to him, then he can cut things off before it gets too far. Block her from seeing your friend list. It sucks that you have such a shitty sister and that you have to hide your relationship from her. User Crash Before NG said, it seems like she has massive insecurities about being a twin, and she takes it out on you. Regardless, my response is the same. Her inability to deal with her emotions is not an excuse to treat you like shit. Distance yourself. Immediately. Block her. Have your BF block her and cut her out except for family obligations. If she asks, just tell her that you had someone invade your privacy on social media and you raised your privacy settings, which must have impacted her, and you'll check it when you have a chance. Be cordial and aloof. She's going to freak given that so much of her time is spent making your life miserable, but she is 5 hours away and you have a door lock and a phone. If she gets involved again, start documenting. There is something called a no contact order that can be put in place to keep her out of your life. Threaten it, inform your parents that you have researched and are considering it. It may make them think about your comments a little differently. User KW51 said, I was on your side until you started griping about her sex life outside your past relationships. Who cares if she has one-night stands or sleeps with women? It's not related to the problem with your boyfriend. Also, the quotation marks on sex in reference to her being with women pissed me off too. Why the quotes? There are other forms of sex besides PIV vaginal intercourse. So I've made a lot of changes in my family life since I posted this a couple of weeks ago. I first told everything to my boyfriend. He was shocked and assured me he'd never cheat on me with my sister or anyone else. He also respected that I didn't want her to meet him. I decided to take the advice given and block her on social media. She immediately noticed. Like within 10 minutes after I'd blocked her, she sent a text saying, did you block me on Instagram and Facebook? So I didn't beat around the bush. I said yes because I didn't like how she's messed with my personal relationships. She tried to guilt trip me about how I hadn't told her about my boyfriend, which means my parents must have told her about him like I knew they would. She exploded at me because according to her, she would never have tried to stalk him or anything, but I hadn't even gotten a chance to say I was worried she'd do this. She said it first, so what does that say? I told her I flat out didn't trust her to not try to take people from me. She called me psycho and selfish, but whatever, really. I can't reason with her. She just never sees the problem with anything she's done. The way she thinks makes it like arguing with a young child almost. I blocked her number. I still feel kind of bad doing this because what if there was an emergency and she needed me? But we live hours apart, so I hope my parents would be who she contacted in that case. Then, as for them, I also got a call from my mom soon after I blocked my sister. She wanted to know what I was doing because my sister was upset. She'd already heard my sister's side, which was just that I'd blocked her out of nowhere. So I tried to tell her my side. I did not tell her my sister's personal business about drugs and having sex. Like I said in the first post, I'm not going to fall to petty revenge. I just want her to stop interfering in my life. So all I said was that in the past, she's been inappropriate with guys I've dated and has spread rumors about me, and it made me unable to trust her. My mom then wanted to know what I meant by inappropriate. My parents are really conservative and don't believe in having sex before marriage. She also got my dad on the call at this point. I told them the details didn't matter. She kept trying to go back to this point, even wanting to know if I had been having premarital sex. It was really frustrating. I told them the point I'm trying to make is that my sister has broken my trust. They began saying I should forgive her because they care about our family and don't want to see us fighting. Well, I'm not exactly fighting. I'm simply not going to be in contact with her. To them, it's the same thing. Then they wanted me to come home for a weekend to discuss everything as a family. I said I wasn't going to do that I'd made my decision and have no time for a trip. They said they'd come to me then. That brought up how they show up for random visits even when I've said I don't like it. I told them I didn't want them doing that anymore, and if they did it again, I wouldn't let them in or talk with them, so they flipped out. That was fun. I got to hear all about how I'm constantly making problems and don't care about my family. I ended up having to block their numbers because they kept calling back, and blocking on Facebook because they were sending messages going back and forth between begging to talk and accusing me of being a terrible daughter and sister. I don't know what I'm going to do about them. They did threaten to stop paying for my college if I cut them out of my life. I unblocked them to say I want to be in touch with them and do love them, but I can't do the unexpected visits or them prying into my personal life. I said if they stop doing that, then I'm happy to have a relationship with them. They had a million reasons why I'm in the wrong. I couldn't deal with it and reblocked them yesterday, so I don't know what my tuition deal is going to be now. My boyfriend, at least, has been really supportive during this shit. He thinks my parents are way out of line and my sister is crazy. He's really helped keep me as sane as I can be. Overall, I just feel really shitty. I wish any of them would ever listen to what I say. But if they won't, then what can I do besides put up with what you all pointed out was really controlling, or take more control back myself? It just sucks. It has to be so final, I guess. I wouldn't mind a middle ground like planning a visit with them once in a while, or talking with my sister about non-personal things, but they want way more than I do. TLDR. I'm not going to be in contact with my family for the foreseeable future. User, Little Joe Lion said, I know you don't want to be petty, but with all that pushback from your parents, I would just tell them the truth about all of it. Telling you you're wrong and threatening the status of your college tuition because it'll be too hard for them to handle the truth. Honestly, I'm so angry for you. I would have ripped that band-aid off immediately and told them exactly why I don't want her around. Don't let them keep a perfect picture of her while leaving a tainted picture of yourself. User, Dragonflies Love Me, said, OP, I think your sister is a narcissistic abuser and you are her target. She has convinced your parents over the years that you are the problem, not her. You are the scapegoat. If this assessment is correct, then you really are best to be no or very low contact with your sister, because it won't get better. It might seem like it at times, but she'll just be pulling you in as a setup to gain access to you and information about you, which she'll use against you. Your parents need to pull their heads out of their asses, but that would require them to admit to themselves that they've believed their pathological daughter all this time and enabled her. It's so much easier to just point the finger at the scapegoat. It sucks. But yeah, look up gray rocking or gray rock technique. This is mainly for your sister in the event you do actually have to communicate with her. User T. Paris said, you are setting boundaries and they don't like boundaries. You aren't in the wrong for setting boundaries. It's healthy to set boundaries. If they cannot respect boundaries and threaten you for setting them, then you shouldn't tolerate their behavior. It sucks that you lose your tuition, but stick to your guns. They either show you respect as an adult and respect your boundaries, or you cut them out. Those are their options. They don't get to harass, threaten, or scold you, and you don't have to listen to it. If their response isn't respect, you walk away, each and every time, until their attitude changes. Show them you are serious. Don't compromise your boundaries. User, for depth, said, I don't get why you don't get everything out into the open. People are afraid of honesty. You talk about not being petty, but your parents are confused by your reaction because they are literally clueless. Just my take, as now you are completely no contact with all of your immediate family as opposed to dealing with some fallout and rehabilitating your relationship with your parents. This next story was made in the AITAH subreddit by a user named Cold Reaction 9554. The post is titled AITA for refusing to meet my mom after she went no contact with me for over a decade. So, a little background. I'm 35M and my parents divorced when I was 17. My dad struggled with alcohol and drug addiction, and my mom eventually left him, which I totally understood and supported. Living with him was impossible. He wasn't violent but verbally abusive, and he spent all our money on his habits. That was the last straw for my mom. After the divorce, my dad spiraled. He nearly overdosed and ended up in the ICU. I was living with my mom at the time, but I was scared that my dad would die, so I moved back with him and my uncle's family. My mom was disappointed but let me make my choice. Losing my mom, most of his friends, going broke, nearly dying finally got through to my dad, and he promised he would get better for me. It was hard to watch, but he actually turned things around. My uncle paid for everything, rehab, therapy, medical bills, and after about 5 years, my dad was clean and somewhat healthy again. He even apologized to my mom, and she forgave him, though she told me later it was only for my sake so that they could be civil at future events like my graduation or wedding. Over those years, I kept in contact with my mom, regularly met with her. She had moved on and met a great guy who she eventually married. She was much happier, and I was happy for her. I thought we had a pretty good relationship. That changed when I was 23. My mom asked me to come over, and she told me she was still angry and disappointed that I chose my dad over her after the divorce. She said I was ungrateful for everything she went through, putting up with my dad's shit, and then she hit me with something that still pisses me off today. She told me she could see me becoming a drunk and drug addict like my dad because I stayed close to him. I don't drink, I don't do drugs to this day, and I had no idea where that even came from. I was floored. I thought we had moved past all that, but apparently she'd been harboring resentment for years. Then, she said that she wanted to go no contact with me because being around me brought back too many bad memories of my dad. She said she had found peace and happiness, and I was a reminder of all the pain she'd been through. I didn't know what to say except, okay. I later found out from a cousin on her side that her whole family was pissed at me for staying with my dad back then, and they all went no contact with me for her sake, saying that I betrayed her. I haven't seen or heard from my mom since that day. Fast forward to now. My dad passed away 2 years ago from a heart attack, a result of his years of addiction. Despite being clean for over a decade, he had lingering medical issues. I recently got married, and my wife posted some pictures from the wedding on Facebook. My wife said a woman claiming to be a cousin contacted her. I looked at the message, and it was a cousin from my mom's side asking if it was really me in the pictures with my full name. I told my wife to ignore it, but then I got a call from my uncle later that same day, saying that my mom showed up at his house. For context, the house where my uncle lives currently used to be the home where I grew up with my parents. My uncle said she asked him to arrange a meeting between us, saying she wants to apologize to me face to face. He told me he can set it up if I want. Honestly, after all these years, I feel nothing for her except maybe slight resentment for thinking that I would turn out as an addict. I was going to say no right away, but my wife thinks that's a shitty thing to do, and I should at least hear her out, let her apologize, and then go back to never seeing her again if I want. She says despite what she did shield me from most of Dad's addictions growing up. Now I'm having second thoughts. AITA if I refuse to meet her? User Coco Almonds Rock said NTA. You have to go with your gut. It has been 10 years and she has discovered that you didn't become an addict and instead have created a happy life. You're married, which means there could be grandkids in the future. Are you happy without her? If you've moved on without that side of the family, if you've created your own happy family, then why rock that boat? Your wife may not be able to let it go though, and if you turn your mother down, you're going to have a lot of flying monkeys contacting you and your wife to tell you how cruel you're being. I couldn't deal with that personally. I don't do drama. She made a choice, and you've respected it. I'd say no and be ready with the block feature. User, Forget-Me-Not-Snot said, what your mom said to you is outrageous. How could she bring her issues to you? That's not okay. Adult issues need to stay with them, not you. You're still their child. I wouldn't meet up with her to hear her out. It's a smokescreen. She needs to feel better about being shitty, not to talk to you. She wants forgiveness for the unforgivable so she can F off. She projected her feelings of your dad onto you. You didn't choose your dad over her. You stood up and helped take care of him, and you did a great job. If no one says this, I'm proud of you for stepping in and your uncle to help him. It sounds like you both did well. Kudos. You owe her nothing. Your wife needs to take a step back and see the pain this has caused you and support you rather than push you into this. It's up to you, and she needs to stay in her lane. I too have had issues with family, and my hubby would never ever ask me to just meet up to hear them talk. If she loves you, she'll stay in her lane. In OP's update, they said the following. I didn't expect the amount of comments I got on the first post. Thank you to everyone who weighed in, whether you agreed with me or not. There were so many different perspectives, and I've taken time to think about everything. First, I want to talk about this. A few of you said I abandoned my mom when I went to live with Dad. It looks that way when I think about it now. However, I feel I never abandoned her in any way. I loved my mom dearly, and I loved my dad too. When she told me she was divorcing Dad, I helped her pack. I left with her as I thought at the time Dad was a lost cause. I went back about 7 months after the divorce when my dad was fighting for his life. That was when he promised me he would change and get help. I chose to stay with Dad after getting permission from Mom. As I said in my first post, she was disappointed but agreed Dad needed me. Even after I chose to stay with my dad and uncle, I always stayed in contact with her. My mom and dad lived about 20 minutes apart, and I made sure to see my mom regularly, 4 to 5 times a week at least. I would talk to her every day too. We went on trips together, ate meals together, and hung out as much as we could. When she moved in with her new husband, who I will call John, she always included me in her new family's life. John was good to me too. For all that time, there was not even one inclination of the resentment Mom had for me when she blindsided me with the decision to go no contact. I was completely shocked. She never expressed any anger or frustrations toward me. We never argued, and she never showed she was upset about my relationship with my dad until that day. After she blocked me from everyone, I tried for a couple of years to reconnect, but eventually gave up when I moved out of the city. On to the update. A lot of you told me to meet her for closure, while others said not to bother. After thinking about it for a while, I had decided to meet her and was going to tell my uncle to set up a meeting with her. But before I could tell him, my uncle called me again, 3 days after my mom showed up at his house. He told me she came by again and gave him a letter for me, and she apologized for bothering him and that she wouldn't be coming by again, and she didn't want to raise my hopes unnecessarily and hoped I would understand after I read the letter. Uncle said she sounded very sincere. I asked my uncle to send me pictures of the letter. It's not that long, and I'll summarize the important bits. The letter was a mix of apologies and well wishes. She wrote she was sorry for how she treated me back then, especially for saying I'd turn out like my dad. She said she was going through some relationship issues with John, and then seeing Dad getting better made her feel bitter because Dad never tried for her. She thought her second marriage was failing, and everyone around her was happy while she was miserable. She said she listened to some bad advice and she regrets it. She said she regrets taking her anger all out on me when she should have gotten help. She said she made up lies to her side of the family so that they would side with her. I do not know these lies, as this is what she only wrote. She said she got help a couple of years after she went no contact but was too ashamed to reach out to me. She saw the wedding pictures and is happy for me, wishing me the best in my life. She wrote that while she initially wanted to meet me, after some reflection and with her family's advice, she realized it was for selfish reasons and for her own sake only. She apologized again and said it's better if we keep things the way they are. She ended the letter by saying she's happy and she doesn't want to drag up the past. She apologizes once more and wrote she won't contact me again for both our sakes and asked me not to contact her as well and wished me and my wife well. So there's that. Honestly, it's probably the best outcome, and I'm at peace with it. I am happy with my life, and I am glad Mom is happy with her life. Like she asked, I am not going to contact her, but I will keep my door open if she wants to meet in the future. I also realized how stupid I was to hold on to my resentment of her comment about me becoming an addict. I also want to address the comments that said my wife was overstepping. My wife knows all about my past and about my mom. She is a kind soul who sees the best in people. Like I said in a comment in my first post, she was just looking out for me. She wanted me to have no regrets. She did apologize for saying it would be shitty not to meet Mom, but it's all good. We both know each other's boundaries. We communicate well. Right now, we're planning our honeymoon and life is good. Thanks for all the supportive messages and comments. Truly appreciate it. Bye. User, Strong Opinion for Life said, honestly, from what I'm understanding, she decided not to break NC because she would have to tell the truth to her family about all the lies she told them. You lost a part of your family because she was a liar. How selfish and disgusting can this woman be? She doesn't regret anything because if she did, she would come clean. User, Royal Beck said, so your mom is a liar, and when she finally got help a couple of years after going NC, she decided not to fix this shit she broke way back then? Even if she couldn't find you, why didn't she tell her side of the family that she lied to turn them against you? At least they could have tried reaching out to you separately and apologizing. I'm going to guess that this new letter is the equivalent of breaking up with someone before they can break up with you. That way she can feel better about still not having contact with you, and if you do reach out to her still, then it's like you're begging her for attention and love.